On March 28, 2000, a violent storm tore through the heart of North Texas, forever changing the Fort Worth skyline. An EF3 tornado ripped through downtown, leaving a path of destruction that many still remember. That night, WFAA was on the air tracking the storm as it unfolded and out in the field reporting on the destruction. Now we take you back to that time, revisiting the moment as it happened and the impact that still lingers.
This is Troy Duncan of the Weather Center. I wanted to confirm this before we told you about it, but in this storm system here in the northern part of Tarrant County, there's a tornado warning for Tarrant County now. Observers have spotted a tornado on the ground in the north central part of Tarrant County. This is in the area 76D on your MAPSCO if you have one of those for Tarrant County. The Henderson area north of Vickery, Lancaster. This storm is moving toward the southeast. This is moving, and we have a shot of the storm from our tower cam. Let's take a look at that if we can do that. This is what it looks like in the northern part of Fort Worth presently. This is from downtown looking toward just almost due north. Again, if you're in the northern part of Tarrant County, that storm that we warned you about with the softball-sized tail, the one that's heading toward DFW Airport, that's heading right across the northern part of Tarrant County now from Saginaw, across I-35 just about now, and heading north of Watauga. The storm that had the softball-sized tail is now indeed apparently sprouted a tornado, as RACY's amateur radio observers on the ground have reported a tornado on the ground in that area. So by all means do take cover if you're anywhere in the northern half of Tarrant County, say from downtown eastward all the way over toward DFW Airport, where that storm should be in about 20 minutes. So to repeat, a tornado warning for the next half hour for Tarrant County. We have confirmed reports now of the tornado on the ground there.
WFAA TV, Channel 8, the spirit of Texas. This is the News 8 Update.
It was the scariest thing I ever experienced in my life.
Total mass destruction of a tornado coming towards us, ripped the whole back of the building out, ceiling falling in.
Falling the glass down the hallway and just made it. It was like a carnival ride. It was shaking in here and everything.
The windows started popping in on the 35th floor.
When the siren was going off and the emergency lights started flashing, this was real. This was not playing.
Scary. Wizard of Oz. Really scary.
Bomb looks like it went off in there. I went up there to salvage some of my items.
A tornado moves through the heart of Fort Worth. Another touches down in South Arlington. At least 4 people are dead, dozens more injured. Damage reports continue to come in.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. 2 of those victims were killed by the tornado. The other 2 were victims of flooding.
And much of what we've seen tonight is the destruction left behind after this tornado. But an amateur photographer has given us videotape of the actual funnel cloud as it formed and then swept through this western section of Fort Worth and into downtown. Deborah Moore shot the pictures as the twister touched down at Riverside Drive and 4th Street in Fort Worth. Moore was at her job at the Debbie Doos Club when the tornado passed over the building. You can see the debris falling from overhead. It's happened between 6:30 and 7 this evening.
In the aftermath of the tornado, some people tried to retrieve their belongings from damaged buildings. One man, John Denny, returned to his office on the 13th floor of Tandy Center in downtown Fort Worth. Our photographer Arnold Payne was with him as he surveyed the damage. As you can see, walls of windows were shattered, lots of furniture and office equipment scattered throughout the place, and there was one item in particular that he was after.
It looks like the 13th floor. My office is gone. Bomb looks like it went off in there. I went up there to salvage some of my items and wanted to get my father's Bible, most important to me. But there's a lot of damage up there. I'm just glad it happened when all my employees were gone and nobody was left.
Another woman still seemed dazed after riding out the tornado inside the building.
Really lucky. We were inside the building when the glass started popping out. So,
what was it like? Can you describe it?
I think at first we couldn't believe it. And then afterwards, when we realized when the siren was going off and the emergency lights started flashing, that this was real. This was not playing. And it just stunned us, really. I think I'm still in shock.
Suella Edwards apparently was not injured after riding out the storm in the Tandy Center building.
The damage to downtown Fort Worth is widespread. Some of the area's most notable landmarks were hit by the twisters, including the Cash America building on West 7th Street, the Tandy Center, the Bank One location just a few blocks away, as well as the Worthington Hotel on Main Street. A tornado cut through downtown Fort Worth, blowing the glass out of buildings, overturning cars, and knocking out power. Channel 8's Marianne Razouk was one of the first people on the scene. She joins us now live. Marianne?
Well, John, West 7th Street near downtown Fort Worth truly looks like a battle zone tonight. And a perfect example of that is right behind me, a paint store that was completely demolished. You can see the debris just scattered all around West 7th near Arch Adams. From the looks of things tonight, the tornado literally cut a path down the street on its way to downtown, damaging dozens of businesses and homes and completely destroying some like that paint store.
It's a tornado, and we ran and jumped in the closet, and we could feel the house shaking as it went by, and then it stopped, and we came outside, and there's a roof in my backyard now. So.
The roof of a nearby apartment building now covers her home and property. In fact, her entire neighborhood is blanketed with tree trunks, metal siding, and other debris the tornado ripped off of other houses and buildings. Residents and business owners say for about 45 seconds they endured the tornado's fury, and they say when they realized they survived, they went outside to see what happened and were horrified by the destruction. 7th Street is a bustling area of downtown Fort Worth with lots of restaurants, businesses, and homes, and we're told a very conservative estimate of how many were damaged or destroyed is in the neighborhood of 100. People we talked to say the weather seemed harmless at first, and when they realized they were in the middle of a tornado, they barely had time to take cover.
And I ran and got in the bedroom closet and pulled a pillow, and the house started shaking, and I heard tremendous crashes, and I could see through the closet door the tree next door blowing, and it crashed over into my house. And then I heard more crashes, and it went on, and it was pitch black then.
Thank God everybody survived it, and the worst thing that happened is property damage, so that's the main thing, isn't it? Start over.
Again, you're looking at a live picture of a paint store that was completely destroyed. Some of the Mother Nature's work. The good news in all of this, though, only minor injuries up and down 7th Street, where some of the businesses and homes had people inside running for cover. One man who owned a barbershop, worked at a barbershop, was completely covered by his business that collapsed on top of him. But by the kind efforts of people here on 7th Street who all know each other and work together, they were able to pull him out, and he only suffered some minor injuries. So that's the good news in all of this. But obviously, once darkness, the light comes in the morning, we'll be able to see just exactly how much damage that Fort Worth experienced. Back to you.
All right, Marianne, before you go, we've seen lots of damage in terms of broken glass. You seeing that where you are too?
Absolutely. In fact, the people that were inside the businesses and homes told us that as the tornado cut a path through, suddenly windows began to implode, and some people were near the windows, which was frightening to say the very least, as they tried to run for cover. And that's when a lot of people were injured, because they were standing near windows when they just imploded. But like I had said earlier, a lot of them said that the weather looked very harmless. It was a subtle wind, a light rain, and it caught them off guard.
I think that when we had the water main break here several years ago, to where we had no water for fire protection downtown, we had a
All right, there you are listening to Larry McMillan, who is the fire chief in the city of Fort Worth, telling us that they believe all the damage that occurred in Fort Worth was the result of 2 twisters, and the first alarm was sounded this evening at 6:11.
That's right. We also heard from the police chief, Ralph Mendoza. And right now, another section of South Arlington, we're told there are some reports of storm damage to dozens of homes. News 8's Gary Reeves joins us from there with details. Gary?
Yes, John, we are live here in a neighborhood not very far from Green Oaks, where it crosses I-20, just south of I-20, a neighborhood where tonight, right now, people are truly celebrating the miracle of life. And when you see the videotape here, we're going to roll right now, you'll understand why. These are streets Embercrest and Chasemore. And what you are looking at is a lot of very severe damage. We are told a total of about 90 houses damaged here, 20 of them with this kind of damage, severe. Here you see a garage collapsed on top of a car. Seems like the garages took the brunt of this, maybe because they don't have as much structural support. 20 houses with that kind of serious damage, another 30 with moderate damage, and 40 more with what they're calling lighter damage, but a total of about 90 houses in this neighborhood damaged. And the amazing thing, injuries all very minor. We checked in with the local hospitals here. They're telling us they've only treated about 10 or 12 people, injuries all minor, including one being that of a pregnant woman. But like we say, something of a miracle. We've talked to some folks in the neighborhood. Here's what they had to say. Senator, what are you hearing about the damage in this neighborhood?
The last report I heard was that we had 90 homes in this neighborhood damaged, 20 with heavy damage and 30 with moderate damage, and the rest with light damage.
Okay. My wife all of a sudden heard something, the wind blowing in a strange ways. So she screamed and she says, let's look for protection because something is wrong, really wrong. And suddenly we got into it was a small closet, a linen closet in the center of the house. So we both squeezed in there the best we could, and we heard all this sound. It looked like at first like a kind of and also like a hail, like a heavy hail coming.
Now we are live here back in this neighborhood. I'm with a guy named Archie Crow. Archie lives in the house right behind me. We're about 2.5, 3 blocks from the worst damage. Archie, did you see this storm coming?
I saw some of it. I stood at the back window of my house, storm glass window, and I could see the tornado passing over.
What did you see? Describe it for us.
Well, it was kind of quiet, and then all of a sudden the wind picked up, the rain got real heavy, got real dark, and I could see the funnel with some debris. And as it passed over, then you could see the lightness of the cloud, the definite difference between the dark and the light cloud.
You saw debris going up in the cloud?
Yes.
Did you walk in the neighborhood back there behind you?
Yes, I did.
What's your impression?
It looks kind of like a bombed out area. Maybe something, maybe a war bomb hit the area or something.
So you're looking at the tornado, you didn't run?
No, I didn't run, and that was kind of stupid of me, but I didn't run.
And then, you got lucky. You lost a few pieces of your fence?
Yes, it knocked down a couple of pieces of my fence in the back.
So once again, a very lucky man, Archie here, Archie Crow, a very lucky neighborhood, even though they've taken some severe damage. As we said, about 90 houses damaged in this area, right near I-20, just south of I-20 near Green Oaks. But the majority of the folks came out of it okay. We talked to a lot of people who hid in their bathrooms, who hid in their closets, and they pulled the mattresses off of them, and what they saw when they came out was total devastation of their homes. What we're told now, there's an elementary school down the street behind me, Williams Elementary. They're using that right now as a shelter for some of the people who aren't allowed to go home. Police are closing off the neighborhood, even to the people who live here now. If you're not already in your house, they're probably going to send you away. They're closing it off to them. They're closing it off to us. Well, we interviewed a lot of people in here, and we've got more stories, some very dramatic stories of survival here. But as far as we know so far, they are all stories of survival because the injuries, as best as we can tell now, there's a lot of debris left there to still dig through. But as best as we know, from talking to the fire department, and they've been through most of the houses, everybody's gotten out of here alive, and the injuries have been minor. So that's a story here in South Arlington. A lot of devastation and some really good luck. I'm Gary Reeves reporting live. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Gary, reporting from Southwest Arlington. One of the hardest hit areas in Fort Worth was the western section of downtown, as you've heard earlier, in the area of West 7th Street near the Cash America building. Channel 8's Vince Patton has been there all evening, and he's live now with a look at the destruction in that area. Vince?
Gloria, we're here at the Cash America building, where if you look behind me, it's just amazing. The damage is on all 4 sides of this building. This tornado just wrapped around this building and ripped out windows, pieces of the building, everything like you wouldn't believe. Most of the offices appear to have been empty at the time. One office that was not was the FBI, and Special Agent in charge of the Dallas FBI, Danny Deffenbaugh, joins us now. How many people did you have inside?
We had a total of 7 employees, 6 agents and 1 language specialist.
Injuries?
None, thank God.
I gather you're surprised by that, considering what we see behind us.
Actually, one of the supervisors on the far side saw the tornado coming. He thought about 2 or 3 miles away. If he wouldn't have seen it, we would have probably had lost some employees getting blown out on the other side of the building. So,
tell me what you think of what you see of this building. I gather you've got some concerns about the structure.
If you look at the sides, I'm very worried about the structural integrity. So what we've ended up doing is, after with police department and the fire department searching to make sure that there are no other victims in there, we're waiting until we get an engineer tomorrow morning to tell us whether or not we can start pulling some of our safes and secure and confidential information out.
Special Agent Danny Deffenbaugh, thank you very much for talking to us. Let's also now show you some video shot earlier this evening right here in Fort Worth. Emergency response started immediately as they moved in, first of all looking for people who might have been victims, then assessing the damage. This is Sundance Square. The area looks like a bomb went off. I know you hear that phrase so often in these devastating situations, but frankly, it's incredibly applicable. Look at that windshield smashed by something dropping through it. In fact, in one case, that computer, in fact, was thrown out the window of an apartment, smashed into a car down below. The winds and the tornado simply sucked it out of the Sanger apartment building downtown. This, by and large, is Sundance Square. At Hunter Plaza, senior citizens had to be evacuated. But again, the remarkable story throughout so much of this is so few injuries. But we've talked to a number of people who say this was the scariest event of their lives.
Yeah, it basically started from here and then shot out all the way, you know, from this one starting over there. And I think I just was following the glass down the hallway and just made it. It was like a carnival ride. It was shaking in here and everything.
And we were in there, and we just saw the debris outside the window and heard it coming, and we just got in the bathtub, and all of our glasses out, and just Bank One's glasses in my apartment.
It was the scariest thing I ever experienced in my life.
Did you have any warning?
No, none. Well, I mean, we just saw it kind of form right over there by Montgomery Ward. Within 2 or 3 seconds, it hit the building.
Scary. Wizard of Oz. Really scary. I think that's the scariest I've ever been, actually.
A number of people show up here looking for loved ones, and mostly they found them. Happy that everybody seems to have survived this, although as we heard a few minutes ago, the fire department says they are worried that some people may still be trapped. They have not given the all clear for the city. They just don't know if anybody is still missing. I'm Vince Patton, live at Cash America Building. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Vince. Channel 8 meteorologist Greg Fields has been in Fort Worth since the tornado hit. He joins us now live from downtown Fort Worth with the latest. Greg?
Well, John, first of all, today we started out actually in Parker County, and we rode in on the tail end of the storm that spawned the tornado here in downtown Fort Worth. We had a quarter to golf ball size hail pounding us as we rode in on the tail end of the storm. And as we got closer to downtown Fort Worth, we began to see the damage that this storm did create into the downtown area. Now let's go to that video and we can show you. And this is actually the Calvary Cathedral International Church. And as you see here in the prayer tower, the side was completely torn off of the prayer tower, and we were actually told that there were people inside the prayer tower at the time. They had to take cover and hold on. If they hadn't have done that, they would have been sucked out of the windows, as you see there. And on a Thursday night, 700 people would have been in this church, so luckily we didn't have that happening as the storm blew through here. Also in the parking lot of the Cash America building, cars on top of cars, the glass blown out of the windows, air conditioning units sucked out of windows as well, and lots of damage also to the Malik Tower. And we were also told that the Malik Tower here has been condemned, so they're not allowing anyone to go back into that. We were able to catch up with a few of the people who witnessed the storm as it came in. Here's what they had to say.
We jumped down and the tornado came through, and we could feel it, and your ears are all big. You could feel it just rushing through, and we got out right in time when we were praying. And I don't know, we went out when it was over and looked at the walls. Everything was took out.
Well, actually, I didn't see much because the lights went out right away, but I heard a whole lot. It sounded kind of like a train moving overhead or something like that. I could feel my ears popping a bit, and I just crouched down on the floor. So, and it mostly saw the worst damage afterwards.
And luckily, believe it or not, that video from the prayer tower there at the church, only one minor injury. That was a minor head injury. We also talked to a police officer as we were on the way back, and he said it looked like something out of a movie. He had never seen anything like this. But again, so far, luckily, no major injuries to report. We'll, of course, know more as daylight comes tomorrow. Now back to you, John.
All right. Thank you very much, Greg Fields, for that report from Fort Worth. Now joining us on the telephone is U.S. Representative from Fort Worth, Kay Granger. Are you there, Ms. Granger?
I'm there.
Can you tell us a little bit? I understand you suffered some damage at your office in Fort Worth this evening.
I understand that the building that my district office is in, Cash America building, is the hardest hit building. And I had my district director was there, and she said you can see through the building. So it's really a very serious damage. My concern, of course, is that, you know, the people who, I understand there are 4 deaths, there's no telling how many injuries, and so that's the first concern. I've contacted the White House, the governor's office, and FEMA for emergency assistance for the people who've been damaged.
Where are you right now?
I'm in Washington. I will leave. I can't get a flight out tonight. There are no flights out. I'll leave at 6 o'clock in the morning.
All right. What has the response been from the administration and the governor's office?
They'll be there first thing in the morning, and they'll be assessing the damage and offering assistance everywhere they can.
Okay, so you're coming in tomorrow. Any indication of just how extensive the damage is to your office, and or how long it may take to get everything back in shape?
My understanding, my office is gone. It was just destroyed. It was the hardest hit area was the Cash American building, and the person who was there, who was under the desk, said there were actually machines flying through the air, and most of it's gone.
So one of your staff members was in the office and weathered the storm under a desk.
That's right. He couldn't get out. He tried to get out, and it was hit too fast, so he just hit under a desk and was very fortunate that the machinery didn't hit him.
So he's okay tonight?
He's okay tonight, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's Congresswoman Kay Granger, Fort Worth, reporting. We should also tell you that Byron Harris is live right now in Helicopter 8. And I understand that he is involved in watching police who are engaged in a search right now above in Helicopter 8 in Fort Worth. Byron, what can you tell us?
That's right, John. We're near the Bell Helicopter Factory in Hearst, and we have been watching police and emergency crews search an area that was inundated with water earlier this evening. We are told that 2 people were swept out of a vehicle and are missing now. 2 people survived, and the emergency crews are just packing up their investigation at this time after being here for several hours. So we're trying to assess the situation, but we do know, according to Air One, that 2 people are missing here south of the Bell Helicopter Factory in Hearst. Back to you, John and Gloria.
All right. Needless to say, a lot of activity and accidents and concern tonight for area law enforcement. And also we have pictures of an 18-wheeler, I understand, that's overturned on 360.
It's 360 and I-20, which is a major intersection in the southern part of Tarrant-County. Matter of fact, it's just maybe a half a mile from the border between Tarrant County and Dallas County along I-20. You can see some injuries took place in all this. The person had to be rescued, in fact, by the fire department this evening. All across I-20 in the Arlington area, there have been reports of damage. Gary Reeves told us earlier that he had talked to some individuals, seen some homes that apparently had sustained some damage. The good news, of course, in Arlington is, as near as we can tell, there are no serious injuries at all. Still a fluid situation in Fort Worth. Just a few moments ago, in fact, we began this newscast by showing you some excerpts, live excerpts, as a matter of fact, from the news conference that has been underway in the city of Fort Worth with city leaders. Again, a fluid situation downtown area. The police have now cordoned off the downtown area. You can't drive through there, so if those were your plans, you can't do that. The best pictures you're going to get of that, in fact, are right here. The latest information we have, 4 people who apparently died this evening, 2 of them from flooding, 2 from building collapses in the tornado itself. 100 people, the latest numbers we have of individuals who have been injured.
Now, Channel 8's Marianne Razouk has been on the scene all this evening, and she's there now to bring us up to date on the area she's been covering in Fort Worth.
Well, Gloria, we're on West 7th Street, which is a very highly populated area, a lot of businesses, restaurants, a lot of homes on the backside of all these businesses. We understand that somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 or more homes and businesses were either heavily damaged or destroyed by this funnel cloud that literally cut a path through 7th Street on its way to downtown Fort Worth. Now, one of the examples right behind me here is a paint store that we've been showing you tonight that was just completely demolished, and that's just an example of the the work of Mother Nature tonight. Fortunately, though, all of the injuries were minor out here, no deaths that we are aware of. But I will tell you that authorities, emergency crews are going building to building, house to house, searching to see if there are any trapped individuals, and they suspect they will be doing that most of the night because it is dark. A lot of people are still unaccounted for. In fact, there are people still arriving to this area, relatives who have, folks who work at these businesses or who live in this area. A lot of pandemonium earlier on, a lot of chaos, confusion, concern, because some people, again, have relatives that are unaccounted for. Now, keep in mind, they may be somewhere amidst this chaos, and people are still trying to connect. But so it's going to be a long night for a lot of these people out here, particularly the emergency crews who have a long job of securing all these buildings and making sure that nobody else is trapped inside.
A big storm packing at least 2 tornadoes sweeps through Fort Worth, leaving behind a deadly path of destruction. Our coverage of the deadly Texas twisters continues this morning on News 8 Daybreak. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Good morning, everyone. We should tell you that 4 people are believed dead in Fort Worth and more than 100 injured from last night's deadly twisters. And we're going to take a look at the hardest hit area in downtown Fort Worth. This is live right now from Telecopter 8. Channel 8's John Pronk joins us now with an aerial tour of the destruction. John? Okay, we're having some problems with that shot. We can tell you that 1 person died last night when a building collapsed. Another was hit by flying debris. Strong winds blew 2 other people from their car into the Trinity River. They are presumed dead. We should also let you know that there is a news conference that is going to start at any moment in Fort Worth. We will bring you that as soon as it starts and as soon as we can get to it. Well, we're going to toss now to Janet St. James. I understand that she is at Calvary Temple. She's going to tell us what's going on there. Hi, Janet.
Hi, Carmen. We're actually within sight of the Cash America building, about a block away from it, and the tornado actually cut a swath through this area. We're standing right now underneath what was at one point a billboard that's actually been turned into the letter U, it looks like, upside down. They're working across the street on electrical lines that have been downed in this area. They're trying in particular to reestablish the safety and the stability of one of those lines that's at about a 45-degree angle there. And behind it you can see the Calvary Cathedral. This is a non-denominational Christian church that was holding Bible college last night when the tornado struck. There were about 50 or 60 people in that building at the time of the tornado. They were all praying, and nobody was amazingly injured in that. Louis Cruz was working security about 12 hours ago when it hit, and you were there. You searched the building afterwards. Tell me what happened.
About 18:30, 6:30, we heard the sirens. Went around the building, notified people that we're hearing sirens, and we also had another guard on duty at that time, and I advised him on the radio that we're hearing sirens. So he jetted to the Bible school area and notified people that sirens were being heard. And then I went to my pastor's office because my pastor was still here.
Explain what happened when it hit. What did it sound like in the building? What happened?
It's like you always hear, like people always say, you can hear the train. It was like a train sound, and at that time, we couldn't get out of my pastor's office, so we huddled right in the middle of his entry of his office, and we got down and we just started praying. But you can hear the metal, the glass, you can hear everything. Just like this everything getting thrown. You can hear glass breaking and metal crushing.
And interestingly, Chris, I want you to zoom in on what was left of the steeple. The second floor there is a room where my understanding is there have been prayers going on there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on the second floor, and there were 2 women in that room. What happened to them?
They were we have a prayer tower. We do a 2-hour shift, 7 days a week, 365 days. We have been prayer. It's been going on since '95.
And they were praying at the time?
They were praying at the time, and they were in the telephone room. From what I was told, that they were in the telephone room and they're receiving prayer requests. And at that time, the wall came down, and so they ran out towards the second floor and got on the floor.
And they were not injured?
They were not injured at all. There was only 2 minor injuries, probably one serious, but there were head injuries from when everything fell on top of them. But other than that, nothing major.
And Chris, you've been standing guard over the church since then. Thank you very much for joining us. We want to point out as well that if you look through the front, those were originally stained glass windows in the front. You can see the long rectangulars. You can look all the way through the building and see a huge hole on the other side of that church just ripped through like it was a piece of paper. The steeple is still standing, though it doesn't have any bricks, any mortar left on the side of it, and you can see that the rooms that were inside the steeple are absolutely decimated. Just about everything inside the church, inside the sanctuary, is considered a loss, but they are waiting now for daybreak and the light of day to really check out the inside and see what they can salvage. I'm sure that there's a lot of things that they want to try to get out of there, but they've been standing guard over it all night, as most of the other people have been in this area, to make sure that there are no looters. Now, we want to tell you that security is extremely tight in downtown Fort Worth right now. You can see there's FBI parked out there. There's FBI on the corner. There's police all through downtown Fort Worth. So if you're even considering coming to downtown Fort Worth, I'd think again, because chances are you're not going to be able to get in. Security is extremely tight because they don't want any of these buildings to be looted. And there is an awful lot of them. I'm not sure if we can turn around. Chris, can we turn around at all over here? You can see this is the rest of the billboard, and over the side of it is yet another building, and I'm not sure what that is, but all the windows broken out of it as well. And on the other side is where the Fort Worth Outlet Mall is, the Tandy Center. Near that Tandy Center was an apartment complex that was filled with senior citizens. We have just stopped by the shelter that the Red Cross has set up at the Will Rogers Coliseum. There are 176 senior citizens that are spending the night there that are homeless at this time. No children, but they are being provided cots and food, and they're going to make some arrangements for them later on in the morning. We'll get back with you with more details. This is Janet St. James reporting live. Carmen?
All right. Thank you very much, Janet. Well, Channel 8's Vince Patton has been covering the tornado that hit downtown Fort Worth since it hit last night, and we go live to him now at the Cash America building on West 7th Street, where it looks almost like a war zone, Vince.
Yes, it does, Carmen. This is another one of the disaster areas west of downtown Fort Worth. The 8-story Cash America building, as you can see, has just complete rubble behind. In fact, it looks like it's been ripped to shreds on all 4 walls, all the way around the building. Lights and ducts and ceilings and furniture are simply dangling out broken windows and walls. Downtown, by the way, the streets are covered in shattered glass, especially Sundance Square. The tornado blew out windows all the way up the Bank One Tower and sucked furniture, computers and the like out of downtown loft apartments, left it lying below. Calvary Cathedral Methodist Church is badly damaged. Its steeple tower is stripped bare, leaving only stairways visible, and believe it or not, 2 people were up in that tower praying and survived with no serious injuries. Back here at Cash America Tower, fire rescue crews have gone inside with a search dog, looking carefully, room by room, floor by floor, looking for anybody who might have been left behind, trapped, possibly missing. No report that they found anybody. It was a very, very slow process. We might add, we are still, even all these hours afterwards, we are still hearing the sound of breaking glass behind us as it falls several stories to the ground. This is not a safe building. They are not sure how structurally sound it is. All of that will have to be examined by engineers when daylight comes. Carmen?
All right, Vince, that is an eerie sight. Thank you very much. Well, farther down on West 7th Street in Fort Worth, several smaller businesses also sustained damage, and Channel 8's Marianne Razouk has that story.
West 7th Street near downtown Fort Worth looks like a battle zone.
The windows started imploding on our side of the building, that right there, and it just imploded inward. We were just totally just running for cover inside in the middle of the building.
Witnesses say the tornado literally cut a path down the street on its way to downtown, damaging dozens of businesses and homes and completely destroying some.
We could feel the house shaking as it went by, and then it stopped and we came outside, and there's a roof in my backyard now.
Amanda Powell says the roof of a nearby apartment building now covers her home and property. In fact, her entire neighborhood is blanketed with tree trunks, metal siding, and other debris the tornado ripped off of other houses and buildings. Residents and business owners say for about 45 seconds they endured the tornado's fury, and they say when they realized they survived, they went outside to see what happened and were horrified by the destruction.
Oh, it's sad. There's no doubt. You know, it's tragic, and you know, people's lives have been turned upside down.
Residents say while the destruction is clearly extensive, they're grateful more people weren't seriously injured or killed. Marianne Razouk, Channel 8 News.
Well, Fort Worth emergency officials confirmed that there were 2 separate tornadoes that formed at just about the same time over northwest Tarrant County. As Channel 8's Brad Watson reports, one storm lost steam while the other intensified quickly.
Both storms formed about 6 o'clock last night at the southern end of Eagle Mountain Lake. One lost intensity as it moved due east. Officials say this system dropped softball-sized hail and caused widespread roof damage before dissipating over DFW Airport. But the second, much stronger storm took a southerly track, hitting downtown Fort Worth hard just before 6:15. The twister's power blew out windows and buildings from West 7th Street to the Tandy Center in the heart of downtown. Sundance Square also sustained heavy damage. The strongest part of the storm, shown here in purple on News 8 DopplerNet, then crossed Interstate 30 and caused heavy damage in South Arlington. The storm turned over 18-wheelers on Interstate 20, backing up traffic for miles. A government office building was also destroyed. The twister continued east to Grand Prairie, where city officials report 56 homes near the airport were damaged before the storm veered south and dissipated. Public safety officials across Tarrant County say many people heeded tornado warnings, keeping this disaster from being even worse. Brad Watson, Channel 8 News.
Welcome back, everyone. Time now 5:25. Getting just a little bit of a glimpse at some of the damage in Arlington. It's hard to see, I know, because it's dark. We do have some light shining out there, though. Obviously, a lot of destruction there. We will, of course, show you that as the sun comes up later today. Well, downtown Fort Worth sustained the worst damage last night, but a tornado also touched down farther east in Arlington. We're going to take some live looks at South Arlington again. Excuse me, this is taped picture. No, these are live pictures of South Arlington right now. You can see some of the damage there. It appears to be a loading dock of some sort that sustained some damage. Last night, witnesses watched a twister touch down and rip the roofs off of dozens of houses as well. People did hide in bathtubs, hallways, and tiny closets. Authorities say it appears that everyone affected did survive. News 8's Gary Reeves reports.
Arlington's mayor declared his town a disaster area, and no one in this neighborhood just south of Interstate 20 would disagree.
We just heard wind. I guess it touched down right in between this street here and just went on through.
It went right through Stanley Gardner's house, taking his garage but leaving the cars, a scene repeated all the way down Chasemore Street. And at virtually every house, a different tale of survival.
Then all of a sudden, it was just this noise coming, getting closer, and that's when I got in the closet and I called him, don't even get in the shower, just come run over here with me. He barely made it.
Thank God she was pretty alert because she was sitting by the window. And
Raquel and Gilbert Obrador hid in this closet. This is the window she'd been sitting by. Some aren't sure what hit them, but there is no doubt about the destruction.
We had 90 homes in this neighborhood damaged, 20 with heavy damage and 30 with moderate damage and the rest with light damage.
Okay. What about injuries?
Very few injuries at all, just minor scrapes and bruises so far.
Makes you smile.
Been real lucky, yeah.
The back's not as bad.
Vance Debo isn't smiling.
The scary thing was I was at work and Michelle called me at I-20 in Collins on the cell phone, just screaming for her life.
Is she okay?
And the phone went out.
He raced home, and this is what he found. His convertible crushed in what's left of his garage, a shingle embedded in the wall of what was once his living room. His wife's car in the drive with the windows blown out.
She had cuts all over her face.
Your wife's okay?
She's okay.
You're okay?
I'm okay.
And the house is?
The house is not okay. The house is a total loss.
But the spirit survives, like the little fragile crystal inside the demolished homes, like the intact families strolling down a war zone of a street named Chasemore. It was a night the weather hit hard and the people stood strong, and only the buildings collapsed from the pressure. Gary Reeves, Channel 8 News.
From WFAA TV, Channel 8.
the spirit of Texas. This is News 8 Daybreak at 5:30.
I saw all the trees blowing over. All of a sudden I heard a large rumbling sound, and I just knew something was going to hit.
It's really loud. The whole building was shaking.
The stairwell came apart from the wall. The walls were separating. It was pretty frightening.
Scary weather rolls through North Texas and leaves behind a destructive mark in the heart of Fort Worth. Our coverage of the deadly Texas twisters continues this morning on News 8 Daybreak. We are going to start with a live look at pictures from Arlington. John Pronk is up in Helicopter 8. He's going to give us an idea of what he is seeing right now. Hello, John.
Hello, Carmen. We're looking at a brick home just west of the Arlington airport. And as you can see, the roof is blown off. There's the garage has been devastated there. And we can't go too wide or we won't be able to see, but these are all brick single family dwellings, and there's no power. We're looking at about probably 10 square blocks of devastation, again, west of the Arlington airport.
Well, John, can you give us an idea? You've been up for a while now. Can you give us an idea of what kind of destruction you've seen in other areas as well?
Well, we flew over downtown Fort Worth and, of course, saw the Cash America bank, and there was a loading dock over by the Montgomery Ward warehouse that was devastated. A lot of semi-tractor trailers overturned. But as far as residential, this is by far the biggest amount of destruction we've seen this morning.
All right, John, thank you very much. We will, of course, come back to you as the sun rises so we can get an idea of the destruction in the area where you are right now. Right now, we're going to go to Brett Shipp. People in Arlington and Fort Worth did suffer the most damage, but Grand Prairie also was in the path of the storm. More than 50 homes were damaged there, and Brett Shipp joins us live this morning from Grand Prairie. He has a look at the extent of the damage. Brett?
Good morning, Carmen. Yeah, I'm looking at the damage there in Arlington. I can say we're in western Grand Prairie, about the midpoint of Grand Prairie, right pretty close to just a few blocks from the Grand Prairie airport. And the damage in this residential area, not quite as extensive, but still the report here, 56 homes damaged. And on the street that I'm standing on here, probably 4 or 5 of the homes from what I can tell tonight, have been destroyed. But here a variety of damage, and let me show you just over here, from trees being shredded and ripped apart and down. As we go down the street a little bit more, you can see there is a part of a trailer home or a motor home, which is debris lying in the street, and beyond that, a tree with all kinds of debris hanging in it, and then on down the street, homes with roofs ripped off, and homes down there you cannot see from this point. We'll be able to see with the sunlight that entire homes have been destroyed. Again, this neighborhood is not the same as it was at 6 o'clock yesterday before the storm hit, and the people who live here on this street, remarkably no one was injured, but their lives have been changed forever too. Something happened yesterday they will not forget. Photographer Alan McKenzie captured those moments after the storm with his camera.
The electricity went off, and then instantly it was like you could hear a really strong wind blowing.
And then all suddenly everything just went quiet. And when it did at that time, all the lights went out.
We ran as fast as we could and got in the bathroom and shut the door, and you could just hear everything just flying around in the house.
We heard the roar, and that's when it just took the roof.
We just got in the corner and sat down and heard glass breaking and wind blowing, and that was it. It was over about a minute and a half.
Well, this is our neighbor's van. It's supposed to be over there in their driveway. Somehow the tornado just pushed it into my sister's Suzuki, and the Suburban kind of held it so it The Suzuki didn't go anywhere.
It just happened so fast and stuff. It's like we all took cover, but we never ever heard any sirens or nothing. We just all jumped in the bathtub when we heard this big old woof come down, and next thing you know, this is what happened.
What kind of things are you looking for?
See if any rafters have split it, broken.
And so what does that mean to?
Well, that weakens the roof where it can collapse.
And if you find such a rafters that are broken or split, what do you do with the residents? What do you tell them?
Well, basically, that we would make an assessment whether it's safe enough for them to continue to occupy the structure.
After the hail, we left, and we were gone 10 to 15 minutes, and we came back to this.
It's all right, Miss Betty.
It'll be okay.
It'll be all right. You're all right.
We'll just start over again.
It's going to be tough for a lot of these people to start over again, but indeed they will have to. But again, they are safe, Carmen. Several folks have been removed, evacuated from their homes. We'll know at daybreak whether these homes can be repaired or will have to be demolished and start all over again. Brett Ship reporting live from Grand Prairie. Back to you, Carmen.
A very difficult night. Thank you very much, Brett. Well, Fort Worth crews will be working throughout the day to assess the damage and help clean up the downtown area. City officials have set up a special hotline. We're going to tell you about that in just a second, but first we're going to go to downtown Fort Worth. Jim Douglas is down there. He's going to tell us what's going on where he is. Hi, Jim.
Hi, Carmen. I am at Main and 7th, which is probably the most famous shot you see in downtown Fort Worth, looking right down Main Street, north toward the old Tarrant-County Courthouse. The entire downtown area is right now locked down. It is cut off from all freeway and side street access. Main Street is littered with debris. There is still some glass that's falling, so there is still a threat, and they're keeping everyone out of those areas. And again, we're back down here just one block up from the convention center. I want to go ahead and bring in now Pat Swachina, who is the public spokesman for the city of Fort Worth. And Pat, if you could just give us a thumbnail of what the situation is right now.
Well, we are right now downtown. Virtually all of downtown is not accessible until we can get here in daylight, start cleaning up, and assess what kind of window damage we have and what repairs can have. We will not allow anyone downtown, so employees should not report to their businesses in the downtown area. We hope that somewhere around 10 o'clock that we can shrink this perimeter to basically the area around 7th Street and a little bit north of there. Places like Bank One, Tandy Building, Union Pacific Resources, those buildings will be closed all day till we get some kind of a security to those glasses. We also have on the west side, the near west side, the 7th Street is closed from about University to Henderson. The Bank of America building is in bad shape. We have homes that are just west of Montgomery Ward that have some damage, so we're restricting access in those areas.
To your knowledge, is anyone still missing?
We've been to each building preliminarily, and we haven't found anybody, but we're bringing new search and rescue folks in as soon as we have daylight, so we're going to retrack areas, particularly near the Montgomery Ward area, that industrial area where we weren't sure because some of the power lines down, we didn't do as well a search as we wanted. We have no indication that there's any other victims, but we want to be sure.
What is the latest situation on fatalities and injuries, as you know it?
We have 2 confirmed deaths down in this tornadic area, one in the Montgomery Ward loading dock area, one just east of there near the Trinity River, and then we have 2 reported folks that were swept in the water and presumed drowned. Those rescue operations were suspended last night, and they'll begin this morning shortly after daylight, and we're assuming that those folks are dead.
Pat, what is the biggest cause for concern right now from the city's point of view?
Well, biggest concern is getting the glass out of these tall buildings. That stuff, if it starts falling, if we get winds here, it becomes flying objects, and the experts tell us they could fly for several blocks. And so we've got to keep people out of here and not have people in danger. The other thing that's a big concern to us, this is race weekend, and folks are already here, and these folks need to get in and out of these hotels. And that's what this perimeter, we're working with the Convention and Visitors Bureau, with the hotels, and we're setting up routes to get people in and out of here, because today is the arrival date, and tomorrow, Thursday, we got a whole bunch of folks in town.
I know the Radisson is still open down here. Are the other primary hotels in downtown Fort Worth still open?
All of them are open. The problem they had, we've not allowed a lot of their guests in over when this happened, so they had to put up guests in other areas. As we get this secured and as we open up the area, we'll let their guests back in.
Pat Citrina, I'll let you go, the public spokesman for the city of Fort Worth. And as he said, this is locked down tight here in downtown Fort Worth. So if you work down here, you do not report for work this morning. You want to contact a supervisor. When light starts to lift and we can see this damage, I think that even considering what we've seen so far, it is going to be a shocking view. One of the things that I was able to see as I was able to move down just a little bit closer to the worst damaged area was shards of glass. There are shards of glass that are actually sticking in the brick and the mortar of these buildings, which gives you an idea of just how powerful the winds were that swept through here. I'm Jim Douglas in downtown Fort Worth. Carmen, I'm going to give it back to you, and we'll get back with you a little bit later on this morning.
All right. Thank you very much, Jim. Well, the mayor of Arlington has issued a disaster declaration because of the extensive storm damage in his city. Homes, businesses, and several government offices were torn up by the twister. Channel 8's Doug Fox reports.
From Denton, you could tell the storm down south was a bad one. It toppled a steel signpost across 360 in Arlington and ripped a portion of the roof off a car dealership at I-20 in Collins.
We've got part of the roof missing, and I guess what happened is somehow or another this car either was lifted up and a piece of the roof is underneath it.
Across the highway, the regional office for the Texas Department of Health and Human Services took a severe pounding. Two sides of the building were torn off, the roof ripped up, and the offices inside, including a number of important state records, were drenched in the accompanying thunderstorms. Officials are worried about protecting those records, as well as some medicine being stored there.
We have probably $200,000 worth of vaccine right now. We have an ancillary generator running itself, but we want to wait till the morning before we can see if we can get that vaccine out there and store it in safer conditions.
Across the parking lot, a branch of the post office had a portion of its front wall knocked out and the roof partially torn off. Residents who live in the area hardest hit by the storm say they never heard any warning sirens. But the mayor says the city knew the storm was coming because weathermen predicted it on radio and TV.
I mean, that was 9 o'clock this morning, so we had warning. Very little you can do, I mean, natural disasters of this kind. I don't know whether the sirens were heard down there or not, but I heard them.
Actually, the mayor and city council were holding their regular weekly meeting while police, fire, and other personnel activated the Emergency Operations Center to track and respond to the storm. Property damage estimates are expected to be high, but only 12 persons sustained minor injury in Arlington, and for that, officials are grateful.
I think we're real blessed. I think we're lucky that no one else got hurt any more than they did. No one was killed. I mean, that could have been really devastating.
What could have been wasn't, and Arlington can now begin to focus on fixing up all that was torn up. Doug Fox, Channel 8 News, Arlington.
Well, just ahead on Daybreak, we will have the latest on the storm damage in our area, including what the federal government might be able to do to help us. Stay with us right now. Time now, 5:46. Well, the storms also caused extensive damage in Arlington. As a matter of fact, that area has been called a disaster area by the city's mayor. Channel 8's Brad Hawkins has been touring the city. He's been taking a first-hand look at some of the damage this morning. Brad, what's going on out there?
Carmen, good morning. We're just to the east of where Helicopter 8 was with John Pronk, showing you that devastated neighborhood. And in Doug Fox's piece from last night, this is that state office building. 450 people worked here. Deborah Lastert joins us now. Deborah, you're the safety officer here, and as you look up behind us and you see these offices exposed, you had a safety drill just 2 days ago.
Yes, actually the day before this happened, we had a severe weather drill to ensure that people understand where they need to go in the event of severe weather. And so as a result of that, the people that were left in the building last night that were still working, they knew where to go and they made it out safely.
There were about 10 people here last night working late.
Between 6 to 8, something like that.
So the plan works, and people are not always so happy about doing these drills, you say.
Right, they're not. They're usually not. But when they see this building and they realize what could have happened if they were in there, it's worth having the drills and being prepared.
Absolutely, at all costs.
Absolutely.
So what's next? Doug Fox mentioned some of the vital records that are in here. There are also some vaccines in here. What happens today? You don't want people to come to work for sure.
Right. We don't want people to come to work except upper level management from the Department of Health. There are 4 agencies that are in this building, and the other 3 agencies evidently have established some action plans and other satellite offices to go to. But in the time being, our department managers will meet and determine the appropriate strategy we need to use and, you know, lay things out how to get it done.
A long night for you, Deborah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time this morning. And so the story here, Carmen, in the many chapters of this severe weather that went on last night is that a drill happened here 2 days ago, and the drill paid off because the people who were in the building were in a downstairs, secure, safe room, and they were fine. We're live in Arlington this daybreak. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Brad. We will check in again with you a little bit later.
From WFAA TV, Channel 8, the spirit of Texas, this is News 8 Daybreak.
And it was shaking the building. The building was rocking back and forth like it was a ship at sea.
And we saw what looked like bad weather, and then we noticed what looked like shingles whirling around in a very large circle.
It's unbelievable. This is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this, ever.
It's a sight many people will not forget for a very long time. A tornado cuts a deadly path through downtown Fort Worth before ripping across Arlington and Grand Prairie. The storm injured more than a dozen residents, ripped roofs from houses, and toppled power lines. Good morning, everyone. I'm Carmen Ainsworth.
And I'm Jim Douglas. I'm in downtown Fort Worth at 8th and Main Street, where it was pretty much ground zero down here, especially buildings that are on the east side of Main Street. As we look up Main Street at the picturesque old Tarrant-County Courthouse, the good news is it is still standing and intact. But if you could, if I could get Mike Zuckerman to pan up to the UPR building. Mike, can you do that? And we'll take a look at these busted out windows that are up there. The big concern now is glass in downtown Fort Worth. The entire area has been shut down, so do not try to come into downtown Fort Worth. Right now, let's go to John Pronk and get a look. He's in 8 TV and Helicopter 8. And John, tell us where you are and what you're looking at.
Jim, we're just east of the Arlington Municipal Airport, and this is the office and warehouse complex of the Texas Department of Health, they tell us. And you can see roof damage. This is extensive material. I'll zoom in here. Material out onto the parking lot. The office is there. Let me come out wide. We're starting to get daylight now, so we can see more of the damage. Material strewn all throughout the parking lot. We're near I-20 and the Arlington Municipal Airport. There's the devastation inside. You can see the computer terminals in the office area.
Is there any way for you to tilt down to me and...
Insulation.
And I'm Jim Douglas again in downtown Fort Worth. I want to bring in Mark Flake, who is the spokesman for Tarrant County. And Mark, what is the situation from the county's point of view in terms of people coming into the downtown area today?
We make sure our employees know that they should come in this morning. We want them to monitor the news broadcasts. As they start bringing the perimeter in, we may open up our buildings. We want to make sure that people that have jury service know that they do not have to show up today. If people have business to do with the county, we have about 5 sub-courthouses. You can check the phone numbers in the blue pages and call them and find out where to do business with the county.
Okay, so don't try to come to downtown Fort Worth to do your business with the county today. And for county personnel, unless they're involved in this cleanup somehow, they should not be reporting for work downtown either?
Correct. We have about 120 deputies and bailiffs that are coming in and going to help the Fort Worth Police Department with security.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Mark Flake with the Tarrant County government. Now, the situation down here is that they have constables and Tarrant County Sheriff's deputies and Fort Worth Police who have ringed the city, so access is completely cut off until they can get some of this debris cleaned up and assess what the threat is from falling glass and that sort of thing. And then they will collapse this perimeter as the morning goes on. Carmen, I'm going to go ahead and give it back to you, and then we'll check in with you a little bit later on.
All right. Thank you very much, Jim. Well, the tornadoes are responsible for the deaths of at least 4 Fort Worth residents. One person was inside an industrial building that collapsed. Another was struck by flying debris. 2 other people were killed when they were blown from their car into the Trinity River. More than 100 other Fort Worth residents are recovering from injuries this morning. And in Arlington, 12 people suffered minor injuries. Fort Worth emergency officials confirmed that there were 2 separate tornadoes that formed at just about the same time over northwest Tarrant County. As Channel 8's Brad Watson reports, one storm lost steam while the other intensified quickly.
Both storms formed about 6 o'clock last night at the southern end of Eagle Mountain Lake. One lost intensity as it moved due east. Officials say this system dropped softball-sized hail and caused widespread roof damage before dissipating over DFW Airport. But the second, much stronger storm took a southerly track, hitting downtown Fort Worth hard just before 6:15. The twister's power blew out windows and buildings from West 7th Street to the Tandy Center in the heart of downtown. Sundance Square also sustained heavy damage. The strongest part of the storm, shown here in purple on News 8 DopplerNet, then crossed Interstate 30 and caused heavy damage in South Arlington. The storm turned over 18-wheelers on Interstate 20, backing up traffic for miles. A government office building was also destroyed. The twister continued east to Grand Prairie, where city officials report 56 homes near the airport were damaged before the storm veered south and dissipated. Public safety officials across Tarrant County say many people heeded tornado warnings, keeping this disaster from being even worse. Brad Watson, Channel 8 News.
Powerful pictures there. Well, we're now going to check in with Christine. She says that we have a chance of some more thunderstorms later today, right, Christine?
That's right, Carmen. Right now, all is clear. Don't worry about it. Everything's dry. The streets have had a chance to dry out, except for, of course, some of those low water crossings. You have to remember, we had reports of 4 and 5 inches of rain across northern sections of Tarrant County toward the Grapevine area, up toward DFW yesterday, so there may still be some water in some of those lower roads and those lower water crossings. Now, as far as rain's concerned, most of it's all to the east now, east and southeast, from Emory to Canton in Van Zandt County on toward Quitman, and then east toward Palestine and Groesbeck. We're still looking at showers and storms this morning, but again, nothing affecting the Dallas-Fort Worth area right now. But there's still a threat of some severe weather. A little bit later today, we still have the dry line to get through here, and that could still trigger some showers and storms. Let's move on and show you whether the threat is today. Tornadic threat primarily in the central Gulf Coast region, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. That's where by later this afternoon we'll have the heating back for more storms that could produce tornadoes. I think severe weather, severe thunderstorms, primarily the threat across the eastern part of North Texas. It does include the Dallas-Fort Worth area through about midday, maybe shortly thereafter. There's a dry line still to our west. We have another weak upper air disturbance that's going to move through the area, and this could continue to bring us a threat of some severe weather by about midday as this system moves east. And then it will be followed by a cold front, and then we'll cool off tonight. But high today about 81, clearing skies and warm by this afternoon. This morning through about midday, we could still see some strong storms, so keep your eyes peeled. Jim, how are things out there this morning?
Well, you're looking at a live picture of the UPR building at 7th and Main in downtown Fort Worth. This is one of the tallest buildings in downtown, about 40 stories, and you can see all of those shattered windows there. And there is still glass falling out of those windows. If you walk up close enough, you can hear just a constant tinkling sound. And then as you look down Main Street, it's just glittering now as the light is starting to come up. That's the situation here in downtown Fort Worth. Let's go over to the west side of the city where Vince Patton is standing by at the Cash America building. Also significant damage on the western side of Fort Worth. Vince?
And Jim, a very similar situation. We too are hearing the sounds of breaking glass behind us all these hours afterwards. Ductwork is dangling there, banging in the breeze as well. One neighbor said when he saw the damage here, he could not help but be reminded of the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City. It's still rather dark here, and the real damage probably won't sink in until the light of day.
Right through here, just don't approach the building.
It was the scariest thing I ever experienced in my life.
Really scary. I think that's the scariest I've ever been, actually. I've been through a couple hurricanes, but that was scary.
The tornado came from the west, but it encircled the entire Cash America building, chewing up all 4 sides.
It was shaking the building. The building was rocking back and forth like it was a ship at sea. I mean, it was the stairwell came apart from the wall. The walls were separating.
The tornado took its toll in fear, but at this building caused no injuries. Cars lay toppled in the parking lot. Half a block away, Calvary Cathedral nearly lost its tower, where 2 people were praying.
They just walked down and they're done. They're safe. Everything was wiped out around them, but then God protected them.
The lights went out. It was black. Could hear the wind hitting, could hear stuff blowing. Had no idea how bad the damage was.
The church's steeple remains teetering. Walls lie in piles below. Downtown was left a danger zone long after the twisters passed as shattered glass continued to fall from the Bank One tower.
It started popping in on the 35th floor, and the next time, a few minutes later when we looked, all the windows were gone on the west and north side.
Sundance Square was left coated with glass and other debris. Cars remained shattered. A computer lay in the gutter after being sucked out of an apartment above.
Heard it coming, and we just got in the bathtub, and all of our glasses out, and just Bank One's glasses in my apartment.
And I just ran towards my hallway there and basically just dove to the hallway, and then that's when everything just shot out of the room and just pretty well hit it smack on.
Mark Fournier says the Sanger loft shook so much it felt like a carnival ride. And yet neither here, nor at the church, nor at Cash America was anyone seriously hurt. We're back live here, and if you notice the flashing lights that you've seen in some of the pictures of the Cash America building and also the Bank One tower downtown, I can tell you that that is the strobe lights from the emergency fire system in the building, still going off all these hours later. It was just last month that the Fort Worth office of the National Weather Service issued a study about what would happen if tornadoes came through an urban area. And their phrase back then was, it's not a matter of if, it was a matter of when. Now that those words seem mighty prophetic. Carmen?
All right. Thank you very much, Vince. We will, of course, check in again with you and all of our crews in downtown Fort Worth a little bit later in the morning. Well, one of the hardest hit neighborhoods was in Arlington, where witnesses watched a twister touch down and rip the roofs off of dozens of homes. People hid in bathtubs, hallways, and tiny closets. And when the storm cleared, it appeared everyone had survived. Channel 8's Gary Reeves reports.
Arlington's mayor declared his town a disaster area, and no one in this neighborhood just south of Interstate 20 would disagree.
We just heard wind. I guess it touched down right in between this street here and just went on through.
It went right through Stanley Gardner's house, taking his garage but leaving the cars, a scene repeated all the way down Chasemore Street. And at virtually every house, a different tale of survival.
Then all of a sudden, it was just this noise coming, getting closer, and that's when I got in the closet and I called him, don't even get in the shower, just come run over here with me. He barely made it.
Thank God she was pretty alert because she was sitting by the window. And
Raquel and Gilbert Obrador hid in this closet. This is the window she'd been sitting by. Some aren't sure what hit them, but there is no doubt about the destruction.
We had 90 homes in this neighborhood damaged, 20 with heavy damage and 30 with moderate damage, and the rest with light damage.
Okay. What about injuries?
Very few injuries at all, just minor scrapes and bruises so far.
Makes you smile.
Been real lucky, yeah.
The back's not as bad.
Vance Debo isn't smiling.
The scary thing was I was at work and Michelle called me at I-20 in Collins on the cell phone, just screaming for her life.
Is she okay?
And the phone went out.
He raced home, and this is what he found. His convertible crushed in what's left of his garage, a shingle embedded in the wall of what was once his living room. His wife's car in the drive, with the windows blown out.
She had cuts all over her face.
Your wife's okay?
She's okay.
You're okay?
I'm okay.
And the house is?
The house is not okay. The house is a total loss.
But the spirit survives, like the little fragile crystal inside the demolished homes, like the intact families strolling down a war zone of a street named Chasemore. It was a night the weather hit hard and the people stood strong, and only the buildings collapsed from the pressure. Gary Reeves, Channel 8 News.
Karen said that she could see a lot more now with daylight than the end of it. Karen tried to call in, but she couldn't. The phones weren't working.
Well, we should let you know that was a live picture of downtown Fort Worth, where, of course, there is a lot of destruction going on this morning. Well, the storm arced in an eastern direction last night from Arlington into Grand Prairie. More than 50 homes were damaged there. Channel 8's Brett Shipp is standing by live in Grand Prairie with the latest this morning. Brett?
Hi, Carmen. I'm standing in the middle of Parkside Street, where this time 24 hours ago we would have seen cars coming and going as folks make their way to work this morning. All we can see as we look down the street are TXU electric crews and emergency crew workers who have been canvassing the street, going house to house, surveying the damage, which we can see now clearly for the first time now that the sun is starting to come up. And what you're seeing down the street there are roofs, ripped off homes, 4 or 5 of which will be condemned, we are told. The rest of them will have to be checked out for structural integrity questions today. In all, 56 homes in this subdivision in western Grand Prairie were damaged last night with the twister, and as we'll swing on around, you can see that not only were roofs knocked off, but trees were downed. You can see a trailer, about a 14-foot trailer, is ripped apart right there. Trees are ripped down, and as you look on down the street, you can see evidence of more tree damage and roof damage. And down there at the end of the street, you can look at that mobile home, that motor home. Inside are 2 people who spent the night. Everybody else has been evacuated, and Catherine and Hector Reyna spent the night inside of their trailer home, and we talked to them just a few moments ago, and they were still shaken from last night's storm.
The last we heard, it was a tornado sighted on I-20 in Collins, but we didn't think that was close enough to get us. And I didn't know that it had come any closer than Collins and 20.
And how long after that was it that you started?
Just not but a couple minutes, a minute or so, before I looked outside and I saw a lot of rotation outside, and I knew that was it.
No one was injured, remarkably. We heard of one couple or one family that huddled in their hall closet. The rest of the home was destroyed around them, but they came out without a scratch. The power off on this side of the street. The homes have been evacuated, and I'm sure over the course of the morning the residents will be coming back to take a look at what is left of their homes. Brett Shipp reporting live from western Grand Prairie. Carmen, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Brett. Well, we're going to check in again with John Pronk. He is in Helicopter 8, which has been flying over North Texas all morning, getting a look at the destruction. That looks particularly devastating, John. Where are you right now?
Carmen, we're west of the Arlington Municipal Airport. I'm going to zoom out here. These are single-family dwellings, custom homes, many of them with pools, and you can see the destruction. Most of the roofs are damaged, and I'll come in here, and there you can see a brick home. These are very expensive homes, and you can see that the path of destruction was extensive through here. 10 square blocks. It's sealed off by police, no power. You can see police cruisers there, making sure that no one comes in that doesn't belong. We have seen some people coming in. There are some folks there looking over the damage. I'll come back out. There you can see the backyards littered with debris. Many of the houses' roofs torn off. You can see inside. So as the light of day illuminates things, we're beginning to realize that Arlington, particularly west of the airport, was one of the hardest hit residential areas. Back to you, Carmen.
All right, John, we will of course check in with you as you get a look at other destruction from the air later in the morning. Well, we're going to check in now with John Pronk. He is in Helicopter 8. He was up above Arlington just a few minutes ago. We assume that he is probably still there. He is looking for pictures right now. Excuse me, we're going to go to Roger Smith, actually. He was also in Helicopter 8. He is going to kind of give us a report of what they've been seeing this morning. Good morning, Roger.
Carmen, how are you this morning? We're on the very beginning west side of the path of this tornado. John, if you'll aim the camera down there where we can see the very first house where this tornado touched down. One house here is completely destroyed. Go ahead and zoom in if you can, John. Okay, right there. You can see this house is completely flattened. And you can see the debris path as the tornado moved along. Zoom out just a little bit. And you can just see the destruction as this goes along for, I would estimate, about 2 miles. It barely missed this mini warehouse complex, but you can see all of these homes that are totally destroyed. And you can see the TU electrical crews trying to reestablish the power lines. It appears that the tornado broadened. Zoom out just a little bit. And you can see where the path is much wider, and it has completely destroyed numerous homes along here. Back several years ago in the tornado at Lancaster, I flew there, and at sunrise it looked exactly like this. And I can only imagine what it would be like in the darkness to experience this sort of thing. And we're continuing on now approximately 2 or 3 blocks. And you can see where the debris has blown in to the backyards. Pull back just a little bit, buddy. Okay, the tornado continued on over here to Bell Helicopter. And we'll get you a picture of that. Bell Helicopter is located at Arlington Airport. This is their test facility where the Osprey is developed and partially constructed. You can see buildings damaged, a large portion of the rooftop torn off here on their main hangar, right there. And a lot of damage to their testing stands where the V-22 is tested. Fences knocked down. We're right over Arlington Airport right now. Swing around here to this car dealership if you can. Here's a car dealership with all of its awnings and roofs ripped off. And we'll continue on. The preponderance of the residential damage was behind us, but you can see some that is still affecting houses here. And here is a large commercial structure, which we understand is some type of Texas government building. And you can see the destruction there. Okay, Carmen, back to you. We'll continue on and see what else we can come up with.
All right, Roger, thank you very much. Roger Smith reporting from Helicopter 8, giving us a first daytime look at the destruction in Arlington. And we're also going to go to Channel 8's Brad Hawkins. He is also in Arlington. He joins us now live to tell us what is going on where he is. Good morning, Brad.
Good morning to you, Carmen. If we could go back to that aerial shot for just a moment, that's where we're located. We're in the bottom left corner of your screen. That may not be possible, but this is the Texas Department of Health building. About 400 people work here. And as is the case in so many stories out of this tragedy last night and into today, this was a story about timing. what if this building had been fully occupied? If it had been occupied, we are happy to report that the safe interior rooms down low where people are drilled to go in the case of severe weather, which just happened a couple of days ago, those rooms remained intact. That's where you can be safe from the projectiles. And if you look into these office buildings, the analogy has been used this morning and it will be used again, but it does look like a bomb went off here and peeled off the sides of this building. It peeled off the roof, and fortunately, those offices on the outside of this Texas Department of Health regional office building in Arlington were unoccupied for the most part when the storm came through last night. That monster of a storm danced from Tarrant-County, did the damage in Fort Worth, came through the residential areas that Roger and John Pronk showed you from Helicopter 8, and then it came over the Arlington airport. We have some pictures of the Arlington airport which show some of the devastation that it did there. Actually, this is the same office building where we were this morning. And if we could go to the second tape, with my apologies, we can show you that the airplanes that were parked at the Arlington Municipal Airport last night were tossed around like toys. These private planes would normally be on the apron, right side up, oriented normally, but they were tossed around. These pictures taken about probably 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago. That storm, most evident now from the air, the destruction as the sun comes up, and there is a clearing line moving from west to east. Investigators will and rescuers and people who will be assessing the damage will now find out exactly how large a problem this is. We're live in Southwest Arlington. Back to you, Carmen.
All right, some really amazing pictures there. Thank you very much, Brad.
From WFAA TV, Channel 8, the spirit of Texas, this is News 8 Daybreak.
It was the scariest thing I ever experienced in my life.
I looked out my window and I saw this debris coming around from, I guess, from the church nearby.
Welcome to Texas. It's kind of storm you're going to get once in a while.
A devastating storm packing at least 2 tornadoes swept through Fort Worth and other parts of North Texas, leaving behind a deadly path of destruction. Good morning, everyone. Our coverage of the North Texas storms continues on News 8 Daybreak. We want to start this half hour with a report from Fort Worth ISD. They want to say that they are indeed open this morning. They are asking teachers to come in. They say that their phone lines are down, and they realize that a number of people are trying to get in touch with them to find out what's going on there. But we want to say they are open. They want teachers to report. They say students should report to school this morning. Fort Worth ISD is open. Well, the western edge of downtown Fort Worth bore the brunt of last night's damage. And this morning, the Cash America International building on West 7th Street is missing windows on all 4 sides, and it looks like it belongs in a battle zone. Channel 8's Vince Patton is standing by in Fort Worth with the very latest. Vince?
Yes, it does, Carmen. And by contrast to Fort Worth ISD, Fort Worth as the city, the downtown sector is closed. If you work down there, think again. Many businesses are closed. Many of those closings are scrolling across the bottom of your screen right now. And if you're thinking about traveling 7th, don't consider that again. It too is closed all the way from University to downtown because this is the path the tornado took. The Cash America building is barely recognizable. Virtually every facet of the building, the facade, is shattered or broken, damage just dangling there. Had the twister hit an hour earlier, the building might have been full of people, but only a handful of FBI agents were working late. They saw the twister at the last second, rushed for an inner stairwell, where they said they could still feel the entire building shaking. Miraculously, none of them was injured.
We just had all of our agents check and make sure that there weren't any fatalities or anyone else injured in the building, and then I'm pulling them out. And the reason why, as you can see by the corners, I don't think the structure's safe, so we're going to just secure the building until the morning.
Downtown streets are a mess. This is what it looks like at Sundance Square. Windows shattered up high in the Bank One Tower and continued raining razor-sharp debris long after the storm was over. Apartment dwellers downtown ran away from their windows. Good sign. The tornado then sucked computers and other furniture right out the windows and sent it bouncing into the streets below. Now we come back live and we'll show you what some of the debris looks like. This is the Bank One Tower on our live camera. This is a glimpse of what it's beginning to look like as the dawn is breaking. All of that dark black spots on that are broken windows from top to bottom. That building is an absolute mess. And we have one other picture to show you, if we can, off of another high-mounted camera we have. This is the mess right outside the Cash America building. These are the toppled cars that have just been dropped one on top of each other, all piled here. Just a small indication of the giant mess that people face today as the damage sinks in and the cleanup begins. I'm Vince Patton, live just west of downtown Fort Worth. Carmen?
All right, Vince, thank you very much. We, of course, will check back in with you. Well, 4 Fort Worth residents were killed in the tornadoes. One person was inside an industrial building that collapsed. Another was struck by flying debris. 2 other people were blown from their car into the Trinity River. More than 100 other Fort Worth residents were injured. And in Arlington, 12 people there suffered minor injuries. Well, the Calvary Temple International Church in downtown Fort Worth experienced severe damage as well. And Channel 8's Janet St. James is there this morning. She joins us now live. Janet?
Carmen, about 60 people were inside the Calvary Cathedral that you see behind me last night when the tornado struck. In fact, there has been a prayer chain on the 2nd floor of the steeple 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since 1995. 2 women were praying inside that room when the walls were ripped off. Neither were injured. High winds, though, whipped through the sanctuary, ripping out the back brick wall and shattering the stained glass windows. The church outreach trailer is in the median across the street, and there is a lot of damage, but workers have accomplished a lot on this street overnight.
Cars all in the middle of the street, you know, pile on top of each other and stuff, and emergency vehicles everywhere. Of course, this debris was all out in the street, bricks and everything everywhere. But
so how have you spent the night? What have you been doing?
Securing the property pretty much, so nobody goes in and you know, gets injured or anything, and just checking damage and stuff.
Let's go back live, and you're taking a live look right now at the FBI, which was based in the Cash America building. Now, you saw that a lot of the windows were lost out of that. What FBI agents are doing are canvassing the streets right now, looking for papers that have been blown out of the windows. So they're really all down the streets looking for any sort of confidential papers that they could find on the streets that might have blown away. And we've seen a walk from the building all the way down over as far as they can get to Fort Worth. Now, we want to move over this way a little bit. You can see there are TU Electric buildings working behind us. This was yesterday a billboard about this time. We want to take a look at the Malik Tower. That's on Summit Avenue. That's the first time that we've been able to see this in daylight. You can see most of the windows gone from that building as well. A lot of the office interiors exposed. We understand nobody was seriously injured in that building as well. And I'm not sure if we can get a good view of downtown Fort Worth from this angle as well, but you can also see the Bank One Tower and an apartment building that the roof was ripped off. We understand that in that apartment building, or one that's very nearby, there were an enormous amount of senior citizens that are now at the Red Cross shelter, about 176 of them, seeking shelter for the night. They're getting help from the Red Cross, food, cots, and I think the Red Cross is going to make some more permanent arrangements for them tomorrow or later this afternoon. We're going to be out here this afternoon and this morning checking on what the latest information is and checking in with the FBI to see if they found anything, and we'll get back with you the latest. This is Janet St. James reporting live. Carmen?
All right, thank you very much, Janet. Well, we now want to go to Helicopter 8. They have been showing us just how extensive the damage is ever since the sun rose this morning. We're going to go to Roger Smith. Roger, where are you right now?
Carmen, we've moved from Arlington to west of downtown Fort Worth. Along 7th Street at the intersection of University and 7th appears to be where the tornado really started. The most devastation. This residential area is just west of the Montgomery Ward's storage building. If you can see numerous 18-wheeler trailers just turned over, thrown around like they're just toys. And to the west of there's approximately 20 to 30 homes that have suffered fairly heavy damage. As the storm continued on to the east towards downtown, It destroyed what appears to be some type of large warehouse. Now, we understand that is possibly where the one fatality occurred. You can just see total destruction, large metal girders bent like they were noodles, and the debris is blown on towards Trinity River. As the tornado began its approach to the downtown area. You notice the Cash America building, the windows are totally blown out. It caught the brunt of the tornado as it came into the downtown area. There's a large church just to the west of it, John. You can see where the steeple was just completely taken apart, and you can see the roof of the church has been completely removed. Clearly, from my experience of covering tornadoes, there's no doubt that this was a powerful tornado. It continued on to the west, and next it hit the Malik Tower. If you'll zoom back just a little bit, John, and to the left. Okay, he's on the bank building downtown Fort Worth. Keep in mind, we're very high. The FAA has issued a altitude restriction that puts us up extremely high, but you can just see it's amazing that the large buildings could withstand that much force other than having the windows blown out. It's just unbelievable. And it just seems like a miracle that more people were not injured or killed. Carmen, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Roger. Yeah, thankfully we all knew that this was coming. We were able to warn people in time. We want to check in now with traffic. A number of roads are closed because of the storm, especially around Fort Worth. As a matter of fact, if you work in downtown Fort Worth, the city is asking you not to come into work today because a number of roads are closed. So we're going to check in now with Michael Scott and find out what's going on in traffic. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Carmen. That is true. Anything to the west of I-35, the North Freeway, all those exits that lead into the downtown area are shut down. That is bordered by I-30, the West Freeway. Anything north of I-30 and anything south of the Trinity River, that is the area that has been cordoned off by authorities. You cannot enter the downtown Fort Worth area. You can use I-35 as a freeway, and you can use I-30, the West Freeway, as well. You just cannot exit off those freeways and turn in toward the downtown area. Also, an accident as you make your way out of the Oak Cliff area toward downtown Dallas on northbound I-35. South Earl Thornton Freeway at Colorado has the 2 left lanes taken away. That's stacking things up back beyond the Zane curve. I'm Michael Scott for News 8 Traffic.
All right, thank you very much, Michael. Well, the tornado made its way eastward into the mid-cities. We saw some of the destruction in Arlington. Channel 8's Brett Shipp is standing by live in Grand Prairie with the latest on the damage there. Brett?
Carmen, we are in western Grand Prairie, very close actually to the Dallas Tarrant-County line, and on Parkside Street where I am standing, there are estimated in this neighborhood 56 homes damaged from the storm yesterday. We are told by officials that about 5 of these homes, maybe more, maybe less, have been destroyed. As I look down the street, I can see mostly roofs ripped off of homes. Down the street about half a block, I can see 2 or 3 homes that are destroyed. We've talked to residents who are coming out this morning at daybreak and looking at the damage and assessing the damage and getting really their first close-up look at what occurred last night and the damage that has been subjected to their homes. And again, it's hard to believe. And last night, as we talked to some of these residents, they were probably still in shock. Photographer Alan McKenzie was able to capture the sights and sounds and emotions of the moments just after the storm.
The electricity went off, and then instantly it was like you could hear a really strong wind blowing.
And then all suddenly everything just went quiet. And when it did at that time, all the lights went out.
We ran as fast as we could and got in the bathroom and shut the door, and you could just hear everything just flying around in the house.
We heard the roar, and that's when it just took the roof.
We just got in the corner and sat down and heard glass breaking and wind blowing, and that was it. It was over in about a minute and a half.
Well, this is our neighbor's van. It's supposed to be over there in their driveway. Somehow the tornado just pushed it into my sister's Suzuki, and the Suburban kind of held it so the Suzuki didn't go anywhere.
It just happened so fast and stuff. It's like we all took cover, but we never ever heard any sirens or nothing. We just all jumped in the bathtub when we heard this big old woof come down, and next thing you know, this is what happened.
What kind of things are you looking for?
See if any rafters have split it, broken, and torn
so
apart.
what does that mean to?
Well, that weakens the roof where it can collapse.
And if you find such rafters that are broken or split, what do you do with the residents? What do you tell them?
Well, basically, that we would make an assessment whether it's safe enough for them to continue to occupy the structure.
After the hail, we left, and we were gone 10 to 15 minutes, and we came back to this.
It's all right, Miss Betty.
It'll be okay.
It'll be all right. You're all right.
We'll just start over again.
Remarkably, and as best we can tell, not one person in all these homes was injured during the storm. You're looking now at a 20-foot trailer home that contained one person's life possessions, photographs, and many memories. And this morning, that individual has been out looking at the damage and sifting through what's left, looking for those photographs. And while no one was injured, there's a lot of emotional damage that may be some time before that is overcome. Brett Shipp reporting live from Western Grand Prairie. Carmen, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Brett. Well, the mayor of Arlington has issued a disaster declaration because of the extensive storm damage in his city. More than homes and businesses were torn up by the twister. As Channel 8's Doug Fox reports, several government offices also sustained heavy damage.
From Denton, you could tell the storm down south was a bad one. It toppled a steel signpost across 360 in Arlington and ripped a portion of the roof off a car dealership at I-20 in Collins.
We've got part of the roof missing, and I guess what happened is somehow or another this car either was lifted up and a piece of the roof is underneath it.
Across the highway, the regional office for the Texas Department of Health and Human Services took a severe pounding. Two sides of the building were torn off, the roof ripped up, and the offices inside, including a number of important state records, were drenched in the accompanying thunderstorms. Officials are worried about protecting those records, as well as some medicine being stored there.
We have probably $200,000 worth of vaccine right now. We have an ancillary generator running itself, but we want to wait till the morning before we can see if we can get that vaccine out there and store it in safer conditions.
Across the parking lot, a branch of the post office had a portion of its front wall knocked out and the roof partially torn off. Residents who live in the area hardest hit by the storm say they never heard any warning sirens. But the mayor says the city knew the storm was coming because weathermen predicted it on radio and TV.
I mean, that was 9 o'clock this morning, so we had warning. Very little you can do, I mean, natural disasters of this kind. I don't know whether the sirens were heard down there or not, but I heard them.
Actually, the mayor and city council were holding their regular weekly meeting while police, fire, and other personnel activated the Emergency Operations Center to track and respond to the storm. Property damage estimates are expected to be high, but only 12 persons sustained minor injury in Arlington, and for that, officials are grateful.
I think we're real blessed. I think we're lucky that no one else got hurt any more than they did. No one was killed. I mean, that could have been really devastating.
What could have been wasn't, and Arlington can now begin to focus on fixing up all that was torn up. Doug Fox, Channel 8 News, Arlington.
That is some of the damage that happened early this morning, or that was looked at early this morning. And right now we have Helicopter 8 over downtown Fort Worth getting a first look as the sun comes up at the damage there. Roger Smith joins us now to tell us more. Roger?
Carmen, you know, as you see this, it's hard to grasp it all, the enormity of it. You know, living here in Fort Worth for 40 years, I've never seen anything like this. This church, we land right near that, our helipad is right there, and it is completely, the roof is blown completely off of it. You can see just debris everywhere. It's just unbelievable that more people were not injured and that we didn't have a lot of fatalities. It's just amazing. John, if you'll pull back and show the Cash America building again, it was the first large office building to bear the brunt of the tornado. A blessing really is that just to the right of that is a large retirement community, which is a high-rise. If you can pull back, John, just right there at the top of the picture, right there, that is a large retirement community. And it was a blessing that the tornado didn't hit that, because we could have really had a lot more injuries. But you can see the scope of this tornado as it came into the west side of downtown Fort Worth, wreaking havoc on the large buildings. The Malik Tower, which is just east of the Cash America building by about 2 blocks, it suffered the same kind of damage as the tornado moved into the downtown area. Just east of the Malik Tower is a large area where they have been building new apartments. It's a little hard for me to see with the sun if John is getting that, but in the recent years there's been a large building boom of apartments, and miraculously it appears the majority of them were spared extremely serious damage. But we're going to remain on the scene here, Carmen, throughout the morning and surveying the situation, and we'll report back to you if we come upon anything new.
All right, thank you very much, Roger. Reporting from live over downtown Fort Worth. Thank you so much for joining us. We should let you know if you are intending or hoping to see Good Morning America at this time. We're covering, preempting Good Morning America rather, because of the devastation that was caused by last night's tornadoes that went through North Texas. We're now going to look at a picture in downtown Fort Worth. This is a picture near 7th and Main, near the UPR building, the Union Pacific Railroad building. We should let you know all of downtown is actually off limits, but they have cordoned off this building in particular because there are concerns about the wind picking up and blowing glass around that area. Of course, there's glass all over downtown Fort Worth. If you work in downtown Fort Worth, you are asked not to come in today. You won't be able to get in anyway. But you are asked not to come into downtown Fort Worth. Fort Worth ISD is open. Teachers and parents who are trying to get through probably cannot because their phones are down, but we should let you know that they are open, and they hope that all of their teachers will report for work today and their students will attend. We're going to take another look now from the sky. We're going to go to Helicopter 8. John Pronk is hovering above Arlington. He's going to tell us what's going on there. John?
Carmen, we're over Arlington residential area, and you can see the rooftops there blown off, these homes. You can see inside the houses, bedrooms, kitchens, lumber laying on the backyards, and I'll zoom out here, let you kind of see there's a tree down, people standing out front. This is where the tornado went through, crossed over 360, knocked an 18-wheeler over 360 and I-20. But you can see these homes here are devastated. This is an area near the Arlington Municipal Airport, a commercial aviation, a regional airport. And I'm going to zoom in here. You can see a car under rubble there. Brick homes, so some of the structure is still standing, but the roof is off, and the roof is laying in the backyard at this point. There's another roof off. I'm going to zoom out here. Trees are without any foliage, as you can imagine. And then we go up the street here, and it doesn't appear these houses are damaged. At least the roofs aren't. Fire department on hand, of course. This area is sealed off, so people can't come in who don't belong here. But these are 5 houses in a row here. You can see the storage bins, storage units don't appear damaged. Those usually have corrugated roofs on them. It's surprising that those roofs aren't off, and the brick homes just behind them are obliterated. I'll zoom out here and you can see the extent. The houses across the street appear okay. At least the roofs don't appear nearly as damaged. I'll zoom in here. Well, there's a roof damage there. But as you progress over, you can see the tornado struck with a vengeance on one side and nearly spared the houses on the other. We're in Arlington. Now back to you, Carmen.
All right. Thank you very much, John. We'll check back in with you a little bit later. We're going to go back now to some of the destruction near downtown Fort Worth. Vince Patton has been spending the morning west of downtown Fort Worth near the Cash America building. Vince, what's going on there right now?
Carmen, this is really, now that the sun has risen, the first chance to see just how bad this damage is at Cash America. Let's look over my shoulder at just how precarious the stuff is that's hanging off this building. Several times this morning, we have been startled out of our wits, frankly, when large pieces of facade, we're not sure quite what it's made of, tile or stone or ceramic, whatever it is, very hard, very loud, comes falling off the very top of the building. You can see some of it, even on the left, flapping in the breeze, and we're all wondering which panel is going to fall next. This is really the first glimpse at just how much got sucked out of the building by the storm. Now let's look at some video we shot a few minutes ago. This is the other primary scene we have seen outside of the Cash America building this morning. It's the FBI. They have offices in this building. In fact, 7 of their agents were inside the building when the tornado hit. Well, if you notice, as they're walking around the parking lot, many of them are wearing protective gloves. They're all leaning over and they're picking up every single scrap of paper they can find, and they're looking at it. Why? Because they're not sure if it came out of their offices and whether it contains confidential criminal investigative information. They've got to know if their information got loose.
Of that warning system we're supposed to work?
Well, really, I know of course, they're all over town, and I know they're activated from the police dispatch, and I know that was done at somewhere around 7:30 last night. But apparently the siren here is at the fire station number 5, which is about a half a mile from here, and the people in this neighborhood said they didn't hear it, and a lot of them were outside. So apparently the siren, at least in this area, did not work.
Okay. Otherwise, the response from your emergency crews was satisfactory?
I think the emergency crews did an outstanding job. They were on the scene quick and were here all night, and we opened the shelter at about 11 o'clock last night, and we had the heavy machinery moving stuff out of the street so the cars and emergency crews could get in. So I think they did a good job. I'm concerned about the sirens if in fact they didn't work. And we're trying to check that out and verify that now.
Okay. Well, I'm sure not a lot of second guessing will take place since so many people who could have been injured were not injured. And you've talked to some of those people this morning?
Well, in fact, I've talked to almost all of them, that particularly the ones whose houses were destroyed. And it's amazing. There's one house just down the street here, the husband, wife, 3 children in a small closet that they got in. I don't know how they even got in the closet, but their house is absolutely, totally destroyed. The roof, the walls, and just really about the only thing standing is the closet, and they were not a scratch.
Not a scratch on it.
It's a miracle, really.
You and everyone else thankful for that. Mayor Charles England, thank you very much for those words, and good luck in your assessment and the cleanup and all the things that still need to be done. Again, it's very interesting about this storm, how indiscriminate it was, how it affected downtown Fort Worth. You never hear of a tornado hitting a downtown area. In fact, many people say, oh, it couldn't happen. Well, it indeed has, and then skipped over into residential neighborhoods to Arlington near I-20, about, I'd say a mile and a half from here, damaging 100 homes, and many of those homes totally destroyed. Then skipping over here to Grand Prairie, where 56 homes were damaged, and we're told between 5 now and 8 destroyed, and how this tornado went wherever it wanted, didn't choose or pick between who it was going to take, and just wherever it wanted to go, it did. And you can see trees have been damaged, and those will not be replaced. Roofs have been damaged, and they can be replaced, and fortunately no lives were damaged, and those, as we know, are not replaceable, and many people, everybody here, very thankful for that. Brett Shipp reporting live from Western Grand Prairie. Jim and Carmen, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Brett, for that live report. Thankfully, no one seriously injured where Brett was, as he mentioned. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case in other parts of North Texas. 4 people are reported dead because of last night's storms. Those 4 fatalities were in Fort Worth. 1 person died when a building collapsed. Another was hit by flying debris, and 2 people were actually blown out of their car into the Trinity River. So there were 4 fatalities, and there also were a number of injuries in the Fort Worth and Arlington area.
Last report I had, those 2 people were missing and presumed dead, but I don't believe they had found them or found the bodies yet. Let's go to Mark Flake, and if we can join him on the phone. Mark is the Public Information Officer for Tarrant County. Mark, are you there?
Yes, Jim, here I am.
I'm fine. Okay. Tell us, what is the situation from the county government's point of view right now?
Well, we've shut down our whole downtown campus, and only mission-critical personnel are supposed to be coming in. Also, anybody that has jury duty should not come downtown today. We just don't feel like it's worth the risk of bringing people in downtown.
You were mentioning, when I talked to you a little bit earlier this morning, Mark, about the Nash building, which is a building that the county just purchased and was renovating on the south end of downtown. That's a pretty large building.
It's a large building, and it was mainly going to be used for, it was an old building. We were going to use it for some storage, and we were going to move our agricultural extension service in there, and that's where some of the renovation was going on. But the whole back wall fell off, and I think it buried the work trailer out back.
Are you still there on Main Street, Mark?
No, I'm in my offices right now.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the crews have shown up there on Main Street to start cleaning up?
I've seen street sweepers up here on Weatherford and Belknap area going up and down Jones and Calhoun and Commerce. We got several large trucks out on Belknap that I can see.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Mark Flake with Tarrant County Government. We appreciate it, Mark.
You're welcome.
All right. Take care.
Okay.
And the video we were looking at is from the Arlington Grand Prairie area, not from downtown Fort Worth, Arlington Grand Prairie, where they had the homes destroyed.
But we understand that Helicopter 8 is above Fort Worth at this point. We're going to join them now. John Pronk and Roger Smith are both in the helicopter. John or Roger, can you tell us where you are and what you're looking at right now?
Carmen and Jim, we're over a residential area in Fort Worth, about probably less than a mile from the bank building that was destroyed across the Trinity River. And you can see the devastation here. These are wood frame structures mostly. About a block area, I'd guess, was hit. You can see some roofs intact there, but down here, these structures are without roofs. I can see people all morning going out, gathering up belongings. I saw a man rolling a wheel out. I saw people sifting through the rubble. And again, this is for people that are familiar with Fort Worth. It's in the Montgomery Ward Warehouse District area, not far from Kimball, not far from Will Rogers, across the Trinity from downtown. I'm going to zoom in here. That seems to be one of the hardest hit homes right there. No roof. Almost everything inside gone. Presumably laying out behind, or who knows how far away. I'm going to zoom out here and kind of give you a perspective of where we are. Because while there was a lot of commercial damage done in Fort Worth, these are homes that are in the path of the tornado. There's Montgomery Ward. I'm going to zoom back in here, let you see. There have been people out here all morning. At first light, there were people out here going through, trying to find what they could. And as you can see, that's going to be a difficult task because it's 2x4s and rubble right now. Over Fort Worth, going back to you in Dallas, Jim and Carmen.
John, before you go, can you just pan over really quickly? We saw a little bit of it. You were talking about you're in the Montgomery Ward area. There are a number of semi-trailers up there that have just been kind of tossed around.
Yeah, you can see them right now.
Wow.
Yeah, those are at the warehouse. Were not hooked up to tractors, just sitting out there and tossed. But of course, it wouldn't matter if there was a tractor. There's something being moved there. Because I was at 360 and I-20 last night, and a 18-wheeler with an 8,000-pound cargo was tossed. The driver was unhurt. Talked to him briefly, and so it doesn't matter if there's a weight or not, because a tornado can handle any of that. That's the Montgomery Ward complex there. I'm going to zoom out. You can see the roof damage too, a tremendous amount of roof damage around this area. And this will be the Trinity area we're panning toward here. You can see all this these warehouses, complexes, twisted metal from roofs, and not far from that residential area. And we're getting close to downtown. You'll see the river here in a minute. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. You can see rubble scattered through the river area. And you'll see where the tornado hit the bank, the church, came on up to into downtown, hit the UP building. I want to frame up here. Looking into the sun. You see here. Bear with me a second here. You can see there the windows, 80–90% of them blown out, 40 stories. Of course, all of that glass is on the ground or inside, but most of it out on the ground, and that's what the crews have to clean up today. Glass company is going to be very busy for the next couple of weeks in downtown Fort Worth. Back to you in Dallas.
From WFAA TV, Channel 8, the spirit of Texas. This is News 8 Midday with continuing coverage of the Texas Twisters.
There's all the clouds coming together. There was one from this side, one from that side.
We heard this big old woof come down.
It was shaking the building. The building was rocking back and forth like it was a ship at sea.
My office is gone. Bomb looks like it went off in there.
We just saw the windows just start cracking inward.
Well, this is our neighbor's van. It's supposed to be over there in their driveway.
It'll be okay.
I'm just glad you're okay. And then all suddenly everything just went quiet.
Everybody was helping, everybody. It was wonderful.
Shock sets in as daylight reveals the devastation of last night's deadly tornadoes in Tarrant County.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us. City and county officials say they are still assessing the damage from last night's twister, but state financial aid is on its way. Governor George Bush today declared Tarrant County a disaster area. In a statement, he said, quote, "My thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. Our state disaster recovery teams are already working with local officials to assess the damage and provide relief." He went on to say, "I called Mayor Barr this morning to express concern and offer any assistance state emergency personnel can provide, and I urge all North Texans to follow the advice and direction of local officials," end quote. Lieutenant Governor Rick Perry is acting as governor while George Bush is on the campaign trail today.
At least 3 people were killed in the severe weather that rolled through Fort Worth, 2 tornado victims and 1 flood victim, and another person is missing and presumed dead in the floodwaters. At least 89 injuries were reported in Fort Worth, but fewer than 15 people required hospitalization. About a dozen people were slightly hurt in Arlington. And at this hour, the search continues along the Trinity River near Bell Helicopter in Fort Worth. A car was washed away by the river during the height of the storm. It has been found, along with the body of one of its passengers. Teams are still looking for another person who was in the car. It also is feared dead.
Well, the area west of Fort Worth Central Business District on West 7th Street also was hit hard. Among the offices damaged was that of Congresswoman from Texas, Kay Granger. Channel 8's Vince Patton is standing by live with that story. Vince?
Carmen, you mentioned that Congresswoman Kay Granger's office was heavily damaged. She's in the same building the FBI has its offices. The most visible sign probably in this storm so far, the Cash America building. And joining us now live is Congresswoman Kay Granger to talk to us. The FBI indicates they don't see any way this building can ever reopen. What are you hearing about its stability?
That's what I'm understanding. It hasn't been confirmed, but there seems to be some real serious structural damage.
You weren't there, but tell me about your losses.
Looks like our office is pretty well destroyed. We were on the west side, the hardest hit, and we can now see in the building. You can see where there used to be walls, there are no walls, so we don't expect much. They're going to try to get our belongings out enough for us to set up some kind of office as early as tomorrow.
And I gather you lost a car that was parked here in the parking lot.
Yes, my car's, I think, gone. They just towed it off. The most important thing is that no one was injured, and that could have been very serious. My press secretary was in the office watching equipment fly through the office and hid underneath the desk because he couldn't get out in time. So we're very fortunate that there were no injuries.
We heard a moment ago about state financial aid. What about federal financial aid? What's that process going to entail?
It'd be very important if it's declared a presidential disaster area. Then there's even more relief, particularly loan programs, grant programs, people that suffered unemployment because of this disaster. So that's one of the things the governor's office representative is sending, and then FEMA can come in if they declare that and ascertain what kind of help is available. I certainly hope they'll do that very quickly.
Any difficulty in getting that kind of declaration for this kind of disaster?
There is, and we contacted the White House last night, again today, asked for this decision as quickly as possible. If talked to the governor's office and asked for the same thing.
Congresswoman Kay Granger, thank you very much. As you can see, the Cash America building is a heck of a mess, but just right around here, the one thing that's happened very, very quickly this morning is that cleanup has begun in earnest. Fort Worth cleanup crews began moving mountains in very small steps.
Lucky nobody got hurt, really.
Business owner Richard Carr found his building a shambles. Overnight, firefighters had marked his lot as a collapse, a danger.
Kind of a sick feeling in your stomach, you know, but just the best thing is everybody's not hurt. Nobody's hurt.
The noise that creates is just deafening. You just can't hear yourself think even. It was amazingly loud.
Brad Wheeler was one of 7 FBI agents in their office in the Cash America building. Just after dawn, agents started their own search, examining every piece of paper and debris nearby, ensuring that confidential information didn't float away.
We do know that all the confidential materials are secure. That's all on computer servers, and that equipment is safe. It was at the interior part of the building.
We'll do anything we can to help them.
Business owner Carr, despite his own loss, is offering help to the city to help clean up downtown.
I told him I'd donate some stuff to get my men that I got where we can't work and come down and bring my equipment and help.
And so his crews and trucks headed in to act as street sweepers, all the time knowing a big project faced their own firm too. Yet again, a city in crisis, and the spirit of community shines forth. The common thread in all of these disasters, people pull together and help each other out. I'm Vince Patton, live west of downtown Fort Worth. Carmen and Jim.
Vince, thank you very much for all of your work on the storm. And the National Weather Service office in Fort Worth is helping us put yesterday's twisters into perspective with a look back at the history of tornadoes in Tarrant County. There have been only 3 other major tornadoes recorded over the past years. The first major tornado on record touched down on April 14th, 1918. The only recorded tornado-related death in the county was from an April 13th, 1927 storm. And the last major tornado to appear in Tarrant County was 40 years ago, and that was in 1960, May 4th. Officials believe there still might be some people trapped in buildings. Channel 8's Janet St. James is live at a warehouse district west of downtown where an active search is now underway. Janet?
That's right. We're right next to the Montgomery Ward loading docks, and in this area is where one of the victims has been found last night, and officials believe there might be more. Let me show you why. Take a look at this. This is the leveled remains of several collapsed businesses, unrecognizable in the twisted steel. Now you see there, those are dogs with the Texas Urban Search and Rescue Team. They're on their way to search these ruins. They're searching them right now to determine if other victims that we can't hear or that are somehow trapped underneath the debris are trapped underneath there. Earlier today, state and city officials surveyed this area for the first time. Among those, Lieutenant Governor Rick Perry, here for Governor Bush, and Fort Worth Mayor Kenneth Barr.
You will have one building that looks almost unscathed, and then next door to that you have a building that looks like it's downtown Beirut. It is destruction on a fairly massive scale.
We need a lot of patience on the part of the general public. People are going to want to get into the downtown area. That's just not going to be possible during the day-to-day on any large scale. It's a dangerous area. As you drive down the street, even with a little bit of breeze, you can see glass shards coming down from the buildings.
You're taking a live look there, I hope, at one of the dogs from the Texas Urban Search and Rescue team that's searching these collapsed warehouses for any victims that might still be trapped underneath the debris. Now, as you can see from this, a few workers have been allowed into places where there's no danger from falling glass, but across the river in downtown, officials say no one is going to be allowed in until all the glass dangling from those skyscrapers is cleared away. And their earliest estimates for when that's going to be allowed to happen is going to be at the end of the weekend, possibly Monday. This is Janet St. James reporting live from Fort Worth. Back to you.
All right, Janet, thank you very much. Just a ghostly sight there. And downtown Fort Worth really is like a ghost town today. It's off limits to anyone except official crews. And authorities say the central business district will be closed through the end of the weekend. Rescue workers spent the morning combing through buildings after last night's twisters sent glass and debris into the streets and weakened structures there. Channel 8's Rebecca Lopez is standing by live at Sundance Square to update the efforts there. Rebecca?
Well, you know, it's amazing. I wasn't here yesterday when this happened. Last night I was out of town, so actually seeing it in person, it's incredible. I want to show you what downtown Fort Worth looks like right now. You can see that there are folks down here cleaning up. There is glass, there's debris all over the streets. There's also, I want to take a shot from ATV so you can get a look from up above of what we are dealing with here. There's still a lot of concern here in downtown Fort Worth. It is shut down. Major concerns about glass hanging off the buildings. It's still an unstable situation down here. They don't want anyone else getting hurt. We talked to a lot of people who were here in some of the buildings last night. They tell us that people were running for cover at a Chili's just down the street. One man told me that they were asked to step away from the windows, and all of a sudden the windows just exploded, and then they all ran down to the basement. They said it was very, very frightening. Again, though, cleanup still going on here in downtown Fort Worth. And joining us live now is Lieutenant Kent Worley with the Fort Worth Fire Department. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
My pleasure.
How long is it going to take to get all of this cleaned up?
Well, what we're hoping to do is have just the core area that we're really concerned with still left by the end of the day. We're working real hard to clean up the streets and the areas that were not affected or at least outside the safety zones of these other buildings that we're concerned with. So by today, a big portion of downtown will be able to be reopened.
So we're talking this immediate area. I just saw some glass just not even 4 minutes ago fall off that building.
Right. We do have a core area that we believe maybe several days, possibly even through the weekend, before that will be deemed safe. And the biggest issue, as you mentioned, is the glass up there, and we have to deal with that.
And you have safety inspectors actually going through these buildings. Can you tell us about that?
We do have some assessment teams going through and trying to determine the level of the glass breakage that we have and the best solution in probably dealing with that. Each one of these buildings is a little different, so you can't really come up with one solution that's technically going to work for every building. So we're having to go building by building and try to come up with a solution.
And any ideas to the estimate as far as damage at this point?
It's been very early on with that. We really don't have a dollar figure. We know it's going to be extensive, not only the damage to the buildings, but obviously the economic impact of the core of the business district for the city being disrupted. So there's some that's directly related to the damage to the buildings, but there's some others that will have to factor in as well.
All right, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Okay, so there you have it. That's what's going on here in downtown Fort Worth. Of course, we'll keep you updated and let you know as soon as some of these streets start opening up again and folks make their way back down here. Rebecca Lopez reporting live. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Rebecca. Well, after last night's storm left Fort Worth, it headed down Interstate 20 to Arlington. Channel 8's Brad Hawkins has been getting an up-close look at all of the damage there. He joins us now with the latest. Brad?
Carmen, the old saying goes, good fences make good neighbors. Today in this Arlington neighborhood, no fences, and in many cases no roofs, are making even better neighbors. People are getting out for the first time, meeting one another in some cases, and they're helping each other rally around this huge tragedy that Mother Nature dealt here last night. People are out cleaning up, and imagine when you look up in this bedroom, Robert, show them this bedroom. Can you imagine what it would have been like to be up on the second floor of this house when this thing roared through last night? Fortunately, no one was up there. They were all on the downstairs lower level. Take a look at this neighborhood from the air to get the huge scope of Mother Nature's footprint as this monster storm moved out of Fort Worth and stomped its way across Tarrant-County into Arlington. You can see 10 square blocks at least sustaining major damage. And everyone here has a story, including the mayor, Elsie Odom, who was surveying the damage this morning. And because the fatalities did not happen here, they happened over in Fort Worth, he in a way says he feels spared.
It's a terrible thing to suddenly have your property destroyed, but I'm so grateful that there was no loss of life, no serious injury, until it almost turns to joy when you think of how bad it could have been.
It was bad enough for the people in this neighborhood who are now rallying around a huge cleanup effort, waiting for insurance adjusters to arrive and survey the damage. And the cleanup has already started on a small scale and on a large scale. There's a lot missing from these homes. Trucks from the city of Arlington already hauling away debris. People are even having to line up to get tickets to get into their own neighborhood to get their own belongings. Chris Wade was also here when the storm came through. He was watching Channel 8, went outside to have a look.
I walked back in the house enough to see the purple cell right over I-20, and Troy said it's right over Arlington. I looked at my window. They were wavering. I grabbed my dog and went in the downstairs bathroom, and as I was shutting the door, stuff started flying in that one window right there. I could hear all the glass breaking, and I was holding onto the pedestal sink just praying to God that this would get over with quickly. And dirt was coming up and hit me in the face, which was the most disgusting feeling I've ever had in my life. And it was over in about 20 seconds, and everybody just started coming out of the house, and everybody was just shouting, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And luckily, nobody got hurt.
Nobody got hurt here. Of course, it was different in Fort Worth, and 5 miles from here, not even a house was scratched. It just proves the random devastation that tornadic winds can have on an area. That's the latest here. We're live in Arlington. Carmen, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Brad. Disaster declarations are now paving the way for state and federal aid to help in the cleanup effort. But the head of the Federal Emergency Management Agency says tornado damage can be prevented even in the worst storms. And joining us from our Washington Bureau shortly. All right. We're not going to go to that story now. We're going to go to Brett Shipp, who is in Grand Prairie monitoring the damage there, which is fairly close to where Brad Hawkins was in South Arlington. Brett?
Jim, certainly bring on the damage relief here in western Grand Prairie, where quite a bit of damage was done by this tornado last night. Some say it was just before 7 o'clock, some say just after 7 o'clock. And if you can see behind me, the street here on Parkside Street in western Grand Prairie is buzzed with activity of people bringing in supplies and cleanup materials and vans to help load off furniture and whatnot from some of these damaged homes. But the interesting thing here, Jim, is that no one was injured, but you sure can't tell it from looking at the homes. Homes on either side of the street missing windows and doors and roofs and personal belongings. But the real story here today is not the damage, but the story of survival. The morning sun bore witness to the fact that indeed a tornado had struck a wicked blow along Parkside Street in Grand Prairie. 56 homes received some type of damage. 5 homes appeared to be destroyed. And inside most of those homes were families huddling to survive.
We was in the room, and then we heard the wind start getting real loud. My ears started popping, so we grabbed our parents and we put them in the closet and we closed the door. As soon as we closed the door, the window started smashing, the glass started going everywhere in the bedroom that we were in, and the air was trying to suck the door open, but it was over just like that. And as soon as we came out, it was all like this everywhere.
I was so scared, and of course we were praying and we started singing. It was loud, that roar.
That roar ended with the loss of the Mata family's roof. But like everyone else caught in the Grand Prairie tornado, no one was injured, not even a scratch.
It's a miracle nobody's hurt. I'm still amazed that with all this damage, there's no injuries. But
daughter was 14. Where she was a year old.
Still, the twister left behind plenty of debris and heartache. Cynthia McMillan lost most of her family photographs.
These are going to be all I've got left of it. All my kids' pictures, all of them.
By mid-morning, most of the affected families had made their way back to the scene to survey the damage, start cleaning, making repairs, or in some cases, begin the salvage operation. For others, however, it's still sinking in.
Totally shocked. I'm still shocked. I mean, you look at your neighborhood. I've lived here for 6 years, and look at your neighbors' homes and automobiles, and it just looks like a a bomb went off or a war zone or something.
Yeah, but that war zone is now quickly under repair by homeowners and by neighbors and by friends who are volunteering to jump in and chip in and tack down roofs and get homes repaired, at least into a position where people can try to live in them, at least temporarily, until a more permanent fix can come along. We have city code inspectors out checking for structural integrity of houses to see if people can remain in their homes. We're seeing insurance adjusters out here on the scene, have been since last night. TXU electric crews out working, but also residents are working very feverishly to try to put their lives back together again. Brett Shipp reporting live from Western Grand Prairie. Jim and Carmen, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Brett. Well, we've been talking a lot today about state and federal aid to help in the cleanup effort. And the head of the Federal Emergency Management Agency joins us now. He's going to tell us a little bit more about that. He's also going to tell us about how to prevent tornado damage, even in the worst of storms. Hello, Mr. Witt. How are you doing today?
Fine.
Good. Well, just yesterday, you were talking about a 1997 study of tornadoes in Oklahoma and Kansas. So tell us, what is the key in preventing massive damage?
Well, of course, what we've learned from the study we did last year from the Oklahoma-Kansas tornadoes was the fact that people can do things to prevent major damage to their homes and businesses. And it very clearly showed that people that had double garage doors, if they were reinforced or at least put in their homes that would withstand the wind code or wind force, then it could save their home and roof. And also double front doors, glass, bracing your chimney on your fireplace, retrofitting for wind, anchoring your home to the foundation, your roof to the walls. Just a lot of little things that cost very little that could make a difference in saving one's life or injuries or possibly saving a home. I was listening to your telecast and about doors being blown out and roof damages, and when those doors blow out and that wind gets inside and that updraft, it'll lift those roofs off. And so a lot can be done. And safety glass, you know, that may spatter but does not shatter. And in businesses and even homes, it could possibly save a building and possibly save a lot of injuries.
You mentioned retrofitting for wind. What do you mean by that? What can we do to retrofit for wind?
The same thing that you do in hurricane-prone areas. If you have a home that has gable roofs, make sure your gable end of your house is braced accordingly to make it stronger. We've found also that hip roof built houses will survive much better than a gable roof. And the tie downs from the rafters to the walls with metal tie downs makes a difference. Anything to keep from a projectile from breaching the exterior wall or doors makes a difference in the amount of damage you have.
Well, Mr. Witt, Governor Bush has made a disaster declaration. What steps are being taken on the federal level right now?
Well, of course, our regional office there has been monitoring this since last night, talking to the state emergency management office. I've been talking to them as well today and last night. The communities there are doing the damage assessments. They started this morning at daylight. Tom Milwee, the state director in Texas, said that they should be finished with the damage assessments sometime tomorrow. And so, you know, whatever resources we can help right now, you know, they know that, you know, we'll help. But they have to check to see what resources is needed, what the people would need, whether or not they had insurance to cover their losses, and to make sure that everything's in order before the governor requests any federal help.
All right, James Lee Witt, Director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, joining us from Washington this afternoon. We appreciate the time.
Thank you, and our hearts and prayers go out to those people. I know how tough this is on them, and particularly the loss of some loved ones that they have lost.
Thank you very much. Your concern is appreciated.
Thank you.
Well, we will continue our coverage of the aftermath of the storms after this break.
Skip Ely with the National Weather Service has been watching the severe weather in North Texas, and he joins us now by phone. Good afternoon, Skip.
Good afternoon.
Well, so far, what do you know about the nature of the tornadoes that hit last night?
Nothing much more than what we know so far, really, yet. We have several forecasters out there surveying the damage, and when they get back this afternoon, we'll have a little better feel for the intensity of the storms, the tornadoes, and the extent of the damage.
Skip, do we even know how many tornadoes hit us last night?
Well, there were two main ones, the one that affected downtown Fort Worth and the one that affected the Arlington Grand Prairie area. We've had some reports that there were twin funnels with the storm in Fort Worth, and I guess as we sort through the various videos and look back at the radar data and what have you, we may be able to sort that out as time goes on.
Well, give us an idea of what your teams are doing out in the field today. I mean, it's kind of interesting to see exactly how you determine how big the tornado was, that sort of thing.
Well, we have two crews. We have been able to get a helicopter ride, so we'll try and look from aloft a little bit of the damage path. That sometimes helps us see areas where damage has occurred that isn't always accessible by road or obvious from the ground. Sometimes the beginning and the ends of tornado tracks show up from the air where you may not see them on the ground. The other thing, though, the ground surveys are useful for looking specifically at the structures, how many have been affected and how they've been affected, how well built they were, that sort of thing, in terms of trying to assess the wind speeds involved.
And Skip, the debris field around the structures, that also gives you clues as to the power of the storm?
Yes. In general, you try and look at all the different kinds of damage and how that's been affected, and understanding, too, on how the wind affects structures and where failures typically occur. There's been a number of studies that have been done on that. The legendary ones from Texas Tech are some of the ones that come to mind, and they've helped us a lot over the years.
Skip Ely with the National Weather Service out of Fort Worth. We know you're very busy today. Skip, thanks for your time.
You're welcome.
Well, our coverage of last night's storm continues with a look back to a report we brought you last month. You might remember Channel 8's Troy Dungan told us about a scenario that covered almost the exact situation we witnessed last night. The tornadoes in the study were more powerful, but the destruction turned out to be just as real. In our report last month, scientists made an eerie prediction that a series of tornadoes would roar through urban and suburban areas of North Texas.
It is going to happen. Maybe it's going to be this year, maybe next year, or maybe in the years to come.
That prediction came true last night.
Oh my God, all the broken glass. Look at that. Look at that. We're so lucky.
Last month, we described how emergency officials examined 74 tornadoes that ripped across Oklahoma last May. Then they laid that pattern across maps of North Texas.
We really wanted to try and see if we could put some really good, tangible numbers on what an event would really do using this data.
One of the scenarios showed the impact of a direct hit on downtown Fort Worth. The study revealed that a strong F4 tornado would have a devastating impact on urban areas.
Not many places, maybe no place, has ever seen a direct strike like this with this many people and this many structures.
And some might argue that we still haven't. Early reports concerning last night's storms indicate that they were much less powerful than the ones used in the study. But the devastation is still apparent. Well, one of the main reasons the National Weather Service and the Council of Governments did that study was to encourage everyone to prepare for this very type of situation. Another reason was to prepare emergency personnel for a worst-case scenario. And while disaster contingency plans did appear to work last night, there's still some worry that we are not prepared. Just yesterday, the Federal Emergency Management Agency released its own study, reiterating that many people in Tornado Alley are not prepared for a direct hit on urban areas.
Looking at a live picture now from Telecopter 8. This is near Bell Helicopter in northeast Fort Worth near the Trinity River there. And just a short time ago, a car was found in the water there. One person is dead. There is one survivor, however, who was found. And another person is still missing, and the search continues for that person. Now, one of those missing is a grandmother, we're told. Now, this happened about 6 o'clock yesterday that the car apparently went in the water. That's when the rain was so heavy. The family was coming to pick up a relative from work, and the flash flooding just pushed them off the road and into the river. The car is about 300 yards or so from the road now in a wooded area. There is we're told, one dead person inside, a man in his 20s, and you can see a dog there on the bank. They apparently have search dogs out trying to find the survivor, or rather trying to find the missing person, I should say. There's a good look at the car there in the river. It only takes about a foot of water.
That was the car, but
told,
it's like
from the National Weather Service to float a car like that. So we're always saying don't drive into to heavy water, don't drive into high water like that, because it just doesn't, about 2 feet of water, just doesn't take very much water at all to push a car off the road.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have more on that story as we get it this afternoon in our other newscasts.
Well, members of the National Weather Service are in Tarrant County this midday to begin dissecting the tornadoes. We talked about that a little bit earlier.
With Skip Ely, right. Channel 8's Don Wall joins us by phone now with details on that. Don, what are they telling you?
Hi, Jim. I'm standing in the middle of the neighborhood, which was directly in the path of last night's tornado. It's on Merrimack Street on the west side of Fort Worth, just behind the Montgomery wards. And we are with the members of the National Weather Service team that are making the assessment of what type of a tornado, how strong were the winds, what were the wind speeds. What they're saying so far, based on the debris that they're seeing here, and that includes shingles off of roofs, broken windows, uprooted trees, that they see evidence of winds of at least 100 miles per hour. So they're saying that their very initial assessment is that the tornado was at least an F1, possibly some F2 damage as it gets closer to downtown. They are not saying anything definitively at this point. They have much more to do before they put their complete assessment together. And in fact, the Weather Service is going to have a news conference a little bit later down at the Federal Building. But for now, this team, we accompanied them downtown Fort Worth, where they walked around, took video, took pictures of some of the buildings, the high-rise glass buildings with all of the damage in them. And then they have now just driven over to this residential neighborhood, which really does look like a war zone. People are outside trying to put their lives back together, salvage what they can, and try to move on. But in this particular neighborhood, they said that the winds, and this was directly in the path of the tornado just west of downtown Fort Worth, that the winds here were at least 100 miles per hour.
Don, I know it's awfully early in the assessment process, so thank you very much for that report, and we look forward to more on that a little bit later on in our other newscasts today.
You can see this house is completely flattened, and you can see the debris path as the tornado moved along. But you can see all of these homes that are totally destroyed.
From WFAA TV, Channel 8, the spirit of Texas, this is News 8 at 5 with continuing coverage of the Texas Twisters.
Anytime we can to help things.
It's a miracle nobody's hurt.
Luckily, we did not find any victims in those buildings. However, with the light of day, we are going to be going back in those areas, and we're going to be checking those again.
You have a building that looks like it's downtown Beirut.
I always thought other people had disasters.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Today, the calm after the storm. We'll take a look at the devastation left by a pair of deadly tornadoes, their distinct calling card, forever stamped into the history of two cities.
And now word that more severe storms are on the way. More on the forecast in just a moment. But first, Channel 8's John McKay leads off our expanded coverage from Ground Zero in downtown Fort Worth. John?
Well, Scott and Macy, we are at a perfect location for where all the damage and devastation took place about 23 hours ago yesterday. Let's first show you a map to tell you exactly where it is that we are. We're on the western edge of downtown Fort Worth, the northwestern edge, as a matter of fact. Taking a look from up above from Helicopter 8, we can give you some idea of some of the damage that took place here. You can see some pictures on Dayside. It gives you more of an impression on just how bad all the damage was that occurred last night. What we want to do, first of all, is give you some indication of what it was the tornado did when it first came into the downtown area. I want to talk first about the building called the Cash America International Building, which you heard a lot of. Here's a picture of it. When the tornado came over Trinity River, it first hit this building. You can see that many of the windows are now blown out. You can see through the building. The tornado then went east of that location. across the street, striking at the Calvary Cathedral. Now, if our photographer will tilt up just a little bit, you see that even now, the steeple of that building is in bad shape, tilted slightly to the side. And as you go down, you see that the bricks inside that building were peeled away. But amazingly, there were 2 women inside this location at this very moment. The bricks were peeled away. They had nothing to hold on to, and miraculously, they were not injured. The tornado continued then to move east across the street, damaging some buildings, but a very narrow path, and then hitting the Malik Towers. There's not a single window in this building that remains intact, we are told. Not a single building. All the buildings we've shown you so far, we should tell you, are not occupied. They have been trying to have search and rescue, trying to secure the buildings, and of course the tornado went over across into the downtown area, striking several buildings. That's the Bank One building right there, and of course the Tandy Center. Many, many, many windows that were destroyed yesterday, and of course lots of damage from all of the falling glass. And still a problem even today with debris flying out of the various windows. A very dangerous situation, and the question that remains now is just how dangerous and how strong was this tornado? Channel 8's Don Wall's been checking that out.
Hi, John. The National Weather Service has not finished its assessment, but based on an initial tour of some of the most damaged areas of Fort Worth, the National Weather Service believes that the storm was probably an F2 on the Fujita scale, with winds at least 157 miles per hour. As the assessment team from the National Weather Service takes photographs of the damage to downtown high-rise buildings, a pane of glass falls to the ground on Main Street, not far from where we stand.
We got new word. High winds are picking up. We got to clear this area.
We're looking up Throckmorton. I believe this is the Bank One building.
Bank One building.
Main point that we hope everybody realizes is that it happens in big cities. And again, hopefully it's a wake-up call for people to realize that we got to be prepared, we got to be ready for these kinds of events.
We want to see what kind of glass is in these buildings, why some buildings escaped versus others. Maybe it's the way they were oriented or the way the tornado moved.
Assessing the wind speed and power of a tornado is subjective business. The Weather Service team moves to Merrimack Street, the residential neighborhood right behind Montgomery Ward's off 7th, a war zone.
This is the full brunt of it right here on the south side here. See, shingles gone, some roof materials that are gone, like decking and things like that. So, you know, this is pretty consistent with winds in the 100-mile-an-hour range.
Residents begin putting their lives back together, salvaging what they can, nailing plywood to the roof. Abby Vargas, her daughter and 2 granddaughters, survived in this house which lost its roof.
I never made it to the bedroom. I was in the kitchen the whole time with everything blowing around.
And this was pretty much ground zero.
Yes. Terrible. I have never been through anything like this.
The National Weather Service will take all of this information, plus aerial views, before it makes its final assessment. But so far, the tornado that ripped Fort Worth is at least an F2, with winds reaching 157 miles per hour.
Right at this particular location, we're looking at the high end of an F1, maybe the low end of an F2, but that doesn't mean that the F2 is the strongest portion. We still haven't assessed everything yet. There may be pockets of F3. We're not sure yet, so we're just going to continue to assess the situation and come up with a figure.
And recently, the National Weather Service predicted what might happen if a major tornado hit Dallas and Fort Worth. The experts say this is not that tornado, even though it is a significant tornado. In the meantime, people here are beginning to put back together their lives. I'm Don Wall. John, back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Don. I apologize for having to shout so much, but there's a lot of work that's going on around us right now. I'll show you a picture of some of the demolition work that in fact is already underway. We told you that there is some search and rescue efforts that have been going on for quite some time, but also some demolition work where they have some spaces that have been cleared and have been found to be safe, and so those areas are going to be torn down in the next few days. But our Janet St. James has been involved very much in the search and rescue effort. There have in fact been some canine rescue efforts brought into our area. She has this report. Well, I understand that they're having some problems hearing Janet's story, but again, what we're talking about is canine rescue that's been going on all day today here in the Fort Worth area. Let's hear what she had to say.
In the quiet after the storm, Elizabeth Foster listens carefully for a sound. Any sound that might indicate life.
I'm not in contact with the rest
Foster is one of 78 members of the Texas Urban Search and Rescue Team, combing the rubble for victims.
If you're in your house and a tornado hits, they tell you to go to the doorway or go to the bathtub.
Now, when the structure comes down, those areas are most of the time form voids, and we'll check those areas.
It looks like the roof of the truck.
All they need is a 2-inch opening for a fiber optic lens.
I don't see anything that looks like a human form.
For Hunter, all it takes is a sniff. This skilled search dog found victims last year in Oklahoma City's Twister. In the Fort Worth Warehouse District, it's believed almost everyone crawled out of the debris alive.
They have homeless people that are in the area. So basically, that's pretty much what we're looking for.
Okay.
In the end, the only victim pulled from the twisted metal was a stuffed bunny. Gladly, this team walked away, having found nothing more.
And the very first Twister victim was found in the Montgomery Ward loading dock area that you see behind me, but officials had been worried that this entire area, the row of businesses that you see very nearby, could have other victims crushed beneath it. But they searched this entire area today, and they've been doing some heavy equipment work this afternoon, and they would not be doing that if they weren't sure that there were no more victims here. And as far as we know, they haven't found any more today. Certainly a little bit of good news. John, back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Janet. Definitely some good news. There's some pictures of some of the work that is going on here right now around the area where we are, where you can see a twisted sign is right now being demolished and broken apart by some construction workers. We are, again, about a block away from the Cash America building, ground zero, in fact, for the beginning of the tornado, again, just about 23 hours ago here. The work will go on well into the evening. This is not something that's going to end after 2 or 3 days. In fact, as this newscast continues over the next hour to hour and a half, you're going to find out that there are many efforts that have been taking place throughout this area. Some search and rescue, some demolition, and some, of course, the city of Fort Worth trying to determine exactly how to bring the city back to what it was once in the past. This is John McKay reporting live. Scott, back to you.
All right, John, thank you very much. And of course, we'll be checking in with John throughout the evening here on Channel 8. We'll be back with John just here in a few minutes. The storms kept moving through the area last night. After tearing through Fort Worth, the storms started heading into Arlington. What was a peaceful neighborhood in the southern part of the city off I-20 was ripped apart in minutes. Channel 8's Brad Hawkins picks up that part of the story from the neighborhood near Barden and Matlock in Arlington.
It just happened fast.
It only took 20 seconds to rip apart their neighborhood.
And we're sitting there in the bathroom with the doors closed, and the ceiling was just bouncing. We were so amazed to come out and find out that everybody was okay.
The monster cloud danced across Tarrant-County and into their front yards. The Twister left the usual calling cards here, but no deaths or injuries.
It's a terrible thing to suddenly have your property destroyed, but I'm so grateful that there was no loss of life, no serious injury, until it almost turns to joy when you think of how bad it could have been.
That was my point of moving to Arlington, because it's hollow, it's in a hollow area, but I guess nowhere is really safe.
Elvira Williams moved from Delaware and picked her address with weather in mind. She said she had no warning.
Once when I looked out my window, I seen it coming. It was just, I didn't hear no sirens, nothing. It was too late then.
Arlington Mayor Elsie Odom says weather reports gave 12 hours warning and the city did everything it could.
The emergency center last night was up and running early on. Every department of the city was represented there.
Deborah Kaplan rode out the storm in a bathtub with her granddaughter and husband. She'll get through the cleanup, buoyed by new friends.
What a way to meet your neighbors, but we now know we have fantastic neighbors. Everybody was helping everybody. It was wonderful. It was so nice to see, you hear today that things aren't that way. But we had neighbors who were running around going up to Lowe's to help the families that lost their homes. And people are still wonderful.
In the wake of what they could not control, complete strangers who share a neighborhood and a tragedy are now working together to rebuild. Brad Hawkins, Channel 8 News, Arlington.
A few minutes later, the Twister touched down again, this time on the western edge of Grand Prairie, damaging 50 homes along Parkside Drive. Roofs were ripped off. Windows were blown out, nerves were frazzled, but not one injury was reported. That's amazing, considering that 2 homes in the area were nearly demolished by the storm, both with a house full of people. Martin Page took cover in his closet. His parents huddled on the floor.
They were laying on the ground in the duck and cover position.
Did they just not have time to get into a bathroom or anything?
Yeah, they didn't have time because the winds were hitting all the windows, and they just crashed everywhere.
The victims were assisted by their neighbors and other volunteers in helping with the cleanup. As many as 5 homes may be declared unlivable. Channel 8's Karen Kelly is now at Harris Methodist Hospital, where the tornado is still very much on the minds of many people there. Karen, what do you have for us?
Well, Scott, 3 people are still hospitalized at Harris Hospital. The most serious is a 19-year-old man who is critical. He was hit by a huge hailstone as he was moving his car. 2 others are in good condition, and actually, David Johnson could go home if he still had a home.
That has stitches in it right here. This is just surface.
Tornado victim David Johnson has stitches, cuts, and bruises, but he also has luck because amazingly, he wasn't seriously injured or killed.
And he looked up and he said, there's a tornado coming.
Johnson is a 40-year resident of the neighborhood that was nearly wiped out a mile west of downtown. He was in his yard when the tornado hit, and his house was blown away before he could get inside.
They said they pulled a nail out of my head.
Johnson has no family and now nowhere to go.
What you see in that bag is what I have.
The hospital is trying to link Johnson to help from a social services agency. The tornado is still on the minds of many doctors and nurses. Some were still on duty today.
And within a very short period of time, we had something like 20 patients in here.
Trauma surgeon Dr. Michael Hickey is the captain of the ship at Harris when emergencies hit. This is his first Texas disaster.
Well, I lived in California for almost 14 years, and we had a lot of earthquakes, but nothing as devastating. This was a terrifying experience.
Off-duty medical personnel raced to the hospital when they learned of the tornado. Some, though, had to first treat the victims around them. ICU nurse Gretchen Hunt was off-duty and inside the Fort Worth Library.
And you don't think about, the disaster you've just been through. You just think about what you got to do to take care of people's needs.
And certainly there were plenty of people doing just that. Now, 70-year-old David Johnson, the man we met earlier in the story, who is still hospitalized, although he's in good condition, did get a chance this afternoon to meet with a social worker. He is still hoping for a temporary home. We will check up on him tomorrow. I'm Karen Kelly reporting live in Fort Worth. Back to you, Macy, in the studio.
All right, Karen, a lot of lucky folks tonight. Thank you. The city of Fort Worth now puts the damage estimate downtown at $157 million. 8 commercial buildings were destroyed, 50 others were damaged. 2 fire stations were also damaged, along with 5 city buildings, including the Cowtown Coliseum and the Fort Worth Central Library. The tornado damaged 12 county buildings. Well, hundreds of Tarrant-County residents are homeless tonight, victims of last night's tornadoes. Still ahead, a look at how they are coping and settling into area shelters.
Well, right now, let's go to John McKay.
Scott and Macy, to aid some of the victims of the tornado from last night, Channel 8's Family First. Well, we're going to be teaming up, believe it or not, with 100.7 FM radio, that's KLTY, for a relief drive. Now, here's some information for you. Some of the items that are needed are individual bottles of water, some canned food, and handy wipes. Again, if you'd like to help, individual bottled water, canned food, and handy wipes. We'll be glad to take your donations at the Salvation Army at 6500 Harry Hines Boulevard in Dallas, or you can bring your drop-offs to the Salvation Army location here in Fort Worth at 1855 East Lancaster. Now, KLTY's on-air radio personalities will be there all day, and of course they'll be taking donations until 6:30 tonight. So that's some pretty good news for some of the folks. Those of you who, again, want to donate or help in some kind of way, we could use some individual bottled water, some canned food, and some handy wipe. And again, you can take those to the Salvation Army locations, the one in Dallas on Harry Hines and the one here in Fort Worth on East Lancaster. Scott and Mason.
All right, John, we'll check in with you a little later.
Another look at the damage in Fort Worth, reminding me to tell you that I hope you heard what Don Wall said earlier. This is not the tornado that weather experts talked about last month in our weather series. This is an F2 tornado, the potential for an F5. Think what that could do. Thank you that so many of you paid attention to the warnings last night, and there was less loss of life because of that. So continue to pay attention. Now, there's been a lot of discussion today about where the tornadoes were, how many. Let's have a look at that in the graphic that Steve McCauley and Philip Wilbur prepared for us this afternoon. This tornado, this starts at 7th and University, and that's where those folks saw it coming in the Cash America building and took cover. Then it moved right into the middle of downtown, and then this went up and down several times. Is this the same tornado that we see again in the southeastern part of Fort Worth? That's still under investigation, but we know there were at least a couple more, because before there was a report of a funnel cloud in northwest Fort Worth. Later there was a report of a funnel cloud near Wilmer. Fortunately, didn't see any damage reports from those, but the one in the downtown Fort Worth area you've certainly heard about. Also the one that formed in the area here near Lake Arlington. This is 820 and I-20, and then that moved eastward along and just south of I-20, touched down again as it approached Grand Prairie, and there's where the other area of heavy damage has been. So probably 2 tornadoes here, and at least a couple more funnel clouds, but the significant ones we know about, the downtown Fort Worth and the Grand Prairie storms, which have caused the significant damage. And remember, probably no more than F2. Think what an F5 tornado could do and how dangerous that would be, how many people would be put in peril. So please continue to heed those warnings as you did last night. Now, let's take a look at the weather for today. I'll have to back out of the way to show you the thunderstorms today. They're crossing into Louisiana. Just over east of Marshall, there's still a pretty significant thunderstorm. There's another one north of Shreveport. But as far as we're concerned, we've had what we're going to have for a while. Let's take a look at the rest of the action for today. Here's the animation of the radars for the day. And again, we see this stuff forming in East Texas this afternoon. There it is. And moves rapidly off toward the east. Now, that's all we have at this point. We're not going to be seeing any more thunderstorm development tomorrow, but probably about the next day we'll likely begin to see some more. And hopefully we'll, yes, there we are. Here's the the tornado watch box, which now you can see that is just about to cross over into Louisiana. All right, having said enough about that, here's what things look like as we check out the satellite pictures for today. The remnants of last night activity moving off in Louisiana, Arkansas, now Mississippi, Tennessee at this hour this afternoon. And just this little tail of activity now ahead of the dry line, which has finally come through earlier in the afternoon for Dallas-Fort Worth, taking us out of the action fairly early in the day. And the cool front now is working its way through, even in spite of the upper airflow still coming from the southwest. This surface ridge is pushing in. Some clouds behind this, but those are going to stay north of us. Here's what the temperatures look like at 5 o'clock today. 59 at Wichita Falls. Obviously the cool front's through there, but the winds have gone northwest or northwest in all the local area airports. Let's look at those. We don't really see much temperature differential as yet, but we will be as the rather gusty north-northwest wind is now moving into the area. Low 67 this morning, and the high was 79 this afternoon. 75 now, 46% humidity, barometer rising. Wind is north-northwest at 18, and no rain since midnight. Air quality is okay today by EPA standards, and let's look at the pollen. And here we have it. 2352 grains per cubic meter of air today. 1317 oak, that's up. Fungus 676, that's about the same. Hackberry down 272. Mulberry down 124. Sycamore 65. Mountain cedar 49 and others 29. Now let's look at the forecast. And here's what we expect to be seeing tonight. 63 degrees at 10 o'clock. The winds northwest 10 to 20 miles an hour. Clear skies. Storms moving through Mississippi and western Louisiana. 52 in the morning. Again, clear skies. North winds 10 to 15 tomorrow with sunshine. Tomorrow by the middle of the day, 65 degrees. Tomorrow afternoon's high temperature diminishing. Northerly winds, sunshine, and about 74. But the break will be short from the precip because the next day, 53 degrees in the morning. Clouds move back in Thursday night. Friday, probably quite a bit of cloudiness in the area by Friday afternoon or evening. Another thunderstorm outbreak. At this point, it doesn't look as significant as yesterday's, but it's a little early to tell, and the main system is yet to come. Thunderstorms Friday. The 5-day outlook at 6 o'clock, but there probably will be thunderstorms both days this weekend. So that is the weather for now, and I'll see you again later.
And you talked, and that was a very good explanation, by the way, on the 2 tornadoes.
Thank you.
The Weather Service, while they're still investigating, do think, though, that the one in Fort Worth was possibly an F2?
That is correct, and that's, I believe I heard Jim Stefkovich say 157 mile-an-hour winds, but remember, an F5 tornado can be in excess of 300 miles an hour. And those are fairly rare, but they do happen. In Oklahoma City, it really did some damage.
Yeah, and you had just done this series, or that special assignment, just about a month ago.
Yeah, just about 6 weeks ago, and then we had a lot of folks send emails saying, "You shame on you for using scare tactics."
Right.
But tornadoes do come over downtown areas, and this one wasn't as strong as it might have been.
Could have been.
Many, many people could be put in peril.
Right.
Well, as we have seen in downtown areas before with Nashville and on the skirts of Miami as well, it does happen.
Oh, it does happen,
and,
for sure.
It's amazing to look at the damage that we saw and only a few injuries.
The heat island
Serious.
effect of a downtown area does maybe help some mild thunderstorms move around, but a tornado is going to go where it's going to go,
Right, yeah.
and if it's downtown, that's where it's going to go.
Okay.
All right.
Troy, thank you very much. And you're looking at a live picture of one of the buildings in downtown Fort Worth as our expanded coverage of News 8 at 5 continues here. There's the steeple and the prayer tower from the Calvary Cathedral International, the church there in Fort Worth. It's a 31-year-old church. It was virtually destroyed by the tornado that cut a path of destruction through downtown Fort Worth.
Our coverage continues right now on the tornadoes that roared through Fort Worth, Arlington, also Grand Prairie.
Channel 8's John McKay joins us now live in Fort Worth with more. John?
Well, Scott and Macy, welcome back again. We are on the western edge of Fort Worth, the downtown Fort Worth, I should tell you. We're just east of the Trinity River. I want to show you some pictures of what's going on around me right now. There is dust going up in Fort Worth, but all that dust has to do now with recovery. Nothing at all like what was happening about this time yesterday here with rain and, of course, lots of damage. There are repair and recovery crews that are all over the downtown region. This is a relatively slow process that goes on. The buildings that have been checked and cleared, some of them will come down, others of course will be rebuilt or reconstructed. There are some other buildings, however, that are still being searched, some of the larger ones, and some with more damage are still being searched and checked. Here's how lucky we were in all this. You see the building, the brown building to the distance there? That, believe it or not, is 200 yards off of where the tornado struck here in the western edge of Fort Worth. That building yesterday and right now is full of senior citizens. And luckily, the tornado did not move just to its south. If that had happened, we would have had an entirely different situation than we had here yesterday with I think 4 people now dead and about 89 or 100 people injured. Again, we're very fortunate that not more people were hurt in all of this. There is a lot of damage here. There are lots of problems that continue simply because we have some utilities that are a problem, and of course all the broken glass. We've been telling you about that since yesterday, warning people not to come downtown, but that didn't keep a lot of business owners from doing just that. Channel 8's Valerie Williams explains.
In the morning breeze, jagged panes of glass swing precariously on the side of Fort Worth's Union Pacific building.
How loose are the panes?
Some of them are hanging on by a thread. You can knock them off with your fingertip.
I'd say it's about this size piece.
As the wind picks up, 2 deputies take cover as some of the panes begin dropping. They flinch when they realize how silently debris will fall until it's suddenly upon you.
You a little nervous right now?
Yeah, I don't have much hair on my head. Yeah, that stuff kill you if it hits you. Yeah.
Many pieces of glass weigh over 100 pounds, and when they shatter, razor-sharp shards are sent flying up to 4 blocks away.
This is my reporter's notebook. This is a 1/4-inch thick shard of glass that fell from the Radisson Hotel 2 blocks away. Imagine what this would have done to a bystander.
Yeah, you got to keep on going down and back up.
But despite repeated warnings and officers doing their best to keep people out of the danger zone, there are still those determined to sneak in, like Lupe Garcia, who was looking for some day work and went home with some souvenirs.
Well, we just want to look at the building with all those windows blown up, and man, it looks like it was a hard tornado, you know.
But there is no sneaking for Brian Barron, who lives above his hamburger restaurant. In fact, unlike most other downtown businesses, Barron had a pretty good day as the only food place open. As he takes us upstairs for a look at the damage, Barron explains that both the city and Southwestern Bell had called to make sure he was open. Barron's damage is limited to 1 blown-out window.
Yeah, so it was a little exciting last night, and get your adrenaline going a little bit, and that was pretty cool.
For Brian Barron, the repair will be simple. For now, a board shoved in place will do the trick. But experts say it could be at least 3 to 4 days before they safely remove all the windows from the bigger buildings, and even longer to put new glass in its place. Valerie Williams, Channel 8 News, Fort Worth.
And even now, the cleanup continues. Show you a picture of what's going on just across the street of where we are right now, where this building apparently has just been cleared for people to come in and take out some of the furniture and some of the other items that remain inside. In the distance, you could see just before we closed in, there were some apartments that were not damaged at all. But again, here's the picture. You see how close all the damage is just beyond that. Again, the apartments that weren't damaged, but the front of this building, you can see, was destroyed. The roof damaged quite severely. But all across downtown now, a cleanup has begun, as people slowly but surely walk through, go from building to building, trying to determine which ones are safe. And right in the middle of all that is our Rebecca Lopez with an update on cleanup. Rebecca?
Well, John, still a lot of work to be done here in downtown Fort Worth. Normally the streets here are busy with people. They're filled with people coming down here to some of the restaurants and coming out here to visit some of the theaters down here in downtown Fort Worth. But you can see there's hardly anybody down here. Past those barricades, no one is allowed into that area. That is because police and the fire department are still very concerned about that flying glass that we've been telling you about, so they're not letting folks walk around. In fact, no one is allowed in some of that area unless they are cleaning up. And as you mentioned, all over Fort Worth, workers have been busy. Take a look at this billboard that fell on top of a building in West Fort Worth. We should have some video of that. It had to be lifted with heavy machinery. The damage is extensive. Construction companies have been busy providing plywood temporarily until windows can be replaced. Again, as Valerie said, it could take days, maybe even weeks to clean all this up. Folks who work in the downtown area say they just cannot believe this damage. And earlier today, we were able to get into one of the buildings just across the street from the Union Pacific Resource Building, which is one of the most heavily damaged in the downtown area. You could see glass dangling. There's some video there. Fire officials, again, are very concerned about this and other buildings. So, again, you can see why folks aren't being allowed in here. Now, I'm told that the streets here could be blocked off through the weekend, and that's going to pose a big problem because there are a lot of hotels down here in downtown Fort Worth, and there's expected to be a huge NASCAR race, and they're expecting thousands of visitors into the downtown area. So if some of those streets are still blocked off over the weekend, it could be a real mess here in Fort Worth. Rebecca Lopez reporting live. Back to you, Macy.
All right, Rebecca, thank you for that report. Well, if you were watching from the comfort of a cozy home tonight, you are fortunate, but imagine your home being more like a war zone. Well, that is what some residents in Arlington faced today after a tornado ripped through their neighborhood. Channel 8's Byron Harris is in one of the hard-hit areas. He joins us live with more. Byron.
Hi, Macy. I'm near the corner of Barden and Matlock Roads, and to show you the power of this storm, take a look at this rebar down here. It's about as thick as my big toe, and the storm was powerful enough to snap this wall all the way down to that concrete stanchion in the middle. This area was hit the hardest. At least 93 houses are listed as uninhabitable by the mayor's office. They were in the path of a tornado that was 2 miles long and several blocks wide. Most of the residents here got their warning from television because even though there are 30 tornado sirens in Arlington, many of them did not go off. Still, most folks in this neighborhood had left their homes or taken cover in a safe place.
We didn't get very much warning. There was a flash on the TV, but really what happened, I went to the door and I saw the action of the wind coming towards us. So it was just a split second. Grabbed my grandbaby, my daughter, my husband, went into the downstairs bathroom. So it happened just that quickly,
Now, things have settled down here since this morning. At that time, residents needed green sheets of paper to get in to even see their houses. They don't need those sheets of paper anymore, but they still have to show their IDs and driver's licenses just to get to their houses. It'll be a long time before things get back to normal here. This is Byron Harris live in Arlington. Back to you.
As you look right there at the damage in the aftermath of those two tornadoes, about 100 members of Calvary Cathedral Church huddled together in prayer while the tornado mangled and destroyed sections of their building yesterday. An hour before the storm hit, children played in this outdoor play yard, which was pummeled by flying debris and entire sections of church portables. Inside, the twister tore gaping holes in the sanctuary roof and skinned the walls of the church tower. 2 women were praying inside at the time, but neither one was hurt.
You can replace metal, you can replace buildings, but you don't replace people. So what was really important is still in place.
Officials, while they look for a place to hold Sunday services, they are also looking for a location for their private school classes for students in kindergarten through 12th grade.
The Arlington Morning News has put out an extra today. You can show the folks at home this, basically to help people out so that they can get a listing of phone numbers and where shelters are. As you can see right there by Macy's hand right there is the list of the phone numbers. You can get this by calling the Arlington Morning News. This is the first one they've ever sent out. The Arlington Morning News, by the way, was started printing just a couple of years ago. They also have a website at arlingtonnow.com. And it's basically for the people who live there in the Arlington area, and it's quite interesting. Once again, if you'd like to find out how to do this, you can call the Arlington Morning News, and you can get them on their website, which is on the top of the paper. It's www.arlingtonnow.com.
First one in their history.
First one in their history, that's right.
Yeah, good idea.
Coming up next, some more storms are in the forecast. They should be east of us, though, which is good news. Troy will have that for us.
And people in one Fort Worth neighborhood hard hit by the storm begin rebuilding their lives. Stay with us.
Were y'all home when it hit? Yeah, we had heard the whistle before, and then just complete destruction.
They're from the naval base. They just came out and volunteered. They walked down the street and came up and said, "Can we help?"
But I'm just so thankful that it wasn't any worse than it is.
From WFAA TV, Channel 8, the Spirit of Texas. This is News 8 at 6 with continuing coverage of the Texas Twisters.
This is a live view from above at downtown Fort Worth a day after a deadly tornado tore through the heart of this urban area. Windows shattered, many office buildings are in shambles. Now the long process of cleaning up the mess left behind begins. Good evening, everyone. I'm Gloria Campos in Dallas.
And I'm John McKay in Fort Worth. Good evening, everybody. Lots of damage here in Fort Worth as we begin to tell you about 24 hours ago yesterday. That is when, in fact, we had so many problems, the rain and so many things that were going on here. But now not a drop of rain remains, but all the damage does. Let's take a look to tell you where we are right now, to give you some idea of our location in Fort Worth. We're on the western edge, just east of the Trinity River, right across the street from what we've been calling really ground zero in all of this. That started this again about this time yesterday. And I want to tell you once again where all of this started in terms of the downtown area. In terms of the major damage, we're talking about the Cash America building, which we began to tell you about last night, and you can see today still remains for the most part empty. Most of the windows have been blown out of that building. The people have not been allowed to go back in today, as recovery efforts and search efforts have been going on all day long, making sure people were okay. Just across the street, following the path of the tornado yesterday, you can see Calvary Cathedral International, where the bell tower at the top, the prayer tower, is still damaged and tilted to the side. They're not allowing people even to walk along next to the church because of that. And some of the brick on the skin on the side has been stripped away. And going across the street, still following the path to the east of the tornado, you can see that there is some damage there to that small building where people have now been allowed to go inside and get some of the furniture out. But this building, what you see, M-L-I-C-K Tower, that's the Malik Tower as it used to be. There are some people right now that have gone inside this facility. There are no windows that are left open in this, but people have now been allowed to go inside and check for damage, check their own offices. This is probably the initial portions, the end rather, of a search effort through the building. They've determined that the structure itself is safe. Lots of cleanup going on throughout downtown area. Our Rebecca Lopez is downtown, and she has more to tell us about that. Rebecca?
Well, this cleanup is massive. As you can imagine, workers have to replace thousands of windows in high-rise buildings, and there's still a lot of glass and debris on the ground. All of that has to be swept up, so this is quite a chore. Workers used everything from heavy equipment to brooms to clean up tons of debris. For some, it's a dangerous job, like the workers having to replace windows in high-rise buildings. Willie Rivers brought in hundreds of sheets of plywood to fix some of those windows.
Pretty difficult, it is. It's dangerous too. Still all the glass hanging, you can see it hanging when the wind blows.
Parts of downtown are still shut down because of falling glass. We got a close-up view of the Union Pacific Resource Building. You can see the glass still dangling.
Just been watching to see
see some of the glass fall off. It's kind of like watching paint peel, but it's amazing when it tumbles down and you hear that tingle hit the street.
Some downtown streets are closed as workers try to sweep up. Across town in West Fort Worth, workers lifted a huge billboard off a rooftop. Of course, the hardest hit building was the Cash of America building, which could take weeks to clean up. While it may look bad, structurally inspectors say it's okay.
Our early reports is that structurally, but we believe that the buildings are fine.
Because of all the cleanup, folks are being asked to stay away from these hard-hit areas, but that could hurt downtown hotels. Many hotel guests fled after the tornado, like Mark Stigger and Scott Frickson from Alaska.
So you can have your tornadoes, we'll stay with the earthquakes.
It will take time for safety inspectors to check out the damage, so don't expect Fort Worth to look the same anytime soon. And if you look behind me, you can actually see the Marriott Hotel and some other hotels here like the Worthington. Well, some of those hotels received some damage. Some of the rooms were destroyed, and that could pose a huge problem this weekend because those hotels are expecting thousands of guests for the NASCAR races, which are going on this weekend here in Fort Worth. Some of those streets around those hotels are expected to stay closed throughout the weekend, so it could be a big traffic headache, nightmare for people trying to get in and park around these areas and then make their way to the hotel. So it could pose a lot of problems for some folks coming in. Rebecca Lopez reporting live. Back to you, John.
All right, thanks a lot, Rebecca. Appreciate that report. There has been a human toll, of course, to all of this. Some statistics to tell you about right now. 3 people have now been confirmed dead. 1 person apparently is still missing. And the estimate now is that there are about 100 people who were injured in all of this. The injuries ranging all the way from minor, of course, to critical. But again, 3 dead, 1 person missing, an estimated 100 people injured. The search, of course, for people who may be missing continues in all this. Bill Brown is standing by live right now in Trinity River in East Fort Worth, where a car reported some time ago to apparently, as a result of all the water, to have gone off the road. Bill?
That's right, John, and this is a sad, sad place to be this evening in Fort Worth. We have family members out here, a couple of dozen of them, hoping and praying that somehow their loved one, the missing grandmother, will be found alive. Last night, during that terrible storm, a car was swept away here by the roaring floodwaters. Today, we've had nearly 100 people out searching for this missing woman, using dogs, helicopters, even divers. It has been a long, tough day. This tells the sad ending of the story for a family trapped in a killer storm. A car washed a quarter of a mile down a roaring creek by a tornado spawning torrential rains. Ashland Pickens and his wife Yolanda, both of Forest Hill, had come here to pick up his grandmother Adele Warren from her shift at the Bell helicopter plant. As they headed west on Trinity Boulevard, they saw a wall of water coming at them. Quickly, they turned around and tried to race away from the flood, but they never made it. It caught their car and tumbled it into the rising stream.
There are plenty of sinkholes that the men have already fallen into that are way over their heads.
Pretty dangerous searching?
There's 1 or 2 areas that can be, yes, sir.
Somehow, the wife managed to get out of the floating car and escape, but her husband wasn't so lucky. Later, they found his body. His grandmother disappeared and now is presumed dead. All day long out here, family members have held a vigil, sometimes joining in prayer to help hold on.
You know, we're hoping for that miracle deal. You watch a lot of things, and there's miracles that do happen. We're hoping that somewhere down the stream, she's holding on to a limb, just waiting for somebody to come and rescue her.
But after hours of looking, the search has turned up no sign of the missing woman. They'll work until dark, they say, and start again in the morning.
Once we find her, we will all be satisfied to know that at least we know what the outcome is. Right now.
And a lot of people have pitched into this huge effort in this search. The Bell Company loaned several helicopters, many Fort Worth firefighters, and even some active duty military personnel who are on temporary duty over here at the Bell Textron plant. Everybody this evening is tired, they're worn out, they've given it their best. They simply have not been able to find the missing woman. They will search until there is no longer any light this evening, they say, and they will try again tomorrow. John?
All right, thanks a lot. That's Bill Brown reporting from East Fort Worth along the Trinity River. There were some problems also in Arlington yesterday. Apparently, none of the sirens sounded, and that has city officials very much concerned. Channel 8's Brad Watson explains.
The emergency siren stands as the lone sentry of last resort. But in Arlington Tuesday night, some say their sentry stayed silent.
I heard no siren, no warning whatsoever.
Dan Dooley lives a few blocks from a siren and says he's sure he heard nothing.
Every time they sound that, I don't care if you have a stereo on or television and everything on, vacuum cleaner, you can hear it.
Dooley lives east of where a tornado ripped into dozens of homes and businesses just south of Interstate 20. The storm also threatened homes to the south, where a mile or less from a siren, Karen Scherer says she also got no warning.
So what if it would have hit here and I wouldn't have had time to take cover? Because I'm thinking there's no immediate danger. There's no sirens.
Arlington has 30 of these emergency sirens scattered about the city, designed to warn people outdoors. But regardless of whether people are outside or inside, the city still can't assure people that the sirens will even go off. The fire department sets off the sirens by radio, and they say they sent the signal 4 times Tuesday night, starting at 6:35. But the system can't confirm that a siren sounded, and lightning often interferes.
Our siren system consists of 2 types of sirens. Some of them are at least 20 years old, and so that's some pretty old technology and has a certain degree of unreliability to it.
Further, the sirens reach just 75% of the city. Each one can be heard 3/4 of a mile at best. Upgrading the system would cost about $70,000. Denton just installed a state-of-the-art system that blankets the whole city with sirens that each pierce 3.5 miles. In Arlington, the city says people must consider other alerts. For those sirens that don't sound, they make very expensive bird nests. Brad Watson, Channel 8 News, Arlington.
Let us not continue until I clarify something. I believe I said that none of the sirens sounded. The reports that we're getting from citizens is that many citizens did not hear siren sound, so that there is some difference in all that. Gloria, back to you, but again tonight here in Fort Worth, the cleanup continues. We do not want people, the city officials do not want people, I should tell you, walking in the downtown area. So if you stayed home last night because of the rain, stay home tonight just to keep out of people's way, because that's all you'd be doing is getting in folks' way right now. Gloria?
All right, it'll be a while before they can get in there, I presume. Thank you. Well, some tornado victims in western Grand Prairie tonight are lucky to be alive after the deadly twister ripped through their neighborhood near Arkansas Lane and Great Southwest Parkway. More than 50 houses in all were damaged, at least 2 of them almost demolished when the storm struck. Inside most of the houses, residents huddled in bathrooms and closets after they realized a tornado was about to strike. Despite all the damage, no one was hurt. While other areas were just feeling the brunt of the storm, the mayor of River Oaks, just northwest of downtown Fort Worth, was already declaring his city a disaster area. As Channel 8's Ana Martinez reports, River Oaks took some hard hits early on.
The tornado that struck downtown Fort Worth about 6:15 blew through the city of River Oaks half an hour earlier, about 5:45.
Here last night, as it moved across our area, was several cells moving across with indications of hail.
This is what it left behind. In a matter of moments, roofs blown off buildings.
There used to be a roof up here.
Trees uprooted.
She said, I want Jesus. I want him to be right here.
Aww.
It was, I'm telling you, I was trying not to be scared because I didn't want to upset
You didn't want to scare them.
It's horrible.
Another tree blown over on top of a truck.
The wind started picking up fast, and we seen boxes and stuff start getting taken up, and then we seen it start building bigger and bigger.
The tornado cut a trail of damage through River Oaks. The fieldhouse roof was blown off at Castleberry High School. School was canceled there today.
I realized it was a tornado. I started bawling. I was crying so hard.
The tornado destroyed 2 homes in River Oaks. 9 suffered major damage and 20 moderate damage.
At 6:30 yesterday afternoon, I declared this a disaster area and asked the governor for help.
The help is coming from many areas. Volunteers from the Texas Air National Guard, from the nearby Naval Reserve Base, and from an alternative high school.
This is our 3rd house this afternoon. We're just going around to whoever needs help.
River Oaks residents are surprised that the kind of storm that could do this kind of damage, uproot a tree by its roots this way, did not hurt one person. No one in River Oaks was transported because of storm-related injuries. Although no one in River Oaks suffered bodily injury because of the tornado, property damage is high.
I don't know right now. It's still a shock.
For some, the emotional damage will be the hardest to repair. Ana Martinez, Channel 8 News, River Oaks.
Now let's go back live to downtown Fort Worth for another perspective of the emotional toll taken by the storms. John?
Well, Gloria, again, it is quiet here. Much of the quiet, I think, is people are still, some of them, somewhat in shock about what has happened here yesterday. Most of us really think that tornadoes just don't hit in downtown areas, and we have learned again last night that yes, they do, and when they hit, they can hit very hard. Some pictures of the Calvary Cathedral here in the Fort Worth area on the western edge of town. It showed you just how much things were rearranged around here. In fact, not just in the business area, but in neighborhoods, and you'd be surprised at what people found. Channel 8's George Ripa has more on that story.
It's a neighborhood that's too poor to own chainsaws, but they were among the first to be hit by Tuesday's storm. These homes took a beating even before the tornado crossed the Trinity River and headed toward downtown Fort Worth. Despite the massive destruction in this area, it didn't take long for the kids to try to bring this neighborhood back to life, but it will never be the same.
Stay. He's from 2 streets over. Look, there's no mailbox.
And as Brenda Voss, the letter carrier for this community on the near west side, found out, it was a day she never anticipated.
This is sad. Because I don't think these people have a whole lot, and they don't need to lose a whole lot either.
Along the way, Voss found that her everyday conversations were anything but.
It's right behind me. I mean, I'm just driving, and that thing's right behind me, and everything we're all in.
Babe, look, it's coming.
He ran back in the house, you know, for shelter. The walls, all the walls just came down, and one fell on him, and they split him in half.
It makes me emotional. Because I talk to these people every day, almost every day. Oh, man. I met him one time because he wasn't picking up his mail, so I knocked on his house, and I met him. And he was really impressed that I did that because he didn't think anybody cared about him anymore, and that's how I met him. And now he's in the hospital. Oh, that's his house.
I think the Lord's trying to get your attention.
He got my attention. I think I got a lot of people's attention. This is by far the roughest day I've ever had on my job since I've been with the post office.
George Ripa, Channel 8 News in Fort Worth.
New word, high winds are picking up. We got to clear this area.
And we're sitting there in the bathroom with the doors closed, and the ceiling was just bouncing. We were so amazed to come out and find out that everybody was okay.
Terrible. I have never been through anything like this.
Everybody was helping everybody. It was wonderful.
Hopefully it's a wake-up call for people to realize that we got to be prepared. We got to be ready for these kinds of events.
From WFAA TV, Channel 8, the spirit of Texas, this is the News 8 Update with continuing coverage of the Texas Twisters.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight.
28 hours after twin tornadoes crashed through Tarrant-County, nerves are still rattled.
And this is why. An F2 tornado, which tonight has claimed another life and has left some North Texans wondering how life will ever be the same again.
Channel 8's John McKay joins us live from downtown Fort Worth, the hardest hit area, with the latest. John.
Well, good evening, Gloria and Scott. We want to show you that even though there has been so much devastation here, we want to begin tonight with the beauty that really has permeated the area since all of this has occurred. These pictures from just a couple of hours ago as sun went down just behind the Calvary Cathedral here. You can see the damage of the church, but again, the sun going down, and here's a picture of how it looks live tonight here in the downtown Fort Worth area. We have a number of live cameras that are trained throughout Dallas-Fort Worth. We want to go first to some of them here. Again, downtown Fort Worth, a picture of Calvary Cathedral where 2 women were praying last night and managed to survive this devastation. Also another picture from downtown Fort Worth. Want to show you some of the cleanup that is going on. This has been going on all day. This is the Main Street area. You can see live looking down at the Tarrant-County Courthouse in downtown Fort Worth. Arlington, too, was hit by a tornado, and most of the damage there took place in residential areas. Again, you can see from these pictures much of the damage in the southern part of town, and very serious damage it is that we're talking about. And then overhead, our Helicopter 8, our helicopter, has been viewing and surveying all the damage for us. There, a live picture of the Cash America building, that on the western edge of Fort Worth, and just about 100 to 200 feet from that is where we are standing right now, again on the western edge of Fort Worth. With each passing hour since the tornado came down and went back up, we are learning more about the devastation.
We now know it was about 5:45 when the first twister suddenly dropped from the sky.
Oh my God.
We seen something spinning. We seen all the lights coming off.
Several cells moving across.
There used to be a roof up here.
Its first target, the community of River Oaks, northwest of downtown Fort Worth.
You can see a definite beginning of the damage path, and as it tracked through, moving its way to downtown Fort Worth.
From there, the tornado picked up steam, crashing into the Cash America building, Calvary Cathedral, the Malek Tower, then the Tandy Center and Bank One, leaving damage and death behind.
Yeah, before we ran over to the camera, I thought that...
Steve Helmstetler captured the intensifying storm on tape during a few frightening moments.
I was a little scared when it started, coming toward us, but in the end, it just started going toward Fort Worth. I didn't see any fear. It was more excitement than anything. But, and then we just watched the debris and some transformers explode, and it was real intense.
See the lights go out? Oh, jeez.
It's going to take, I suspect, weeks and maybe months to get the glass back on those buildings.
By 6:28, now reaching speeds of over 113 miles an hour, the F2 twister headed toward the intersection of Interstates 30 and 35. At 6:37, I-35 and Riverside. At 7:05, what's now believed to be a second twister was detected 5 miles west of Arlington Airport, churning eastward through Arlington neighborhoods and into Grand Prairie.
But you can see all of these homes that are totally destroyed.
Once when I looked out my window, I seen it coming. It was just, I didn't hear no sirens, nothing. It was too late then.
The debris continues to reveal the storm's secrets to meteorologists. In Arlington, they've discovered evidence of F3 damage. That means wind speeds reached more than 158 miles an hour. In the days and weeks ahead, scientists will learn even more, although they feel sure of some things.
This is a significant tornado, and we're going to be assigning wind speeds, but this wasn't the big one, and a big one can occur.
Though we do not have any indication of how long it will take to clean up all of this, we are told now somewhat of a damage estimate. Let's show you some of the figures that have been put together by the city of Fort Worth and by some other authorities about the damage here. $157 million in damage, we are told. These are just business losses in Tarrant County. Also, 8 buildings destroyed in downtown Fort Worth, 50 businesses with serious damage. In terms of homes, more than 480 homes damaged in Arlington and Fort Worth, 480 homes. Governor Bush has in fact declared the Tarrant County area a disaster area. But again, the cleanup tonight continues all across Fort Worth and Arlington. Our Rebecca Lopez joins us live with more on that. Rebecca?
Well, that's right. We found work crews still out here tonight. And as you can see, some of the streets are still blocked off. This is still considered a potentially dangerous situation. And all of this is really starting to wear on the work crews.
They're still at it tonight. Hundreds of workers trying to get downtown Fort Worth opened again. There are many people out here, including police officers who have been working 14, 15-hour shifts.
It's not that we're out here really, pushing a broom, but we're out here for a long amount of time wearing the uniform.
Officers are having a tough time keeping people away who want to see the aftermath. Some people even stop to capture the moment, like this man from Quebec.
Something to talk about when I come back home. I'd like to show him.
During the day, you can get a better look as to why authorities want people to stay away. Glass still dangles and some is falling from downtown buildings.
There is a safety zone that we're having to build up around each one of those buildings to be sure that if there's any flying glass that anybody is not close to where it possibly could fall.
Across town on the west side of Fort Worth, workers lifted this huge billboard off the building, while other workers replaced windows. Construction and glass companies had to bring in extra material. Willie Rivers says the phone at his business has been ringing off the wall with folks needing plywood.
Big business. Yeah, we got 100 more sheets of plywood on the way, so all they'd give us this morning was 60, so we got 100 more ordered. Everybody wants plywood right now.
The demand is so great that plywood is being brought in from other cities. With thousands of windows to replace, workers have their work cut out for them. It could be weeks before anyone gets a break.
And right now you're looking at a live picture there of the Union Pacific Resource Building, and I am told that workers have not started obviously going in there and replacing any of those windows. Again, still a dangerous situation, but I'm told that they're actually going to go in there and knock out all of those windows and then start to replace them. So this area could possibly be shut down at least throughout the weekend. And again, you are told to please stay away from the downtown area. Rebecca Lopez reporting live. Back to you, Gloria.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Well, just about an hour and a half ago, we got word of a fourth confirmed death related to yesterday's twisters. The latest victim was 19 years old. In the Fort Worth Warehouse District today, a canine search team was used to look for possible survivors trapped in the rubble. The crews say they found no victims, and it appears everyone got out of the area alive.
In East Fort Worth, the search will resume in the morning for a woman whose car was swept away by floodwaters. The body of 24-year-old Ashlyn Dickens was found today by searchers. His wife, Yolanda, escaped from the floating vehicle, but her husband's 62-year-old grandmother, Adele Warren, disappeared in the raging flood.
They saw the rushing waters coming, so they decided to turn and go opposite, they thought, of the rushing water. And as they were going into the current of the water. And as that happened, it hydroplaned the car, and it took it out just like a sailboat, and there it went.
Family members prayed throughout the day today as nearly 100 searchers used dogs, helicopters, and divers. They did not find the woman. They'll try again in the morning.
Channel 8's Byron Harris is in Arlington right now, where the tornado damage is widespread. Byron?
Gloria, for the first 24 hours after the storm, families tried to figure out if they'd survived. Now they're trying to figure out how they can rebuild, and that inevitably involves paperwork and insurance. This really isn't the corner of State Farm and Manor Way in South Arlington, but it is a neighborhood that won't be recognizable as its former self for several days. Chris Wade's relatives are stacking the back of his house in the front yard. His lawnmower is in the swimming pool, and the growl of a front end loader is echoing up the street. No matter.
Luckily, nobody got hurt. It was a miracle.
Only Chris and his dog were in the house when the storm hit.
Troy said it's right over Arlington. I looked at my window. They were wavering. I grabbed my dog and went in the downstairs bathroom, and as I was shutting the door, stuff started flying in that one window right there. I could hear all the glass breaking, and I was holding onto the pedestal sink, just praying to God that this would get over with quickly.
20 seconds of storm destroyed a house he'd lived in for 6 years. For most families, the rebuilding won't take place without a check from an insurance company. Small armies of insurance adjusters are moving through neighborhoods, trying to make the process as painless as possible. They say homeowners should protect themselves by carefully checking out companies doing repairs.
Well, now is the time to be cautious. If you have damaged property, you want to make sure that you deal with somebody who's reputable, someone who's going to be here when you need follow-up service done. So I would really recommend people try to find a reputable local organization and not someone who just moves through town and wants business quickly.
So look for... Now, the insurance industry says that homeowners are probably entitled to hotel and food expenses while their homes are being repaired. But to get that, you have to ask for it, and they say don't be shy in asking. This is Byron Harris live in Arlington. Back to you.
And keep those receipts, as we said earlier. Thank you, Byron. Well, one church member at Calvary Cathedral in downtown Fort Worth is telling an amazing story of survival during Monday's twister.
She and another church member were praying in a room near the top of the church tower when a tornado ripped through downtown. Margie Young says they huddled on the floor and prayed until the winds died down. When they rose to their feet, she says they were stunned to see the tower walls completely gone and the downtown devastation in front of them. The women were not injured, and neither were the 100 other church members who were gathered on the main floor for a Bible study.
At this point, people affected by last night's tornado are looking for the basic necessities: food, clothing, and a place to sleep. For that, the Red Cross is operating 4 shelters in the area, 2 in Fort Worth, 1 in Arlington, and 1 in Grand Prairie. Channel 8's Derry Alexander joins us now live with more on what help people are getting. Derry?
Good evening, Gloria, and forgive me for not projecting my voice, but I've got about 90 people trying to sleep behind me. I'm told that these are the remaining 90 people from the 177 that came in here last night. And sadly, I'm told that these are the people who had no friends or family to take them in. So 28 hours, near 28 hours after the storm, these people are finally getting the opportunity to get some sleep.
Let it be you, glorified
blue blankets fills the Will Rogers Roundup Inn. It's normally used as a banquet hall, but today it's a makeshift shelter.
But I had been through some tornadoes before, but this one scared me to death.
Tell me, why was this one so different for you?
Because it was right in the middle of it.
Joyce Hendley is among the 177 people brought to this site. Last night's tornadoes literally blew them out of their Hunter Plaza apartments.
Is this your tank?
Most are seniors with special medical needs. So when they were told to leave their homes in a matter of minutes, many found it tough to move so quickly.
They said, pick up something that's valuable right quick. You got to come with us. We've got to get you out of here.
Lewis got out unharmed, but she, like many, forgot important life-saving items.
Well, I got all but 4 of my medications, and they're going back in there and get them for me. That's so nice. They're going back and get everybody's for them that didn't, you know, think to.
That's what relief crews have been doing all night and day, helping people survive by giving them the basics.
Plain hamburger here. See how good it is?
But relief crews know that food and shelter are mere Band-Aids. The real healing begins when these people get to go home.
The initial obvious reaction is for their personal safety, and then afterwards we start to think about the things that are important to us, and including our belongings and being in our own environment and restoring our own routine. And a lot of what we do is help people try to have a sense of normalcy, even though they might be in a shelter right now.
Most of these people don't know when they'll be able to return home. So many are doing whatever they can to forget about what just happened. As one optimistic victim said, when she goes home, she will again be alone. But here, she has instant friends. Now I have some updated figures as far as damage is concerned. According to the Red Cross, nearly 800 homes were affected. We're talking about major and minor damage. As far as shelters are concerned, this is the only one left. Originally there was one in Grand Prairie. That one closed because everyone found places to go. And there was another one here in Tarrant-County. That one closed, as well as in Arlington and Tarrant-County as well. So this one is left. They say they will stay opened as long as they have people who need a place to stay. Reporting live in Fort Worth, I'm Derry Alexander for Channel 8 News. Back to you, John.
For 30 years, a Fort Worth company has been making Valentine's and a lot of other holidays and special occasions an exceptionally tasty treat.
The Sweet Shop makes chocolate candies, but tonight the Sweet Shop is in shambles. It was one of 8 Fort Worth businesses wiped out in yesterday's storms.
Channel 8's Doug Fox reports.
Just last month, the Sweet Shop was cranking out trays and trays of chocolate candies and other goodies in time for Valentine's Day. For 30 years, the Sweet Shop has been supplying 1 million pounds of gourmet chocolates a year for customers such as Neiman's, Saks Fifth Avenue, and Hallmark. Now they're picking up what's left of their factory. The closest thing to candy making is a mural on a collapsed wall. Company President Jim Webb surveyed the damage of a plant that used to keep 140 employees knuckle-deep in chocolate covering.
Gee, this is a total of this factory. There's at least $6 million laying here on the ground that we're going to have to find a way to recover. We do have adequate insurance, and we've talked to our insurance company, and they're working hard to try to help us get reestablished.
The front end of the building is where my coworkers and I were standing before we left.
Debbie Stone left the building just before the storm hit. She came back in the daylight to see what 8 other employees left in the building survived.
Thank God nobody was hurt. You know, I don't know how the cleaning crew got out that was inside, but it's amazing that anybody escaped that.
Webb says all employees will be paid for this week, and he wants to get another production line up and running quickly on an alternative location. They know chocoholics around the world depend on a little company in Fort Worth that considers itself one big family, a family confident it can overcome adversity. Doug Fox, Channel 8 News, Fort Worth.
Often the worst of times can bring out the best in people, and this storm proved that.
It's what we have come to expect from professionals like police officers and firefighters, but many you wouldn't expect have also gone beyond the call of duty.
Channel 8's Gary Reeves reports.
You needed a good Samaritan more than this kitten.
This is a brown mackerel tabby and white, female, very sweet.
Found wandering the storm-ravaged streets of Grand Prairie, she was rescued by an animal services crew
515 to Animal Services.
out patrolling for strays.
Their house has been torn down and there's people running in and out and people throwing things and yelling and all kinds of stuff. So they're scared and they're not going to come back till it calms down.
We have 2 people that's probably going to be bringing some of their animals in.
They even arranged for man's best friend to take in dogs like Viper, who lost their homes.
We're probably going to be in a motel tonight, so he's not very motel friendly, I don't think.
Storms turn up heroes almost anywhere.
If you'll go up there, that's where they're unloading all the equipment. It's up in front of the library, and we're dispatching everybody from there. They want to get downtown.
Richard Carr donated his construction equipment and crews to help in the cleanup. Even though he too is a victim. This is Carr's office, or at least what's left of it.
I saw this stuff flying in every direction outside my window, and bang, some hit the window, and you could hear the glass all over, and then the one in the living room.
Trinidad Cortez and all these other seniors were inside Hunter Plaza when the tornado hit head on.
How'd you get here?
Up here?
Yeah, how'd you get here?
Beautiful bus driver brought us here.
Richie Bell braved broken gas lines to get to the seniors.
Like I said, I can see the elderly people just hoping that somebody could get there to get them out of this jam that they were in.
This is McCarty Seminary transfer point for Route 6.
Another driver, Jerome Cleveland, outmaneuvered the twister.
It was a big funnel cloud with a bunch of debris, wood, and a whole bunch of stuff in it.
He then dropped his passengers safely at their front doors. None of these people see themselves as heroes, just good people, and that's good enough. Gary Reeves, Channel 8 News.
The search will resume for that 5th person this morning in East Fort Worth. 62-year-old Adele Warren disappeared in raging floodwaters Tuesday. The body of her grandson, 24-year-old Ashlyn Dickens, was found yesterday by searchers. Dickens' wife, Yolanda, escaped.
This morning, Channel 8's Janet St. James is in Fort Worth. She's going to give us an idea of when downtown might reopen. Good morning, Janet.
Good morning. We're at 6th and Taylor, and to give you an idea of where we are, that's the Bank One building right behind us. 24 hours ago, we'd have never been allowed in this area. The streets were so covered with glass. Now you can see behind me that they've been cleared away a little bit, but there's still a lot of debris. And half a block away from the Bank One building is the UPR building. We'll walk over and show that to you in just a minute. There we go. We can pan through. The tornado actually cut a swath through this area, moving that way through downtown. You can still see a lot of the glass still broken in those windows, some of the lights still on in the building. Now, these high-rises are going to be among the focuses today for the cleanups. The danger of falling glass is still very real. Some of those panes weigh 200 pounds apiece, and that's why people are still being kept out of this area. If you move back down to the street, you can see that there's still blockades in this area, and we didn't have any problem getting here, but people are still being encouraged to stay away from downtown Fort Worth, and we expect that because there's still a danger of falling glass. I'm not sure if you can see it. The roads are still sparkling with falling glass. Folks are not going to be allowed to get in here because what they're going to do is go up in the high-rise buildings and try to knock out the pieces of glass that are hanging by a thread or pull them in so that they can clear them away and they're not such of a falling hazard. We expect at the very least that downtown Dallas will be closed, downtown Fort Worth will be closed at least until the weekend begins. They're still encouraging business people to stay away, but I have to tell you that they are on heightened security this morning. We have a police officer right here making sure that nobody goes past the barricades because there are still some roads open into Fort Worth, and that means that people will try to sneak in. It was a big problem yesterday, and it's expected to be a bigger problem today. We'll get back with you with the very latest in a little bit. This is Janet St. James reporting live. Jim?
All right. Thank you very much, Janet.
Amateur video shows the violence of the storm as it hit Fort Worth Tuesday night.
I was a little scared when it started, coming toward us.
see the flashes from the wires there as it hit. Experts say this was an F2 twister that hit downtown. That's a preliminary assessment. Now, they believe it was a second tornado that hit Arlington and Grand Prairie. Meteorologists say debris evidence indicates that that one was an F3 tornado, meaning that wind speeds reached at least 158 miles an hour. The impact of the tornadoes is weighing in with a hefty price. Initial reports indicate about $157 million worth of damage in Tarrant County, and that doesn't include residential areas. 8 buildings in Fort Worth were destroyed, while 50 businesses in the city sustained some sort of damage. More than 480 houses in Fort Worth and Arlington were hit by the twister. Governor Bush has declared Tarrant County a disaster area, and that opens the door for state funding.
Well, people living in parts of Grand Prairie are also cleaning up from tornado damage. The winds blew roofs off of many homes there.
Some neighborhoods hit hardest by the storm had curfews last night, keeping even residents away from the damaged areas overnight.
In a hard-hit Arlington neighborhood, police patrolled the street overnight. Channel 8's Brad Hawkins joins us now with more. Brad?
Jim, Carmen, good morning. They will continue the massive cleanup again in this Arlington neighborhood, although the big pieces will take longer to remember. Even outside of the heavily devastated areas, you know, there's still these reminders of just how fierce the winds were. This piece of metal wrapped around this pole at this mobile station where this payphone is. This is the media center where we were yesterday. And the market differences between yesterday and today, of course, it's much colder this morning, and what a range and a variety of weather we've had since the massive storms moved through. Then it cleared off yesterday. It was hot, it was clear, it was dry yesterday. This morning, very cold. But even in the neighborhood behind me, which is still sealed off behind me, there are people who are not really going into the neighborhoods because the police have even kept residents, I beg your pardon, the police have even kept the people who are living in that neighborhood from going in this morning, and of course we are not allowed in there as well. So the cleanup will continue, insurance adjusters will continue arriving today, and for the people who live in this residential area, which is a little bit different from the commercial district that was so heavily damaged in Fort Worth, there are the personal costs, the very real costs of rebuilding. And apart from the insurance concerns, there are the materials. We are already in a construction boom in this country, and getting the materials that you need to complete remodeling, construction, or renovation takes quite a long time. So that's just one of the problems they'll be facing here in Arlington, Jim and Carmen, not only today, but in the weeks to come.
Welcome back, everyone. The time now is 10 minutes after 5 o'clock. You can see in this live picture from Telecopter 8, they are hovering over Arlington right now. We just had that live report from Brad. He was talking about how emergency vehicles were blocking off the roads there, keeping residents out for the time being. You can see those emergency vehicles there.
In the news at 5:31 on this Thursday morning, a 4th person has died from injuries suffered in Tuesday's tornadoes.
A 19-year-old Honduran immigrant died at a Fort Worth hospital after being hit in the head with a softball-sized hailstone. 3 other people were also killed. 2 of them were crushed to death. Another person was swept away by floodwaters, and that person is presumed dead.
The search for 62-year-old Adele Warren will continue this morning in East Fort Worth. She disappeared in a car that swept off the road by raging floodwaters. The body of Warren's 24-year-old grandson, Ashland Dickens, was found yesterday by searchers, and his wife, Yolanda, escaped.
Well, the search for bodies will also continue in downtown Fort Worth this morning. Searchers will concentrate on 7 demolished buildings. You're looking at a live picture there. Canine search teams were used yesterday to search for any survivors. The crews say they found no victims, and it appears no one was trapped alive.
The heart of downtown Fort Worth remains closed this morning, and that's where we find Channel 8's Janet St. James with the latest on when the general public might be able to get back into the area. Janet?
Well, for them, the news is not good because falling glass is still the main concern here in downtown. There are still large pieces falling from the skyscrapers, and when they drop to the ground, they shatter into razor-sharp pieces. I mean, these are readily available all over the place. Now, behind me, you can see the Bank One building. It's a skyscraper that is filled with broken windows. Some of the glass hanging by a thread. It's pretty windy out here this morning, so it is very, very dangerous on the streets below. Workers today will be trying to clear some of the windows, but it'll be days until that job is completed. There you're taking a look at one of the top floors. There was a restaurant actually on the very top floor, the Riata, and it's my understanding that there were people actually eating dinner on the top floor, watching the tornado come in when it hit. Now, officers are doing their best to keep people out of this danger zone today, but there are still those determined to sneak in. Officials continue to discourage downtown workers from coming down here because for the most part, people are not being allowed into their offices, even if they're not in the danger zone, even if the offices were not damaged at all. I'm sure we'll see more people attempting to sneak in later today, and that's why they have these guys sitting behind the barricades throughout downtown Fort Worth. Police officers every couple of blocks or so. Security's still pretty tight around the danger zone, so folks still being discouraged to stay out of the downtown Fort Worth area. We'll keep you posted on what happens as daybreak dawns and folks start heading down here for what they think might be a work day, but really isn't supposed to be in downtown Fort Worth. This is Janet St. James reporting live. Back to you.
Hey Janet, before we let you go, can you still hear the sound of glass falling? Yesterday morning you could hear this constant sort of tinkling sound.
It's not that constant anymore. Now, in the silence, you can hear what sounds like debris. I'm not sure if it's glass falling, or if you look on the streets behind me, there's still a lot of debris on the streets that haven't been cleaned yet. So you can hear that still moving around, but I'm not sure if you can hear the glass falling. I'm sure that if it were quiet enough, you could, but there's still quite a lot of traffic in this area as police officers make their rounds in the morning.
All right, thank you very much, Janet St. James in downtown Fort Worth this morning. We appreciate it, Janet.
Well, while downtown Fort Worth has received a lot of attention, a number of residential areas were also in the storm's path.
Workers are stacking debris in several Arlington neighborhoods as well as elsewhere. For most people, rebuilding won't take place without a check from an insurance agent. Small armies of adjusters are moving through neighborhoods trying to make the process as painless as possible. They warn tornado victims to check out companies doing repairs. Choose someone who will be around for follow-up repairs, not someone just moving through town looking for business.
Well, Tuesday's tornadoes are racking up a large price tag. Initial reports indicate about $157 million worth of damage in Tarrant-County, and that does not include residential areas. 8 buildings in Fort Worth were destroyed, while 50 businesses in the city received some sort of damage. More than 480 houses in Fort Worth and Arlington got hit by the twister as well. Governor Bush has declared Tarrant County a disaster area, opening the door for state funding.
Damage assessments are still being made, but with every passing hour we learn more about these deadly storms. Meteorologists say the tornado that hit River Oaks and then sped through downtown Fort Worth was probably an F2 funnel, reaching speeds around 113 miles an hour. Damage to homes reveals that a second, more serious tornado tore through Arlington and Grand Prairie. Experts believe that one was an F3 twister with speeds in excess of 158 miles an hour.
See the lights go out?
Now that the shock of the past 2 days is starting to wear off, attention is turning to relief efforts.
WFAA and the Big 570 radio are teaming up for a fundraising drive this morning. It got underway just a few minutes ago, and we turned to Channel 8's Laura Martin for an update. Laura, how's it going out there?
Well, things are starting to pick up here a little bit. We're at the parking lot of the Winn-Dixie at Addison Town Square, which is the corner of Marsh and Beltline, and we are teaming up with the Big 570 via the headphones here. Joe Kelly's here with me, talking a little bit this morning. Good morning,
The
Joe.
headphones look good on you.
Oh, well, thank you. You too.
Thank you.
This morning, we're asking people to bring by non-perishable food items, bottled water especially. Joe knows a little bit more about that as well.
Yeah, the immediate needs are the bottled waters. Also in big need right now, Laura, are the Insta wipes, the handy hand wipes. Of course, there's a lot of stuff to clean up. There's a lot of people involved in the cleanup process. Along with the cleanup wipes, some child needs, diapers,
baby food,
baby products, baby foods and whatnot. Yeah, anything that we can contribute to our brothers and sisters just right down the street in the Fort Worth, Arlington area. Also, of course, we'll be taking cash donations out here this morning as well.
Absolutely. And all of these non-perishable food items, and whatever you bring by, blankets, whatever, goes to the Salvation Army, and in turn they distribute it to the tornado victims, as well as the relief workers who are out there helping the victims of the tornadoes.
In fact, we're going to have Captain Eddie Hopgood from the Salvation Army out here with us later this morning as well, and he's going to be kind of leading the efforts out here on location this morning out here in Addison.
And you can just bring them by, just drive right through here with, again, at the Winn-Dixie Marsh and Beltline, and you don't even have to get out of your car. There'll be people,
that's right.
door-to-door service.
We'll gladly grab it out of the car from you and give it to the proper people and get it all taken care of for you.
So perhaps people bringing by baby food or diapers, it would actually probably be put to use this afternoon.
Yeah, this is really one of those things where it hits so close to home. I mean, we were literally, my wife and I were just a mile or two from some of the serious destruction and devastation, and it really strikes close to home.
I know people that have lost things. Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
All right, Joe, thanks so much, and we'll check in with you in a little bit.
Thank you, Laura.
One community college in downtown Fort Worth is offering help to business people whose workplaces were damaged in Tuesday's tornadoes.
Channel 8's Karen Kelly joins us live with more from Fort Worth. Karen?
Well, Carmen and Jim, we are at the intersection of Forest Park and Belknap, right in front of the Malik Tower, which you might be able to make out the outline behind me. This is one of the buildings that was seriously damaged by the tornado. And on a normal business day, of course, hundreds of business people would be heading in there to go to work. But this is far from another normal business day. And of course, many people once again won't be allowed to go into the downtown area. But we would like to mention yesterday a number of people were being able to go inside with a police escort. People were lining up, business owners as well as construction people who needed to go out and check out the downtown area were lining up at Farrington Field at the intersection of University and Lancaster. And as police had time, they were taking the business people into the downtown area. Now, obviously, the main concern here is safety, and getting people into their offices is not a priority. But they were doing that yesterday and should be doing that again today. And of course, there are some people who are desperate to get in and pick up information and just check on their offices. But there's also help coming to a number of business people, perhaps hundreds, who are thinking about relocating, looking for temporary space. Help coming from Tarrant Community College. They have a number that you can call, 817-515-7460, if you need to acquire some meeting space, if you need some computers, if you need internet access or maybe telephones. Tarrant Community College is providing all of this free of charge to anyone who might need to come in. I talked to the chancellor yesterday, and he tells me they have about 150 computers that they can loan out to people, not to take with them, but to use there on site. And they have 6 or 5 different locations at all of the campuses of Tarrant Community College. So it sounds like an extremely good service, a real community outreach, and that's Tarrant Community College. So they're working to help business people, and also the Fort Worth Chamber of Commerce.
Folks need a helping hand this morning, Karen.
They certainly do. It looks like they're getting it.
All right, thank you very much.
Well, parts of downtown Fort Worth are still sealed off today as cleanup crews remove loose glass and debris from buildings and streets.
City officials say there is an immense amount of work to be done, of course, but lots of people are pitching in to help. Channel 8's Karen Kelly standing by with Fort Worth Mayor Kenneth Barr, who has an update. Karen?
Well, Mayor Barr is going to talk with us. We're the first item on his agenda today, one that is very full, and actually said you have made a lot of progress getting some of those business people into the downtown area.
We were able during the day yesterday to pull the barriers in closer to the buildings and give more people access to their offices. We'll make some more progress on that today. The immediate area around the Bank One Tower and the UPR Plaza are going to be restricted because of the hazard of potentially falling glass.
How do people know if they can go to their office? Do they just come downtown and try to get through the barricade?
Well, I would suggest that individuals need to talk to someone in their company, and the companies are in contact with the building operators.
Mayor, you're also concerned, I know, about the Linwood area and some other neighborhoods here on the near west side of Fort Worth. What kind of help will be extended to them today?
Well, we'll have crews in all of those neighborhoods, and did yesterday, but we'll have more people there today working on trees that have fallen, getting just trying to restore order and put things back together. A lot of work yesterday went into helping people whose homes had really been destroyed to the point they couldn't be occupied, and trying to get the buildings back in order so people could go back to work. But today, a lot more intensive work, working with individuals and families one-on-one, trying to restore order.
Has it been an overwhelming job? Do you feel like it's almost hard to tackle?
It's a mammoth undertaking, no doubt about it. This storm was very severe and did an enormous amount of damage, and probably more damage than I certainly realized when we first got out yesterday morning and started looking at it. I'm really proud of the response, the men and women of the fire department, the police department, all the emergency workers, MedStar, people have stepped forward to pitch in and help. It's really exciting and encouraging to see the outpouring of response.
You mentioned that you're a little concerned that you're going to start hearing people talk about the early warning system, the big sirens that we hear from time to time. What is it that you want to say about that?
Well, we'll be obviously be looking at the early warning system. The fact of the matter is this storm had a lot of warning. It was on television all day long, that bad weather was coming. It was on the radio. And I attribute the fact that we had as few a number of fatalities and injuries to the fact that a lot of people knew about it. So we will be looking and analyzing and trying to figure out if a better early warning system would have made a difference. And I also think the fact of the matter is there may just be a comfort level in having a warning system that's worth whatever it costs.
I know there's been some discussion about whether to update it or not, but I guess that decision really hasn't totally been made here.
Well, we had discussed it at some length over recent years at the city council table about what to do on the early warning system, and the recommendation from the professionals we had was it's very expensive and let's spend that money on something else. It's just a dollars and cents deal. But given what's happened, I think we'll certainly revisit that decision and make sure that we're comfortable with it, that the community is comfortable with it.
Well, Mayor, thank you for your time, and I know you've got a busy day. So that's the story from Mayor Kenneth Barr. Back to you in the studio.
Karen, thank you, and thanks to Mayor Barr as well this morning. Well, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, parts of downtown Fort Worth are still closed down this morning.
And for more details on exactly what areas are still affected, we're going to go now to Channel 8's Janet St. James. She is in Fort Worth with more. Janet?
Well, we're on Taylor Street, just 2 blocks from Main Street, and security's still tight here in downtown because of the danger inside and outside of buildings. And let me show you why. This is the First Christian Church next to me, and it looks basically untouched by the tornado. But right next to it is the Bank One building, filled with shattered windows and glass. If you go in close on some of the windows, you can see that the glass is actually hanging outside, and it's that glass that is posing such a danger. Some of the panes weigh 200 pounds, and the streets below are littered with shards of glass. Still a very dangerous situation here in the heart of downtown Fort Worth. Now, at 6 o'clock, downtown would normally be starting to get a little busy from folks arriving from work. But Chris, if you don't mind panning down, we can take a look at the streets. You can see beyond us the barricades on, I think that's 4th Street down there. And beyond that, there are no barricades, but you don't see any traffic back there. And that's good news for police, because downtown is still closed to anyone other than law enforcement and authorized repair crews. Though, as you see, there's a little bit of traffic passing by there. We have not received word that any of the buildings in downtown Fort Worth will be open for workers today, but some of those buildings are indeed open, so it'll be interesting to see if workers show up for work today. There are plenty of police on hand to make sure that nobody gets into any of these danger zones. I'm going to walk this way. Chris, can we walk this way and show the UPR building to show in what close proximity there are? Bank One building. Tornado cut a swath through town. There's the UPR building, so streets closed through there. Still a very dangerous situation there. And on west, many more buildings, so many streets here in downtown Fort Worth continue to be closed today. This is Janet St. James reporting live from Fort Worth. Jim, Carmen, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Janet. Well, we have heard some estimates about downtown Fort Worth, at least $157 million in damage there. There is still no complete estimate, however, on the amount of damage done to River Oaks, Grand Prairie, and Arlington.
And already thousands of insurance claims beginning to pile up as people try to reclaim the costs of roofs, windows, and walls. Channel 8's Brad Hawkins is in Arlington this morning with an update on the situation there. Brad?
Jim, the early stages of that process just now continuing. Of course, the police officers never left, but the reporters came back this morning, and now now. The first people back in this neighborhood behind me are the insurance adjusters. I've seen a couple in the last 10 minutes. And you can see what they have in front of them. I talked with one gentleman yesterday who was in Oklahoma City, and I actually spoke with him, and I said, have you ever seen anything like this? And he said, yes, I was in Oklahoma City. But I said, is it just the most overwhelming thing to walk in here and realize that all of this has to be cataloged and assessed? And of course, it's just a job. You take it one day at a time. But for the people who lost so much here in this neighborhood, as you can see from the air, it's not just a job. It's the hardest job they may ever have. They have to rebuild their lives, and they have to rebuild their possessions, and some of these possessions won't be replaced. So it was interesting to hear Mayor Barr talk in Fort Worth and say some of the same things that Mayor Odom said here yesterday in Arlington, talking about the early warning system, and there had been some criticism that perhaps it didn't work as effectively as it should have. But he countered with that by saying simply that the storms were well anticipated, that yesterday there was plenty of warning, and in fact, weather reports had 12 hours out that these storms were going to be rolling in, and the sirens did sound in Arlington. Some were just questioning the timing. So, back here live in Arlington this morning, they will be working on assessing the damage. The insurance investigators and adjusters will be back in the neighborhood, and the residents who will be lining back up to receive passes to get back into their own homes. Jim, Carmen, it continues to be an amazing story.
Yeah, long day ahead. Thank you very much, Brad.
You bet.
Well, relief efforts are now beginning to pour in for the people who have to start rebuilding their homes and their lives.
Channel 8's Laura Martin joins us now from Addison, where one of those relief programs is being coordinated. Laura?
The program's being coordinated through us here at News 8 and also the Big 570, the radio station, thus the headphones. This morning, we are at Beltline and Marsh Lane at the Winn-Dixie parking lot. Drive-through service. We're asking for non-perishable food items, bottled water, baby food, diapers even, to help those folks in shelters. Joe Kelly's here with me this morning. We've been broadcasting on the radio, too, asking people to come out and help. Joe, you'll be here throughout the morning.
Yeah, we'll be here till 9 o'clock this morning, and we have already, before as the sun is just now starting to rise, though you can't see it through the clouds, but we've already had some people coming by this morning and making some contributions. We've kind of set it up so that you can drive through. So we're going to make it real convenient for you. We know on the way to work in the morning, people don't have a whole lot of time to mill around. You got to get going. You got to get to work. So we're going to make it as convenient for you as possible. Just come on by. You can stay right in your car. We got the Big 570 staff on hand out here. We'll just grab it out of your car, put it in the donation box, and we got the Salvation Army truck that is here already this morning and getting stuff loaded up.
And once the donations come here, right to the Salvation Army truck, they'll be taken to shelters to help the people in the shelters and even the relief workers who are out there on the scene where those 480 plus homes and the buildings were just demolished.
Yep, and so we'd love to see you come out here this morning. We'll be here this morning through 9 o'clock. If you want to come by and make a contribution.
Come out and see Joe and I and drop off those non-perishable food items, bottled water, and even monetary donations. Also, if you're not out this way, you can take your donations to the Salvation Army. The headquarters on Harry Hines, and also there's one on Lancaster Road, that one in Fort Worth. I am Laura Martin reporting live from Addison. We'll go back to you guys now in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Laura.
Giant shards of glass are still hanging from some high-rise buildings in downtown Fort Worth this morning, and in the streets below, piles of trash are still waiting to be swept away.
So exactly which areas of downtown are open? Channel 8's Janet St. James is standing by live. She's going to give us details on that. Janet?
Well, the heart of downtown Fort Worth is still essentially closed, but FEMA investigators are expected to arrive here today and begin assessing whether downtown Fort Worth is eligible for federal disaster aid. Now, local officials filed the paperwork yesterday and say that yes, indeed, they do believe that Fort Worth is eligible, but FEMA will determine that for sure today. But as dawn breaks over Fort Worth, we're getting our first really good look at the damage in the heart of downtown. I'm told that reporters were not allowed in this area yesterday. And if we're quiet, I don't know if you can hear the sound coming from the building, the Bank One building behind us. Take a look at what 150-mile-an-hour winds can do to a building. The bottom panels, the reflective part of those panels completely peeled away and moving up. You can see the broken windows, and we can actually hear the window panes, the loose panes shaking now in the wind. And you can see glass beginning to fall in the wind. This is still a pretty dangerous situation now. Work crews yesterday removed the heavy furniture, the office furniture that was dangling out of the windows. They moved it back, but you can still see draperies and blinds dangling from the windows, and a lot of glass shards just hanging on by a thread. And really, as the wind gets whipping through here, it's falling at an amazing rate. We can see sparkles in the sky and sparkles on the ground. So still quite a dangerous situation down here in Fort Worth. So the buildings surrounding the Bank One building, the UPR building, and some of the other buildings are still closed, but we have seen some traffic going through the exterior parts of downtown Fort Worth. So we assume that in some cases people are being allowed back into their office buildings, though officials are still discouraging people from coming to downtown Fort Worth. A lot of work crews are going to have to get in here. Traffic will be extremely slow, and I think they're going to be determining on an individual basis whether or not people are even going to be allowed in buildings that are on the outreaches of downtown Fort Worth. So a lot of things to be aware of. The heart of downtown Fort Worth, around the Tandy Center, all of that is closed. Also down by the Cash America building and the Cathedral, those damaged areas closed. The Montgomery Ward area totally closed west of downtown. So you really need to be careful about where you're going in downtown Fort Worth today. This is Janet St. James reporting live. Back to you.
Janet, before you go, you mentioned earlier, I mean, one of Fort Worth's most popular restaurants, Riata, is on the top floor of that Bank One building. Yes. Did you say that people were up there?
It is my understanding that there were people eating. If you can go up, you can see the top floor, and it had originally it had a terrific view of downtown Fort Worth. The view is even better now because there are no windows up there. But it's my understanding, yes, you can see the drapes. Some of the windows on this side of the building are still intact, but it's my understanding that people were eating at this time of the evening when the tornado came through, when they saw it, and they raced for cover. And luckily, many of the windows, it looks like, from the Riata are still intact. But yeah, amazing stories from in that building, and there were hundreds of people still in there. Luckily, there are no serious injuries in downtown Fort Worth from that building, so just amazing stories. And you can see the building behind it. There's a lot of plywood in that building, so work crews have done a lot of work in a day, but still many, many more days ahead to get this completed. And it's estimated that people won't really be able to get in here and move around very well until later this weekend, if then.
All right. Thank you very much, Janet St. James in downtown Fort Worth. And you can really hear the wind hitting the microphone there. Of course, that's a concern with all that glass. Well, as day breaks, Arlington residents will once again work to pick up the pieces of their tornado-damaged neighborhoods.
Channel 8's Brad Hawkins is standing by live. He has that story. Brad?
Jim Carmen, the wind is really whipping around here in Arlington, too, as day breaks here. This will be a day to assess many costs in the wake of what happened here on Tuesday night. There are the emotional costs that will become very clear today as the shock and the other emotions start to wear off and change. And then there are the physical costs from all of the devastation and the damage. Insurance adjusters who were here late yesterday afternoon are back in this neighborhood this morning, and they are they're among the first people here. Police have not really even let some of the residents who are in inhabitable homes back into their neighborhoods. There's a system that they have here, and that's to keep looters out, and they are issuing passes, and they make the passes different in some way each day so that only the people who are supposed to be in the neighborhood behind me are here. So the insurance adjusters are here, and they will be talking about rebuilding and the many costs and the many facets of doing that, which at the moment in our current economy and with the building boom that's going on across the southern part of the United States, Jim and Carmen, that is about supply and demand also, the cost of building supplies and about getting the supplies where they're needed and getting the job done. We're live in Arlington this morning. I'm Brad Hawkins. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Brad.
One shelter continues to service those whose houses were damaged by the tornadoes. The Red Cross has converted a banquet hall at the Will Rogers Convention Complex into a makeshift home for about 90 people. Most of them are seniors with medical needs. Relief crews went to their homes and tried to retrieve medications left behind. Most of the displaced residents don't know when they'll be able to return to their homes.
More than 100 homes were destroyed in the tornadoes, and 1,000 others sustained some type of damage.
Now relief efforts are beginning to pour in for those who have to start rebuilding their homes and their lives. Channel 8's Laura Martin joins us now from Addison, where one of those relief programs is being coordinated. Laura?
Good morning, Jim and Carmen. We're here. We're with the Big 570. We're doing the relief efforts with them. It's pretty interesting. We are both on the air at the same time together. We've managed to sync it perfectly until this point, but here we go. This is Joe Kelly. We're here asking people to bring by, to help the Salvation Army out, bring by non-perishable food items, bottled water, crackers, even handy wipes and baby food.
Yeah, we are. In fact, we've had, and we want to thank everybody that's come out so far. We've had a nice response so far already. We've conveniently set it up so you can just drive right through. I know people are in a big hurry to get to work in the morning. I don't know why people are in such a big hurry to get to work
in the morning. But we can run out to your car, pick it up. That's all you need to do. Just drive right on through.
We'll make it very simple for you. Make a donation of products. We also will take cash donations. The Salvation Army is on hand out here. They'll accept your cash donations. And as we pointed out this morning, it not only goes to those who are victimized by the tornadoes, whose homes were destroyed and whose lives have been displaced, and people who've been injured, but it also goes to the crews of people, of good, upstanding citizens. They're going to be out in Arlington, Grand Prairie, Fort Worth, helping with the cleanup process.
Also goes to those relief workers, the ones who are out there coming through the debris, helping people put their lives back together. All right, Joe Kelly, thanks so much. And we will be out here. He'll be here through 9 o'clock, and so will we, helping out. So bring your donations by. We're at the Addison Town Square, it's called. Beltline and Marsh, right in front of the Winn-Dixie. So come on by and see us. Also, if you're not in this area of town and you would like to drop off donations to help out the Salvation Army, you can go by their headquarters on Harry Hines in Dallas, or the one on Lancaster in Fort Worth. I'm Laura Martin reporting from Madison. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Laura, thanks to you and to Joe Kelly with Big 570.
Well, if you had property damaged in the tornadoes, there are some things you can do to speed up the repair process. Experts say call your insurance agent right away. You might make some minor repairs yourself to prevent further damage, but save all of your receipts. Don't throw out any damaged property unless a claims person has inspected it. And make your claims as soon as possible, because insurance companies expect to be swamped with claims. You should also watch out for people who go door to door claiming that your house is unsafe. Make sure you know who you're dealing with. Welcome back, everyone. Look at Las Colinas there. It's 6:51 right now, 50 degrees. Well, for those fortunate enough to not experience Tuesday night's tornadoes firsthand, here's a look at just how violent they were. Stephen Helmstetler captured the intensifying storm on home video as it approached Fort Worth. Meteorologists believe that this tornado was an F2, reaching wind speeds of 113 miles an hour. A second tornado, which hit the mid-cities, is believed to have been an F3, with winds of more than 158 miles an hour. Well, the city of Fort Worth is trying to get back to normal, and there are questions as to whether an emergency siren system could have prevented injury and loss of life.
Channel 8's Karen Kelly joins us live from Fort Worth with the latest from there. Karen?
And Jim, we're going to talk about that in just a moment, because I did talk to Mayor Barr just a little bit earlier. But a number of Fort Worth neighborhoods were first hit by that tornado as it made its way to the downtown area. 8TV is flying over one of those areas right now. This is the Linwood neighborhood. This is an area that is just north of Montgomery Ward's. And actually, it's over there east of University. It's a neighborhood that experienced a lot of devastation. Some of the homes were just wiped out, some of those modest wood homes. Some need major repairs, some minors, but we do understand that the city will focus more attention on the Linwood neighborhood today, now that the downtown area is somewhat under control. Also, on the other side, the west side of University, neighborhoods like Monticello and Crestwood have some damage, with a lot of trees down and maybe some homes that were damaged as well. And Mayor Ken Barr told me that those cities will, or those neighborhoods rather, will also get some attention. Mayor Barr also addressed that early warning system, making it clear that complaints about that are not fair, because people were warned all day Tuesday.
The fact of the matter is, this storm had a lot of warning. It was on television all day long, that bad weather was coming. It was on the radio. And I attribute the fact that we had as few a number of fatalities and injuries to the fact that a lot of people knew about it. So we will be looking and analyzing and trying to figure out if a better early warning system would have made a difference. And I also think the fact of the matter is there may just be a comfort level in having a warning system that's worth whatever it costs.
Mayor Barr also said that more business people will be allowed to go inside today into the downtown area, and some are actually getting back to work. There is some help that's being extended to business people. Tarrant Community College is offering meeting space, computers, internet access, phones, faxes at 5 different locations. There is a phone number, and that's on your screen, and I'm having trouble reading it actually. It's 817-515-7460, I believe that is. Tarrant Community College, and everything is free of charge, so it's a great service. I'm Karen Kelly reporting live. Back to you all.
It is a wonderful service, and you did get that number right, Karen. Thank you very much.
Good morning, I'm Jim Douglas. In the news at 8:25, Fort Worth City crews will be out again in full force today, cleaning up from Tuesday's twisters, but part of the area remains roped off. Channel 8's Karen Kelly joins us live from downtown Fort Worth with an update. Karen?
Hello, Jim. Well, that rope is actually, the area is decreasing, so a lot of progress has been made since yesterday. It appears that more drivers are getting closer to the downtown area, but we just have been out driving around a little bit, and we found that traffic is very backed up along Henderson, so I think the advice is if you don't have to go to the downtown area, don't. Well, the mayor tells me that the city will focus more attention today on neighborhoods just west of downtown. This is some video from just a few minutes ago in the Monticello area. Residents there are hard at work this morning, clearing trees and limbs from their property, and some insurance adjusters are already on the scene. Now, 8TV at this hour is flying over the Linwood neighborhood. Now, that's the area just east of Monticello where the tornado damage is really, really bad. You can see there's so many homes destroyed. A lot of people will need to have homes rebuilt, or certainly a lot of major repairs. Now, some city officials may tour some of the neighborhoods today, including Linwood. Here is what Mayor Barr had to say about that.
A lot of work yesterday went into helping people whose homes had really been destroyed to the point they couldn't be occupied, and trying to get the buildings back in order so people could go back to work. But today, a lot more intensive work, working with individuals and families one-on-one, trying to restore order.
So the second day of cleanup is in full swing at this hour, and that is a story from near downtown. I'm Karen Kelly. Back to you, Jim.
WFAA TV, Channel 8, the spirit of Texas. This is News 8 Midday.
We've got sightseers coming into some of these areas, and frankly, it's dangerous.
Downtown Fort Worth remains a dangerous place.
And city officials are trying to tally the damages and decide which buildings are worth saving. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. The death toll from Tuesday's tornadoes also is going up.
A 19-year-old man died yesterday from injuries he suffered in the storm. He was hit by softball-sized pieces of hail. 3 other people were killed in the tornado, and another person is believed to have drowned after their car was washed into the Trinity River. Tarrant County officials say that in all, 95 people were treated at hospitals for injuries suffered in the storms.
Damages to downtown Fort Worth are mounting in the wake of Tuesday night's tornado. City officials held a press briefing this morning where they tallied up the costs. Channel 8's Shelley Koffler joins us from Fort Worth. Shelley, is downtown Fort Worth still cordoned off there?
Well, yes, Jim, for the most part, nothing has changed much with that. A 12-block area in the central part of downtown, the most seriously damaged, is still cordoned off, though there will be some limited access today, and we'll give you a few more details about that in just a minute. Meanwhile, city officials told us today that they are warning owners of homes that have been damaged to be wary of scams, and they also told us that at least one of the most heavily damaged buildings in downtown may have to come down.
Fort Worth officials now put damage estimates for commercial property in the city at $154 million. They say 8 commercial properties are destroyed, among them the high-rise Cash America building, where tornadic winds blew out virtually every window.
I have a sense that it's going to have to come down. Now, I'm a fire chief. I'm not a structural engineer. If it doesn't come down, it's going to take major work.
Fort Worth officials today will be issuing special permits to allow some back into the ravaged downtown area. But they caution only essential people will have access.
Those passes are not for the regular workers in those buildings. Those are only for contractor workers, building managers, or people who they designate that need to be in that building.
Meanwhile, city and utility crews are cleaning up neighborhoods in West Fort Worth. Countywide, storms destroyed 96 homes and damaged hundreds more. Insurance experts predict residential repairs will exceed $300 million in cost.
And city officials are asking us to make a few announcements today that will help make their job just a little easier with respect to some of the home repairs in the Linwood and Monticello neighborhoods in West Fort Worth. City officials say they're having a tremendous problem there because the streets are narrow and they have a lot of gawkers and people coming in to just take a look. They're asking people who do not live in those neighborhoods to stay out so that they can get on with the cleanup and get people back into their homes where that's appropriate. They've also asked us to say that if you are looking or you need one of those passes, those permits to get into the downtown area, you need to come to City Hall, the south side of City Hall, and you can talk to someone there, apply for a pass or permit to get into the downtown area. As for the scams, they don't know of any that are up and operating right now, but there are some people who have gotten some strange calls. They are concerned that at a time like this, individuals from outside will come into the city and try to take advantage of people who've had some difficulties. Reporting live in Fort Worth, I'm Shelley Koffler. Jim, back to you.
Sometimes a crisis like this can bring out the best and the worst.
That's right.
Any sign of FEMA crews coming into town? We've been told that they are coming in to assess the situation for possible federal aid.
Well, Jim, the city officials are working on that, but that designation has not been given yet. And so even though we've heard talk of FEMA coming in, the city tells us this morning that FEMA at this point has made no plans to come into the city of Fort Worth. Back to you.
Thank you, Shelley. Shelley Koffler in downtown Fort Worth this afternoon.
Well, the core of the Fort Worth downtown business district remains off limits to the public. However, some who work on the outskirts are being allowed access to their offices. The broken glass from the skyscrapers remains the biggest danger. Channel 8's Janet St. James is live in Fort Worth. She has that side of the story. Janet?
We're at the Fort Worth Public Library, which, as you can see, is locked tightly because the back of this building is entirely collapsed. It's been boarded up now, as have some of the windows in those office buildings, but there are thousands more windows with glass literally hanging from the frames. It's why downtown workers are being kept out of this danger zone. Downtown workers couldn't help but peer up to the sky in awe as they looked upon tornado-ravaged buildings for the first time.
I knew what to expect, but it's something else in person.
Some snapped pictures from their cars as they saw the unbelievable and heard the danger. As strong winds whipped through the Bank One building, falling glass sounded like frightening wind chimes hitting the ground. In a gust, an entire pane jarred loose from the building appeared to float to the ground.
It's pretty scary. When you see it coming down, you turn and go the other direction because you don't know where it's going to go.
The obvious threat didn't seem to faze some people.
Sir, you got to come out of that zone, please.
Despite prominent barricades and repeated warnings, some daring souls who didn't want to walk the maze of blocked streets breached the blockades instead.
A lot of people are trying to get by on foot and stuff. Excuse me?
Sir, I need you to come back this way. You can't down this road.
They're sneaking through buildings.
Hard to believe anyone would think work was worth this risk. And now that the wind has died down, workers are in the Bank One building. You can see poking out those broken windows with what in some cases looks like broom handles. They're doing that because this is controlled circumstances, and with the streets blocked, with the wind not going so strongly, the shards don't fly so far. So this is a job that is expected to take at least a day on that building alone, many days on all the buildings in Fort Worth. This is Janet St. James reporting live. Back to you.
Well, Janet, there were some pretty scary sights and sounds there.
Yeah.
Can you tell us how far away are people being kept?
Well, we're about 2 blocks away. In fact, that's the minimum that we've seen for any building with glass shards. You can see this is another building here, and there's glass still in the street there. But we know from experience standing there that the glass shards that hit the ground can fly at least 2 blocks, in some cases more. So they're keeping people back at least 2 blocks so they're not in any danger. Back to you.
That's incredible. Thank you very much, Janet. Well, there are a number of long-established neighborhoods just west of downtown where trees are down and power is still out. Residents and cleanup crews were out early this morning cutting up trees and limbs, trying to remove some of the debris. Some homes need repairing as well, but many are sad knowing the old trees can never be replaced.
Well, we're making a lot of headway. There still are some outages, but we've been working for the last day, you know, pretty round the clock, have people round the clock working. So we've made a lot of headway. Still a lot of people out though.
Well, Fort Worth Mayor Ken Barr says city officials will focus more attention on neighborhoods today now that they're getting some organization in the downtown area.
Students at Williams Elementary School in Arlington are back at school today for the first time since the tornado struck. But today they're learning a lesson in community and compassion. Channel 8's Brad Hawkins joins us live with the latest on that. Brad?
Good afternoon, Jim. This Arlington community is certainly on the mend here today. Yesterday, the school was closed, not because of any damage here, that was a few blocks away, but because the power was out and students and parents just couldn't get here. Well, again, that's changed. They're back open today, back in business and back in class. And they are celebrating what came out of the storm, which was a sense of togetherness with a lunch here. The teachers didn't just take off the day yesterday. They spent the day cooking, and they put out quite a spread for the people in this neighborhood, the parents and all of the people affected by the twister. That damage that we've been seeing from Helicopter 8 all week is just a few blocks from here. And so they have been enjoying each other's company and celebrating that they came out of this storm relatively unscathed when you consider the fatalities that happened just a few miles from here in Fort Worth. That is a Texas-sized spread, but back here live now. Texas-sized cleanup just a few blocks from here. And these are Mormon missionaries, about 100 of them, who showed up just after sunrise this morning just to do their part, to pick up the pieces that the machines could not pick up themselves. The Mormons came here just because they want to help.
We just really want to help out the people in Arlington. In fact, some of the people I know, they've had houses destroyed, and so we're just wanting to help do what we can to help the people.
We're picking up trash right now, like you said. We're serving the people over here, doing what we can to help out.
Picking up the pieces, one piece at a time, and that's what it's going to take all over North Texas. Again, the elementary school behind me opened today, and these kids are also learning some hard lessons about life and about random acts of nature. News 8's Alan Berg is on that story. He'll have that later, and we'll have a story later for you on News 8 about an insurance adjuster who himself should be out helping his clients. Today, he's also dealing with some damage at his business. For now, I'm Brad Hawkins, live in Arlington. Back to you in Dallas.
Brad, they've got that school opened up, and how about the neighborhoods around there that were damaged so badly? Are they open?
Yeah, Jim, you remember that it's like a 10-block area, and so the perimeter has sort of been shrinking all day, and what they're trying to do is let the people in with a little more access. They've got insurance adjusters that have to get in there and do their jobs, and they've got the volunteers who want to go in there and help out. They have a system that they're allowing the residents to get in. They use these placards, and each day they're making them a little bit different so that the people who aren't supposed to be there don't get into that neighborhood.
Thank you, Brad Hawkins in South Arlington. If I were you, Brad, I'd go take advantage of that potluck. That looked pretty good.
Smelled pretty good.
Well, classes are also back in session in the Winsboro Public Schools in Northeast Texas. Classes were canceled yesterday after high winds shattered hundreds of windows in the town's schools, most of them at the high school. Teachers and administrators worked all day cleaning up the glass and boarding up the windows, and they also dealt with waterlogged computers and desks.
Well, relief efforts to help tornado victims are underway across North Texas this afternoon. Brad showed us one effort. News 8 has also teamed up with radio station The Big 570 and the Salvation Army to accept donations. Items needed include bottled water, canned food, and clothing. Donations started pouring in early today at a morning drop-off site.
I help with the Gerald tornado, and this is a little closer to home, and this is fantastic. Any way I can help, I'll be there to help.
I went through a hurricane in Corpus Christi years and years ago and know what it's like to have total devastation. So, you know, anything I can do sure will help, hopefully. At least it'll feed a family for a week or so.
From WFAA TV, Channel 8, the Spirit of Texas, this is News 8 at 5.
More than this place is demolished. It's demolished our family and everything else.
You see, a widow and her family talk about recovering emotionally from what the tornado took away from them.
Good afternoon. That story tops News 8 at 5. Thank you very much for joining us today. It is impossible to put a price on the personal losses felt by so many victims of the Tuesday night's tornadoes. But today, as Tarrant County residents labor in the cleanup, there is a much higher damage estimate than first thought. Insurance experts now believe it could cost at least $450 million to repair all the homes, buildings, and businesses that were struck by the storms. And that figure is expected to climb as insurance adjusters gain more access to ravaged areas. As people and local governments begin to count up just how much the tornado damage will cost them, 4 families are just beginning to face personal losses. For them, it's not about fixing a roof or repairing a car. It's about mending broken hearts as they remember family or friends who died. Channel 8's Derry Alexander joins us this afternoon with the story of how one family is beginning their path to healing their hearts. Derry?
Good afternoon, Scott. You know, they say in order to move forward, sometimes you have to take 2 steps backward. And that's exactly what the Thornton family did today. They returned to this site, the place where a beloved father, a beloved husband was lost by Tuesday's tornado. They invited us to go along with them as they took that road down to closure. Meet the Thornton family.
Dang, I can't believe this. Poor Daddy.
In the midst of the destruction, the Thornton family is sifting through the rubble. As 24-year-old Amanda Thornton put it, they're looking for anything that belonged to Daddy. They find a blanket and a VCR, simple items to you and I. But to them, these are symbols of their fallen father.
You don't expect to lose somebody, you know, from a tornado.
This morning, the family is making funeral arrangements for a man they say was so strong, they believed he could withstand anything.
4 people dead in Fort Worth, you know, what's the chances of it being my dad, you know? And my boyfriend said, don't worry about it, just go to bed.
They think that he believed that too. That's why he took the time to warn others about the storm before trying to save himself.
It shows that, I mean, he risked his own life and, you know, to save these other people.
Married at a young age and for nearly 29 years, Patty Thornton says her husband, Howard Douglas Thornton, practically raised her. She says he was a provider, such a good one that she's really not sure where she goes from here.
As they say, you shouldn't go to bed mad. Well, at any time, you know, you shouldn't be mad when your husband goes to work because, you know, he might not ever come back.
Now, once again, it wasn't just one family. 4 families are in great pain this evening. I'm going to tell you about the other families that lost family members. 24-year-old Ashland Dickens died on Tuesday. He was the father of 2 children. 67-year-old Carl Spence, he was a homeless man. And 19-year-old Juan Carlos Aguera also died in the hailstorm. So many families are in great pain this evening. Reporting live in Fort Worth, I'm Derry Alexander. Back to you, Macy.
All right, Derry. Thank you.
You bet.
Well, nothing can compare to the loss of life, but for hundreds of other Tarrant County residents who didn't lose loved ones, starting over is still going to be very hard. Residents in one Arlington neighborhood were allowed back now to see what was left of their homes today. And for some of those who live near Ottawa Lane and Ember Crest, what they're finding is heartbreaking. Channel 8's Byron Harris is there with that story.
Hi, Macy. This is really a tale of 2 houses. The house over here was owned by the person living in it, and it was insured. Now, the house on this side was a rental unit, and the occupant chose not to get renter's insurance. Both families are happy to be alive, but tonight one has fewer hurdles to clear. Too bad now.
Now I will never gripe about paying it again.
Dawn Signowski is talking about the bill she pays for home insurance. She and her family were gone when the tornado hit. They're salvaging what's left of their belongings to move into an apartment until they can find a new place to live. Their insurance company will pay for the apartment and food expenses, as well as what's been destroyed, less a deductible.
They're taking care of everything.
So I guess it could be worse.
It could be a lot worse, yeah. We got a lot of people out here helping, and that's what's getting us through it.
Now, this hallway saved the life of the Thompson family next door. 2 adults and 3 children crouched in the hallway while the rest of the house was destroyed. They've taken a break this afternoon, and the way things are working around here this afternoon, the Salvation Army has actually been cleaning and packing their belongings while they're away. The bad news is they won't have a check coming from the insurance company to replace their possessions. Now, every renter knows how difficult it is to pay the extra few $100s a month to get that renter's insurance, but in this disaster, it's certainly been worth it. This is Byron Harris live in Arlington. Back to you, Macy.
All right, Byron, thank you.
The stories coming out of the destruction in Arlington are undoubtedly quite moving. So are the stories of the people who are there to help. Some of them are dealing with their own problems while lending a helping hand. Here's Channel 8's Brad Hawkins.
Another day dawned in South Arlington, and the nightmare did not go away. It's hard to feel at home when home looks like this.
It's got a lot of nails on this side.
A legion of church volunteers unleashed a wave of compassion.
We're missionaries from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
We're picking up trash right now, like you said. We're serving the people over here, doing what we can to help out.
They help pick up the pieces too small for the machines to get.
That's why we're here today. We just really want to help out the people in Arlington.
The twister didn't just rip apart homes, it also shut down businesses, some of which are already on the rebound, including, ironically, this company that does nothing but help people get through a loss.
Yeah, this Plexiboard came through the window, embedded itself right here in the wall.
Allstate agent Anthony Sampson has picked through the pieces of tragedy before, just not his own.
Even though I'm a mess here, it's even worse for my clients.
Sampson says his files and his 2,500 policyholders are still in his good hands.
We have our catastrophe van outside that I'm operating out of. I got phone lines wired to my house. It's still difficult because I can't get out and do the things I would normally do for my clients in a situation like this.
This has a lot of nails up top.
Your whole life has been turned upside down. I personally know what they feel right now. This is my livelihood.
Of course, he has insurance, and after a storm claimed 4 lives, even in all of this, Sampson feels very lucky. Brad Hawkins, Channel 8 News, Arlington.
As the cleanup continued in Grand Prairie today, people tried to cope with the many decisions and emotions they face. Picking up the debris in neighborhoods northeast of the Grand Prairie Airport, where more than 50 homes were damaged, may be the easy part. Today, homeowners face decisions on temporary housing, insurance, and rebuilding. As the trauma wears off, reality is sinking in.
It's just confusion, I think, is the word. You don't know what to do. I'd like for my mother to be here to tell me what to do.
Just kind of unsure because we don't know what, we don't know what to expect. We need to rebuild, all the things that come with after your house has been destroyed.
The American Psychological Association advises people dealing with emotions after a disaster to give themselves time to heal. Also, seek support from people who care and will listen, renew routines, and avoid major life decisions. In addition to losing lives and valuable property, the tornadoes that hit Fort Worth may also be costing the legal community a lot of headaches. Channel 8's Shelley Koffler joins us from the downtown area with information about lost files. Shelley?
Well, Macy, we don't know exactly which files and how many files we're talking about, but right now, amidst all the rubble that's being cleaned up here in downtown Fort Worth, are the case files of some 350 Fort Worth attorneys. Now, this afternoon, about 30 of those attorneys met with the city attorney from the city of Fort Worth, also Councilmember Jim Lane, and the county bar president for Tarrant County. The concerns range from what will now happen to court dates to how attorneys can represent their clients without their files present, to how clients can even locate their attorneys and the offices of their lawyers, which have now pretty much closed down.
What we're trying to do is give them some assistance in relocation, providing some office space for them, some furniture, recreating the files that have been blown away by this tornado, and keeping them where they can continue to stay in business and help these folks who otherwise aren't going to have any legal representation.
The city hopes to provide some workspace for many of these attorneys who need it at the historic Texas and Pacific Terminal, which has recently become available. And joining me now is Greg Jones. Greg is an attorney. Gregory Jones is an attorney and was in that meeting this afternoon. Gregory, I can only imagine that there's a great deal of concern not only on the parts of clients but on the parts of attorneys who have to represent those clients very soon in court.
There's a great deal of concern. The state bar and the local Tarrant County bar are very concerned about potentially coming deadlines that are coming up, cases that are being called to trial and that type of thing. But the good thing is, in Tarrant County, we have an excellent judiciary who are going to work very closely with the bar to make sure that people do not lose their rights and don't lose their opportunity to have a day in court.
Now, I know we're talking about some court delays as they reconstruct these files. I also know that you want to help out and provide those people who need to contact attorneys and vice versa with some information. So tell us, you have an 800 line. How does this work?
That's right. The state bar has done a great job. They've set up an 800 line, which I understand the station has. It's 1-800-204-2222, and people who have lawyers who they can't reach can contact that number, and then the state bar will help them to contact their lawyers so that they aren't left out in the cold.
Okay, Gregory Jones, thank you so much for joining us and helping fill in our viewing audience about that. Once again, that number is 1-800-204-2222. That's the number that people need to call if they have court cases pending, they don't know how to reach their lawyer, or they don't know whether their court date still stands because perhaps their case or their case file has been lost. Reporting live from downtown Fort Worth, this is Shelley Koffler. Back to you.
More cleanup in Fort Worth. Fort Worth building owners and contractors were seeing red today, literally, as they waited to gain passage to the tornado-ravaged downtown area that still is closed today. City officials handed out red passes today to let in the people who needed immediate access to their property. Fire officials say that a number of people were turned away because the danger risk is still too high.
And for those who were allowed to return, broken glass from skyscrapers remains the biggest danger, and it caused a lot of problems today, as Channel 8's Janet St. James reports.
Downtown workers couldn't help but peer up to the sky in awe as they looked upon tornado-ravaged buildings for the first time.
I knew what to expect, but it's something else in person.
Some snapped pictures from their cars as they saw the unbelievable and heard the danger. As strong winds whipped through the Bank One building, falling glass sounded like frightening wind chimes hitting the ground. In a gust, an entire pane jarred loose from the building appeared to float to the ground.
It's pretty scary. When you see it coming down, you turn and go the other direction because you don't know where it's going to go.
The obvious threat didn't seem to faze some people.
Sir, you got to come out of that zone, please.
Despite prominent barricades and repeated warnings, some daring souls who didn't want to walk the maze of blocked streets breached the blockades instead.
A lot of people are trying to get by on foot and stuff. Excuse me? Sir, I need you to come back this way. You can't down this road. They're sneaking through buildings.
But Dennis Shimka wasn't taking any chances and came prepared for raining debris with a hard hat.
Actually, with all the glass and windows that are out, I thought it might be a wise idea.
He finds it hard to believe anyone would think work was worth this risk. Once the winds calmed, workers began poking out the broken windows themselves. But with thousands of busted panes, that's a job and a hazard likely to last days. Janet St. James, Channel 8 News.
Well, here is some good news. Tornado victims making repairs should be able to get plenty of supplies. A check with stores and suppliers shows that they have a lot of plywood on hand. The price has risen, though, due to the building boom, but a shortage is not expected. The store owners say that the item most in demand is plastic sheeting. Homeowners are using it to cover holes in their roofs. Sadly, many people are not planning any repairs, though, because their homes are destroyed.
From WFAA TV, Channel 8, the Spirit of Texas, this is News 8 at 6.
I was scared. Because it's never happened to me. It was just horrible.
The tornado is gone, but along with the damage, it left memories. And schools are now trying to help the youngest survivors of this storm cope with the nightmare they lived.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Massive cleanup efforts continue across North Texas today, and new figures show that this week's twisters packed a huge financial punch. More on that in just a moment, but we begin tonight with some of the younger victims and the adults who are helping them come to terms with this tragedy. Today, Williams Elementary School in Arlington reopened for the first time since the tornadoes hit. And Channel 8's Alan Berg joins us now live with more from Arlington. Alan?
Gloria, imagine this. As this tornado came in, an entire family, 2 adults and 3 children, crouched in the hallway of this home, and they rode the storm out as the house crumbled around them. They all survived, but you can imagine what type of memories that storm left, even though they were all safe. And because of that, there are parents and children that gathered today at Matthews Elementary. It served as a kind of community gathering place.
On in, we've got food.
Principal Barbara Tapp consoled survivors.
Come eat a good meal. Okay. Okay. Glad y'all are okay.
And opened her school. It was the one place where Steve Neswadome knew he could find a hot meal.
I can't put into words how we appreciate what you're doing.
Together, parents and children worked through emotions. After the storm, Bijama Janwadis literally did not recognize her neighborhood.
To come back home and see all this mess, you just can't believe this is your street. This is not your street. This is not your street. It's somebody else's street. I was thinking like that.
For her 6-year-old son, Anthony, the tornado is still very much present.
I think sometimes it might be coming back, like a big one that really can suck up things.
Oh, so you'll have dark clouds.
In the hope of helping students process their feelings,
I'm just glad everybody's okay.
5th grade teacher Leslie Woodards asked children to sketch their memories of Tuesday night.
I remember the wind blowing and we had to get the dogs in the garage.
You have to pick your color. Really, to see your picture outside yourself really helps get those feelings out, I think.
The tornado tore up many houses.
One little boy didn't put a roof on his house as he was drawing his picture, and I went over and I said, "You don't have a roof on your house?" And he just looked at me.
Tornadoes are very scary and dangerous.
People would ask me, "Are y'all in shock?" And I said, "Yeah, we're in shock. You can't have something like this happen to you and not let it not affect you."
At Neswadome's house, the tornado announced its arrival by blowing out the front windows.
Glass everywhere. A 2x4 had shot through that window and was embedded in that door, and it was sticking straight out like this, like a spear shot through that door.
No one was hurt, but the immediate relief found in survival has now given way to a flood of emotions that are lingering much longer than the storm. The school today also offers some one-to-one counseling for students who had more specific issues that they wanted to talk about. One key point that the teachers and faculty tried to make to the children is just how rare a tornado actually is in Arlington. They noted there have only been 3 in the past 75 years. Scott, Gloria?
All right, Alan, thank you very much. Students and teachers at the Calvary Cathedral International Learning Center gathered this morning to offer prayer and to give thanks. Along with parents, they formed a ring in the parking lot of the church that was hit hard by Tuesday night's tornado. The group was quite emotional, as you would imagine. They held hands and comforted each other. 2 women are very lucky today. They were in the church's prayer tower and escaped injury when the twister removed almost all the brickwork from the church tower and the steeple. Well, cleanup continues tonight in downtown Fort Worth.
New estimates put the damage at least $450 million in Fort Worth, and that figure is expected to go even higher over the next few days. Tuesday's F2 tornado ripped through the heart of downtown, destroying 8 buildings and damaging 52 businesses and high-rises. Channel 8's Shelley Koffler joins us now live from downtown Fort Worth with the latest. Shelley?
Well, Gloria, at this hour, some 30 blocks in downtown Fort Worth are still cordoned off. The general public is not being allowed in. So in many cases, this is what you'll find, a barricade that stops you right here. You can't go any further. And then quite often, as you can see way behind me there, are police cars. They stop you as well. The reason, of course, is something we've been talking about all day, for several days at least. It's the debris and it's the glass that still hangs precariously from many of the high-rise buildings down here. The hottest ticket in town today is a little red pass that the city's issuing to contractors and building owners who actually need to get back into these areas to get into the properties in the barricaded region. Fire officials say, however, that there are many people trying to gain access to these passes who can't have them. Tenants, for example, would like to have them, but tenants are not being allowed back into this area. Strictly contractors working on the cleanup and then the building owners. So the message here is if you're a tenant, you need your computers or your business items in those damaged buildings, contact the property owners because they are about the only ones who are going to be able to get them for you. Now, we aren't quite sure how long this restricted area is going to remain cordoned off to the general public, but one fire official this afternoon estimated it could be several weeks. We just don't know until we see how long it takes to clean up all the glass and get all of the dangerous debris out of the area where people generally work and also commute. Back to you.
All right, Shelley, thank you very much. Homeowners in North Texas who are picking up the pieces today must also begin to deal with their emotions. People in a Grand Prairie neighborhood are starting to face the many decisions and feelings that follow a disaster. With their story, let's bring in Channel 8's Brad Watson from the 2600 block of Parkside. Brad?
Well, Scott, with the days running a little longer, people are taking advantage of all the daylight they can out here right now to continue patching up, picking up, or whatever they need to do to try to get their lives back in order. It's been almost 48 hours since a tornado ripped through this Grand Prairie neighborhood. And tonight, reality is settling in. Anthony Patterson sweeps up the mess in his garage that lost a roof. Sweeping away the trauma and the thought that the result could have been a lot worse is tougher.
We're still trying to get used to it. Just what has gone on here, you know, is kind of like shock, you know, but it's getting better. You know, my wife and I finally realized what it is, just what we're going to have to do.
For Patterson, that means getting more information from his insurance company, deciding how to rebuild, and pay his share. A few doors down, Neva Page faces similar decisions and more. She and her husband must move in with family as they cope with the choices of rebuilding.
Well, no, I don't think it'll ever soak in. I think we'll always remember this. We'll just rebuild and start again. The emotional, it's just something that we'll pick up and move on.
Moving on for Patty Willis and husband Sid means staying in a hotel or apartment for months while their home is put back together. What the tornado did to their lives is finally settling in.
It's almost like a depression type thing. You know, you think, I'd just like to go away somewhere and not have to face it.
Experts say disaster victims often react in intense, unpredictable, recurring, but normal ways. They advise you give yourself time to heal, seek support from people who care about you, renew routines, and avoid major life decisions. Of course, some victims also rely on faith.
I don't know how many prayers that we said that night when it was going over, you know, that everybody was safe, and God had to be looking after us to have no one hurt.
And if you, a loved one, or a friend would like more information on how to cope with trauma after a disaster, you can log on to our website and get a lot more information. We have some cross links that are very helpful to other sources of information, so check out WFAA.com. For now, Brad Watson, Channel 8 News, reporting live in Grand Prairie. Gloria, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Brad.
From WFAA TV, Channel 8, the spirit of Texas, this is the News 8 Update.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of iffy if they're going to repair it or rebuild it.
Tornado victims began the emotionally and physically exhaustive task of rebuilding their lives, and some are still not sure how they will do it. Good evening. We thank you for joining us.
Tonight, the numbers associated with Tuesday's twisters continue to grow. Damage to Tarrant County is now estimated to be at $450 million. In Arlington, 1,000 homes were damaged by the storms. Nearly 95 are not safe to live in. Tonight, parts of downtown Fort Worth are still closed. The Cash America building sustained so much damage it has to be demolished. And the death toll now stands at 5.
One of the victims, 19-year-old Juan Carlos Oseguera, was killed when he ran out to move his truck and was struck by hail. Oseguera moved to the United States 4 years ago from Honduras to study art in Arlington. He worked at a pizza shop to make money to send to his family in Honduras. They say they are crushed by their loss.
It's really hard for them. His parents in Honduras, they having a hard time right now because that was the young son, and they can't believe, and they don't want to think that they lost him. Yeah.
And how are you doing?
I'm doing good. It's sad, you know, and it's hard to believe it.
The Oseguera family is hoping to raise enough money to send Juan Carlos's body back to his parents so that he can be buried in Honduras.
The danger still dangles over downtown Fort Worth tonight, 2 days after the tornadoes. Broken glass falling from skyscrapers remains the biggest danger in downtown Fort Worth. Throughout the day, wind gusts jarred the shattered panels loose, sending them to the streets below. Officers patrolling the barricades told people who tried to walk inside the danger zone to get out. Meanwhile, crews are using long rods to remove the broken windows. The danger from falling glass and debris means that no one is allowed downtown unless they have a red permit the city has issued to building owners and cleanup crews. It allows them access to the cordoned-off area. The passes were not available, however, to tenants who wanted to retrieve computers or documents from their offices. Those tenants are being told to have building owners bring out their belongings. Channel 8's Don Wall is in Sundance Square in downtown Fort Worth tonight, where enforcement is still in place. Don?
Hi, Scott. Here in downtown Fort Worth, there are some places you can walk and drive and some places you just can't. Here behind me, that's the Bank One Tower. There's nobody working tonight, but earlier I talked to the contractor who's been hired to remove every single pane of broken glass. He said sometimes they can pull the glass into the building, other times they simply have to push it out and let it fall, and that's why nobody is allowed to walk underneath.
About 30 square blocks of downtown Fort Worth are still off limits.
Can we go down here, officer?
No, sir, you can't. It's a restricted area.
So nobody can even walk down there?
No, sir, there's still glass falling out of the buildings.
Police barricades are up. Traffic is rerouted around the buildings which received the most damage. Glass has been falling from many of the damaged buildings. Only contractors, police, and building owners with special passes are allowed inside. Downtown hotels are open. People are still arriving for conventions and this weekend's NASCAR races.
I just got here. It's made it a little harder to get into our hotel, but I'll find out here in a minute.
Sundance Square is very quiet. Many businesses are simply closed up. This popular restaurant is open, but nearly empty.
Usually it'd be, pretty packed,
This restaurant here is usually jammed.
Oh, it is. I mean, and he was expecting to do more business, not being like one of the only businesses open, that other restaurant right down the street is closed and the restaurant up there is closed, but I just don't think people want to come downtown, I think they're still afraid, of everything, I mean, I can understand why.
And a NASCAR weekend like the one coming up usually means big business for downtown Fort Worth, but the restrictions and the difficulty in getting around will certainly hurt business here. Macy, back to you.
All right, Don, thank you for that report. Southwestern Bell is giving away free phone service to tornado victims. Today, the company handed out cellular wireless phones to rescue workers in Fort Worth and Arlington. It also hooked up portable phone units in the Amon Carter exhibit hall today. And those phones can be used by tornado victims or emergency workers free of charge. Well, Channel 8 meteorologist Greg Fields is in Arlington, where victims are sifting through the remains of their homes. Hi, Greg.
Hi there, Maisie. Well, Tuesday's twisters certainly got a lot of people's attention. As you can see from the damage here behind me, many of the homes are a total loss. But all up and down this street, the folks that we talk to say as they begin to rebuild, they're going to do some things differently this time.
The house it's a total. It's pretty well a total. The brick has all fell from the back. The structure walls are unsalvageable.
What was once Raymond Trammell's home is now just part of the debris cluttering his neighbor's lawn. This South Arlington man rode out Tuesday's tornado, huddled with his children in this bathroom. Although it proved to be a safe place, Trammell is looking to add more storm protection as he rebuilds.
I'll have an interior wall built with the tornado walling. But other than that, with a tornado, as you can see, there's really not a lot you can do.
But new research from the Federal Emergency Management Agency shows that reinforcing vulnerable areas of the home can minimize damage. In this example, tornado force winds hitting this garage pushed the garage door into the house, destroying everything inside. But with a reinforced garage door, the wind goes up and over instead of through.
We're going to definitely reinforce our garage and our garage door. Definitely check into securing the roof, making sure that it's to the supports a lot stronger.
Other survivors along this street say they've learned their lesson.
We're looking to make a safe room somewhere in the center of the house that's reinforced. Something even with 3/4-inch plywood would do.
And local builders agree. You don't have to break the bank to buy some added security.
It's a bathroom, and it can also double as your safe room because we can beef up these walls and this ceiling, and it has an outside wall that can be beefed up.
The brick and mortar can always be replaced. It's your life you have to look after when severe weather hits.
Now, you need to remember this as well. Whether you're thinking of adding a safe room or reinforcing your existing home, the important thing to know is make sure that you have a plan. Know how to get you and your family there the safest way possible and as fast as possible. That is really the important thing to know. Macy, back to you.
Thanks for the information, Greg. Well, for many of the tornado victims, the shock is starting to wear off now. The reality of material loss is starting to set in. News 8's Brett Shipp reports from Arlington tonight on one couple's attempt to deal with disaster.
Embercrest Drive is a mangled montage of splintered wood and fractured lives. Inside each home, a heartbreaking story of loss. This one belongs to Kelly and Tony Anderson. They missed the storm but were welcomed home by this. Much of the roof gone. Many of their possessions shattered or soiled. Only now, 2 days later, does it start to sink in.
Can I have that? You sure can. Thank you.
Tony is consoled by her employer and friend. The heartbreak of losing a home is starting to settle in.
Yeah, when you first called Tuesday night, I knew that
it hadn't hit yet.
Yeah, because you were almost giddy. You were so high on adrenaline or panic or whatever it was.
Both Tony and Kelly admit the enormity of their loss is overwhelming, their ability to cope now in question. Trauma counselors say what the Andersons are experiencing is normal.
I mean, it can be helpful to have a few days for something to sink in. But what's important is that it is allowed to sink in and that people don't over-medicate with prescription drugs or with alcohol.
That kind of stuff doesn't really need to be wrapped.
The Andersons are dealing with it on day 2 by staying busy. Kelly went to his job for 2 hours and is now trying to decide how to move. Is it salvageable or just sentimental? The load is lifted by a group of volunteers who come from nowhere to take charge.
Is there anything we can do to help you? Like help move stuff or pick up stuff?
These people, the Red Cross, the Salvation Army, church groups, everybody's just been here helping and giving and giving and giving. So, you know, and we paid insurance for a lot of years, so we'll have a new house.
If they can just get through the painful days ahead, with this kind of assistance and a healthy attitude, they believe they can.
We lived through it, so that's the main thing. You know, we'll be all right. We'll be fine.
Brett Shipp, Channel 8 News.